Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome back to the finale of What If Naruto's Body Became Possessed, Chapter 40, Unwelcome Reunions, Part 4. August 2nd, 347 NE. Miles outside of Konoha. The Tomo in Itachi's eyes were spinning rapidly as he pushed them to their limit, his Sharingan processing every minute twitch and flare of chakra from his opponents. Kushina form shimmered as the chains, projections of solid chakra, a feat Itachi had never seen performed by anyone other than Kushu, who used his Yuki to do so, retracted from the ground. Her body reabsorbed the chakra as she did so, the transition from solid structure to formless energy happening swiftly and efficiently. Itachi could see the chakra she was pushing into her muscles was focused on her legs, back, and arms. She would be charging forward in a moment, prepared to swing her Nodachi at any of several angles. Tsunade was slowly straightening from her crouch, the chakra in her body evenly distributed and appearing to be only slightly elevated in concentration. The telltale flares were much smaller, but she would be charging forward slightly after Kushina moved, and their paths would intersect, there. Itachi moved, simultaneously flinging 8 kunai, 4 from each hand, and layering a trigger jinjutsu over the spot both Kushina and Tsunade would be crossing. Kushina swiped her sword through the air, and a thick wave of air knocked all of the kunai aside. She stumbled for a moment as she triggered the jinjutsu and found her perception of reality randomly skewed, the ground beneath her feet pitching back and forth while the air slammed against her skin as if she had just rammed into a steel wall. Tsunade entered the jinjutsu a moment later, but it washed over her like she wasn't even there, her chakra expelling the foreign influence the moment it entered her system. A tap from a single finger on Kushina's shoulder broke the jinjutsu a moment later, and Kushina recovered and was moving at top speed a breath after that. Itachi nodded slightly as he leapt backwards and used a ninjutsu that caused the ground where he had been standing and for 20 meters in every direction to turn into quicksand. Kushina moved left, avoiding the trap while slicing the air with her sword. The wave of wind was razor-sharp and would likely cut him in two if it connected. Tsunade chose to leap into the air, the arc of her descent placing her roughly 2 meters from his current position. She would be his target. Itachi rolled forwards, allowing Kushina's wave of air to pass overhead. When he came up, his right forefinger and thumb were forming a circle around his mouth. He excelled sharply, and the air between him and Tsunade rippled slightly before igniting into a firestorm. The technique would hardly defeat someone of her caliber, but it would obscure his next actions. Kushina was coming around the edge of the quicksand, her sword already poised for the next swing. His next exhalation ignited the air between them as well, and then he created 3 clones, 1 standard illusion clone, 1 earth clone, and 1 shadow clone. The clones scattered, the illusion moving towards Kushina, the earth clone towards Tsunade, and the shadow clone retreating. Itachi himself dove forward into the quicksand, submerging without so much as a ripple. Once he was concealed within the chakra-laced terrain, he created 4 more shadow clones which began to quickly make their way back towards where he had left the Konoha ninja. A loud crack sounded in the air before the firestorm exploded away from a central point. The shadow clone noted that Tsunade's fist was currently extended and there was an unusually high concentration of chakra in the air around her hand, and concluded that she had created a shockwave of some sort, likely using her infamous strength technique. Kushina's approach was rather different, as the firestorm spiraled around her sword before she thrust it forward and unleashed the captured flames as a torrent of fire that managed to engulf both the illusion before her and the earth clone near Tsunade. The illusion was destroyed immediately, but the earth clone weathered the technique and launched itself at Tsunade. She shattered it a moment later with a single punch, the clone nearly exploding with the force of her blow. Kushina was already charging towards the retreating shadow clone, but Tsunade paused, her stance wary. The shadow clone continued to draw Kushina away, using its active Sharingan to dodge the repeated strikes from the enraged Kunoichi. The real Itachi, sensing that his opponents were separating, emerged from underground to launch his own attack against Tsunade. Dozens of earthen spikes thrust upwards, forcing Tsunade to retreat into the air where she was met by a roaring dragon of fire. Her fist lashed out again, but rather than destroying the fire as she had the first time, her blow tore it in half, each half forming into an independent dragon that turned to pursue her as she began her descent to the ground. The shadow clone, seeing that Tsunade was occupied for the moment, began casting Jinjutsu after Jinjutsu at Kushina, hoping to snare her deeply and take her out of the battle. The Kunoichi seemed prepared for that tactic this time, quick pulses of chakra dispelling the illusions before they could take root, but the fourth one took longer to dispel, and the fifth was not dispelled at all. Her chakra began to fluctuate wildly as the Jinjutsu pulled on her deepest fears and assaulted her consciousness. Her movements became hesitant as her mind tried to reconcile what it knew to be her current situation with the images it was being fed. The shadow clone's eyes narrowed as it noted an odd pattern of chakra within the woman's body, the concentration beginning on the surface of her skin and rippling inwards, then forming on her skin once again. After several more repetitions, the chakra exploded outwards forcefully as Kushina let out a harsh yell. Even with the Sharingan's warning, the chains moved much faster than they had before, and the shadow clone was unable to dodge completely as literally hundreds of chains lanced outward in all directions. The clone was struck by no less than 4. On his real body the damage would have been relatively minor, but it was enough to dispel the clone. Itachi's eyes widened as he received the memories from his clone. It would appear that Kushina's weakness to Jinjutsu was real, but also a double-edged sword. She seemed to enter an almost berserk state rather than succumbing to unconsciousness or catatonia. She was not entirely unaware of the battlefield, however, as none of the chains came close to threatening Tsunade. The initial speed of this version of her chain attack was also much more dangerous, and even if the clone had survived it would have found itself surrounded on all sides. The fact that Kushina did not use that technique for her first attack implied that there was a cost or drawback that was not immediately apparent, however, and that its use now was born of desperation or rage rather than cunning. The cost of using so many projections must be high, but he could see her beginning to retract the chains already. He returned his focus to his nearer opponent, as Tsunade had managed to effectively counter the fire dragons with an earth dragon of her own, the larger construct methodically snuffing out his own burning creations. Itachi was preparing his next attack when he saw a large section of the dragon breaking off and approaching his position at high speed. The tightly controlled surge of chakra he felt just prior to that was something he was learning to associate with Tsunade's infamous strength technique. Rather than dodging, he dove forward and through the chunk of earth, his skill with the earth style mole technique stretched to its limit as he compensated for the rotation of the rock and its movement relative to his own body. He emerged out of the other side a moment later, coming face to face with Tsunade. Even masked and cloaked as she was, her shock at his unexpected maneuver was clear. That did not mean her reactions were slow, however, and already her right fist was jabbing forward and her chakra flaring in preparation for a devastating blow. Itachi turned sideways, letting the fist slide past him. As Tsunade began to react to his dodge, his left hand grabbed her wrist and pulled her arm outwards. The rest of her body followed the pull and she began applying pressure against him, but his pull suddenly changed to a push and his other hand came up to grip her elbow. A sharp twist later, still following her own body's attempts to resist the initial grab, and Tsunade was spinning through the air. He released his grip at that point, as Tsunade was already adjusting to his attack, and instead used the opportunity provided by her body's motion to rip the mask from her head and expose her eyes. Frustratingly, but unsurprisingly, her eyes snapped shut faster than he could lock gazes with her and used the Sharingan to implant a Jinjutsu directly. Tsunade somehow managed to get her feet under her, avoiding what would have been a painful landing on her back, and was soon upright. Itachi quickly moved backwards, avoiding Tsunade's response as chakra rippled down her legs and completely shattered the earth all around her, the ground fracturing and splitting open. She opened her eyes at that point, but she kept her gaze low and still did not meet his gaze directly. The grimace on her face showed her frustration at losing her protection from his Sharingan. A quick glance at the interior of the mask showed Itachi that it was roughly equivalent to ANBU's standard issue and thus had no unique value to him, so he simply destroyed it to prevent Tsunade from somehow recovering it. Fucking Uchiha, she growled under her breath, her hands clenching as she tried to decide her next move. Behind her, Itachi could see that Kushina was rapidly reabsorbing the swarm of chains she had unleashed and turning in his direction. He had performed acceptably thus far, but he had expended far more chakra than either of his opponents and would not be able to continue doing so indefinitely. Whether through inclination or strategy, both Tsunade and Kushina seemed to be reserving the majority of their chakra for physical enhancement and highly efficient techniques. In Kushina's case, while it was unclear just how much chakra each individual chain used, it was obvious that she was well practiced with reabsorbing them. Even with the advantage of the Sharingan, he would not fare well in prolonged close combat with either of his opponents singly, and he would undoubtedly lose attempting to face both at once. Fortunately, the time for combat had passed. Uchiha Itachi. In the name of the third Hokage of Konoha, you are hereby under arrest, came the sudden cry as 8 Konoha ninjas sprang into the clearing and surrounded the combatants, weapons drawn and expressions fierce. TCH, Tsunade spat, frowning harshly. Looks like you might survive for a little while after all. Indeed, Itachi said, nodding thoughtfully. Our meeting has proved most illuminating. I hope you understand when I say I hope we do not meet again soon. Tsunade's eyes narrowed even as Kushina settled into a ready stance a few meters away from her, Nodachi held before her with the tip pointing straight at Itachi's heart. You intend to resist? The leader of the Konoha ninja exclaimed. So be it. Attack! With that command, all 8 of the ninja began launching kunai and jutsu at Tsunade and Kushina. You son of a bitch! Tsunade yelled as she began frantically dodging the combined attacks of the ninja around her. Kushina said nothing and attempted to charge Itachi, only to be intercepted by 4 Konoha ninja. For a moment it seemed that she might simply cut her way through them to reach Itachi, but she abruptly turned away with a loud curse and began focusing on fighting her opponents without killing them. Itachi wasted no more time, pushing his reinforced muscles to the limits as he fled the clearing and sought to put as much ground between himself and the 2 vengeance-minded kunoichi as possible. With his clones manipulating the real Konoha ninja via Jinjutsu and supporting them in their efforts, he was confident Tsunade and Kushina would be delayed long enough for him to make his escape. Konoha. All across Konoha, seemingly innocuous groups of crates, wooden plaques, and even chairs and benches had been carefully moved about and rearranged before and during the chaos that had briefly engulfed Konoha. The numerous teams of ninjas sweeping the village for threats paid them no mind. The few capable of recognizing the carefully disguised symbols formed by the new orientation of these everyday items occupied elsewhere with other tasks. Even the Hyuga with their vaunted bloodline did not immediately recognize the chakra stored within the objects as a threat, as many objects throughout Konoha utilized chakra for many different purposes. Not all of them had been properly assembled and not all of them had been properly activated, but many had. And, as the timing arrays on each activated and triggered the rest of the sealing array, not all of them exploded with great force. But many did. Shinobi District. Before we get to that, does your arm not need to be tended to? The Hokage said slowly, his expression looking for all the word like he was sincerely concerned. Kushu could see the calculating gleam in the Hokage's eyes, though, and knew that the old man was wondering just how debilitating such an injury was to him and how easily he was able to recover from it. Apparently not, Kushu replied nonchalantly as he began to walk over to Gaara. I was kinda worried at first, but then my special chakra kicked in and I could use it just like it was my own arm. I can already feel the damaged flesh regenerating, though I can't say how quickly it will heal just yet. I see, the Hokage said. Very well then, I will trust your judgment on the matter for now. He cleared his throat roughly before turning to Dragon. I believe the situation here is well in hand. Please return to scouting the village and taking care of any other threats. Kakashi may remain, as his student is involved. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Kakashi replied as Dragon and the other ninja saluted and leapt away. As for your question, Naruto-kun, that was not truly the fourth Hokage. It was merely a construct with his likeness and abilities, but none of his personality or knowledge. Really, Kushu said slowly as he began healing Gaara's injury. The red-headed genin had yet to make a single sound of pain or protest, instead merely panting lightly in exhaustion, and he simply nodded in response to Kushu's ministrations. The damage to his shoulder was mostly superficial and was easily corrected. With that taken care of, Kushu pulled out some bandages and began wrapping the missing section of his arm to conceal the true extent of the injury. No need to flaunt the use of his Yuki, after all. And how does that work? There is a forbidden jutsu known as the Impure World Resurrection. I will not go into specifics, but it was first developed by our second Hokage during the First War. It allows the user of the jutsu to control the ninja resurrected remotely, although the range involved in this attack seems to be much greater than what I had believed possible. Kushu froze, his thoughts rapidly reviewing the Yandame's actions during their encounter. Meaning that everything the fake fourth Hokage said or did was actually this other ninja. Essentially correct, yes. That was not good. He hadn't revealed everything, far from it, but this other ninja now had a more accurate picture of his abilities, and, much worse, his limitations, than anyone else alive. Whoever this ninja is figured out my condition based on my usage of the special chakra, Kushu said, staring at the Hokage intently. Do we know who he is, or better yet know where he is? The Hokage just sighed. We know who, but not where. The exact details will remain privileged for the time being until Konoha has a chance to formulate our response. It's not something a Genin, or even a Chunin, needs to know at the moment. Kushu nodded in acceptance, understanding the implicit later in the Hokage's words. Further conversation was interrupted as a series of explosions began to ripple across Konoha, striking seemingly at random all over the village. Kami, what is it now? The Hokage growled. Kakashi, get them to Emergency Shelter 12, then report to Shikaku immediately. Understood, Hokage-sama. Kakashi said quickly. Kushu did not resist as Kakashi grabbed both him and Gaara and pulled them into a shunshin. Kakashi pushed them into the shelter roughly a minute later and left quickly, though not before threatening to have yet another long talk about risk assessment and not charging headlong into battle. Kankuro and Temari immediately swooped down on Gaara, pestering him about his already healed injury while shooting slight glares at Hinata for some reason. Hinata was staring at him intensely with a nearly blank expression on her face, but his attention was soon pulled to Ino, who had walked over and was standing in front of him. She looked him over critically for a long moment, her eyes lingering on the bandages on his right arm, before she nodded slightly. Then she punched him in the gut. He folded slightly with the blow, expelling the breath from his lungs, before slowly straightening and eyeing Ino curiously. And what was that for? He asked. For being an idiot, of course, she replied airily, before turning around to face Hinata. See? I told you he would be fine. Kushu turned to face Hinata, but her expression didn't change in spite of Ino's comment. Then he felt something pressing against the bandages wrapped around his missing elbow, and looked down to see Hinata's younger sister, Hanabi, poking him with a curious expression on her face. Nachan said your arm got cut off, she said innocently. Did you stick it back on? Kushu snorted, amused at how accurate her childish summation of events actually was. Something like that, he said, patting her on the head. Hanabi, quit bothering Naruto-san, Hayashi said, motioning his daughter over to him. She huffed indignantly but followed her father's command. Kushu turned to scan the rest of the shelter, noting that his Anna, Hayashi's wife, was present along with a handful of branch house Hyuga. Sasuke and his teen was present as well, along with two female Uchiha that he recognized as the other targeted children. None of the members of Team Makoto were present, as they had been assigned to a different shelter. Why? Hinata asked suddenly. Kushu replied curiously. Why don't you care about yourself? I'd heard bits and pieces over the years, and I knew that Kakashi kept talking to you about being careful, but I didn't really understand until today. Earlier, you got hit by that lightning attack and were hurt so badly, but you acted like nothing had happened. And now, your arm, it's like it doesn't matter to you. Hinata's voice was soft and low, but it carried throughout the shelter as an uneasy silence fell upon the assembled group. Kushu didn't respond immediately, instead staring at the girl silently as he considered his answer. A flippant reply would not satisfy her, that much was obvious, and her question had clearly sparked interest among the others in the shelter. Even Hanabi appeared to be listening raptly for his response, though he doubted she understood just what her sister was talking about. One day, when I was 3.5 years old, he began, I was leaving the library after checking out a few books. He chuckled internally as he heard Hayashi inhale sharply, and expected the man to stop him from continuing. The Hyuga clan head said nothing, however, and so he continued. Once I was outside, a nice, friendly man approached me and offered to help me carry my books. We walked a few blocks, happily chatting about what I was reading, and then we turned a corner and he stabbed me in the heart. There were the expected gasps and shocked protestations from Hinata and the other genin in the room, and he turned silently to look at Hayashi. The clan head grimaced, but nodded. I saw the medical reports, the man told the others. That did happen. Kushu nodded to him, then turned his attention back to Hinata. Her eyes were watering and her hands were covering her mouth as she stared at him, horrified. It was after that event that I was moved to the Yamanaka household and met Ino-ne-chan. I'm sure you remember the incident that happened shortly after that. All of the adults and the clan kids who had been present nodded, though Sakura and the Suna genin looked on in confusion. By all rights, I should have been dead before my 4th birthday. Twice over, in fact, and yet here I am. So while I may seem uncaring about personal injury, I have very good reason. I have suffered worse than this and faced death many times before now. Death does not scare me. Hinata was openly crying now, looking like she wished she had never asked her question in the first place. Even Ino looked a bit misty-eyed, though he suspected that was for rather different reasons. What does scare me is a threat to my family. If significant personal injury is what it takes to keep them safe, then I will not hesitate to act, he concluded, his voice earnest and with one hand, not so coincidentally his recently detached right hand, raised in a clenched fist in front of him. He was pleased to note the odd and respectful expressions from the other ninja in the room, even Hayashi looking impressed with his impromptu speech. Then Hinata lunged forward and latched onto him, still crying, and some of the other kids apparently took that as a signal to start a group hug. Sakura darted over and clamped her arms around both him and Hinata, then Hizana and Hanabi got into the act. Ino and Temari had gotten mixed in somehow as well, while the other adult ninja and genin, both Konoha and Suna, looked on with varying expressions ranging from sympathetic to amused to jealous. Kushu suffered through the sudden embrace gracefully as he savored the irony of using the psychological knowledge and acting skills acquired through his time in Konoha to deceive the ninja of that same village. And, like all the best lies, it was all both perfectly true and perfectly misleading. 2:00 p.m. Hokage's office. Sarutobi rubbed his hands over his face tiredly before turning to look at the other ninja assembled in his office. Shikaku had a seat that was positioned to the side of the Hokage's desk, while Dragon, Shizune, and Jiraiya stood in front of the desk. Shizune, we'll start with you, the Hokage said. Yes, Hokage-sama. On the ninja side, the latest reports indicate that we have lost 3 ANBU, 2 Jounin, 12 Tokubetsu Jounin, and 8 Chunin. No genin casualties have been reported thus far. On the civilian side, we lost nearly 300 when the resurrected Night Aim attacked the stadium, and we are still trying to get a tally of losses from the rest of the village. Initial estimates put the total civilian loss at roughly 400 with over 1,000 injured. The Hokage nodded and turned to Jiraiya. What of the Fire Lord and the other nobles? Jiraiya snorted. The Fire Lord complimented us on our swift response to the threat and said that he was pleased that we had protected him and his family so well. We couldn't even hear anything from within the shelter, and he and the other nobles spent the whole time acting like they were at some court function, he added, sounding disgusted. The Fire Lord did vow to support us as we recover from this heinous and cowardly attack though, which I translate to a lot of pompous speeches and maybe a little money. The other dignitaries who were with us echoed his sentiments. Shikaku nodded. That would be normal for him, but it should give the other villages pause and give us a little time to get things straightened out internally. The Hokage nodded in agreement, then turned to Dragon. Initial reports, the ANBU commander began, placed the enemy assailants into 3 categories. The first, those involved in the primary attack consisting of the resurrected Hokages and their summoner, Orochimaru. Our current assumption is that he is responsible for the modified explosive tags planted throughout Konoha as well. The second, the bandits and thieves we believe to be loosely associated with, or possibly directly employed by, the Eastern Dragons, and the third, other ninja who entered the village seeking to take advantage of the chaos. For the first group, we have found evidence that Orochimaru was supported by ninja outside the village, but we have not captured or identified anyone who may be involved. The only positive link we have is the fact that Jirobo, one of the Sound Genin, was manipulated by some unknown technique that resembles the impure world resurrection in function. We have found no sign of his 2 teammates. For the second group, we have captured 14, 3 of which we believe held positions of leadership and 2 of which appear to have had limited ninja training. We also killed 117 of them, with an additional 5 deaths due to accidents or friendly fire. This group caused significant structural damage throughout the Shinobi district through the use of exploding tags, apparently with the aim of looting any ninja scrolls or equipment they could get their hands on. All of the affected clans and ninja are performing an inventory as we speak, but the Yamanaka, Akimichi, Aburame, Nara, and Inazuka have reported that their compounds were not significantly breached during the assault. The Hyuga compound was protected by the branch house members assigned to guard it and suffered no damage. We do not have reports from all of the Uchiha clan yet, but there are indications that at least some of the Uchiha residences, particularly apartments, were successfully breached. Dragon paused, sighing. I also have a report from the Records Department that indicates that the secure archives were breached and a significant portion of the scrolls within were taken, including the scroll of forbidden seals. What? The Hokage hissed. How did that happen? We are still trying to determine that, Hokage-sama, but it appears that 2 assailants infiltrated the building and assassinated the guards within. From what we can tell, they made it most of the way to their goal before anyone noticed them, at which point they eliminated the rest of the Konoha ninja and destroyed the barrier protecting the secure archives. It would take more than exploding tags to get through that thing, Jiraiya pointed out, his face grim. Both Minato and I added our own protections to it over the years. I agree, Jiraiya-sama, Dragon replied. Nonetheless, the barrier was down and the anchor seals cracked beyond repair when we arrived. The anchor seals were cracked? Jiraiya stressed, looking thoughtful. That means they added a seal that created a feedback loop and overloaded the whole thing. Not that hard to do, normally, but I know that barrier had a ridiculous number of buffers and vents to prevent exactly that sort of attack. Which means an inside job, Shikaku concluded grimly. Someone had to have time to study the barrier extensively and figure out exactly how and where to break it, as well as account for routine adjustments made over the years. Dragon nodded. That was our conclusion as well, given how easily the enemy infiltrated the building. It's a little worse than that, Jiraiya pointed out. They'd have to have time to study the barrier, sure, but they also have to have enough skill to know where to place the new seals to keep the whole thing from blowing up in their face. So we're dealing with someone who has, at minimum, a solid foundation in Fuinjutsu, the patience to infiltrate Konoha to study the seal, and a willingness to do anything to acquire forbidden jutsu. Sound familiar? Orochimaru, the Hokage, snarled. So that was his goal. Do we have any other information regarding the Forbidden Scroll, Dragon? Nothing for certain yet, Hokage-sama. However, there may be a connection with someone in the third group that we haven't uncovered yet. Very well, tell me about the third group then. A small number of skilled missing nin were found within Konoha once Orochimaru began his attack. So far we only know the exact mission of one of them, the A-rank missing nin from Kumo who attempted to assassinate Gaara and who was in turn killed by Team Kakashi and Team Baki in a coordinated counterattack. We captured 3 other missing nin, 2 B-rank and 1 A-rank, and have turned them over to Ibiki-san for interrogation. 5 others were killed when they resisted capture, for more B-rank and 1 A-rank. Dragon paused and cleared his throat roughly before he continued. We also have a report from Team Haruo, who were sweeping outside of Konoha during the attack. According to the report, they stumbled across 3 S-rank ninja, one of whom was disguised as a Konoha nin. 2 of them were dressed in ANBU-style uniforms, though without any visible markings of village affiliation, and have been positively identified as the independent contractors known as Sword and Hammer. They were also in possession of a valid Konoha passcode that identified them as friendlies, and gave the code upon request. Jiraiya spoke up at this point. I have contact with them on occasion, and they were in fact responsible for providing some of my intelligence prior to the Chunin exams. They got the code from me. Thank you, Jiraiya-sama, for clearing that up. Who was the other ninja, the one disguised as a Konoha nin? The Hokage asked. Itachi Uchiha, Dragon said uncomfortably. Despite the Hokage's reassurances, Dragon still felt responsible for recommending the young man for ANBU and failing to prevent his eventual defection. What was he doing? The Hokage asked, his voice insistent. The Hokage's expression was grave, and Jiraiya's mirrored it. Shizun looked pensive, but Shikaku seemed oddly thoughtful as he listened to the report. Team Haruo had very limited interaction with him, but from the small bit they overheard of his discussion with Sword and Hammer, he had apparently just killed an unidentified ninja. When they discovered his deception, he hit them with a Jinjutsu and fled. Sword and Hammer broke the Jinjutsu first and pursued him by themselves, but were ultimately unsuccessful in capturing or defeating him. Itachi also used Jinjutsu to manipulate Team Haruo into attacking Sword and Hammer in the mistaken belief that they were Itachi. Team Haruo suffered serious but non-life-threatening injuries during the brief battle that ensued, and report that Sword and Hammer provided basic treatment before retreating. Have you had any success in tracing Itachi's movements? The Hokage asked. No, Hokage-sama, Dragon replied succinctly. The first and only positive sighting occurs well outside of the village, and it does not appear that Sword and Hammer knew who they were talking to at first. Team Haruo only made the positive identification after they observed his activated Sharingan. Shikaku spoke up next. Itachi served under you for several years, Dragon. In your opinion, why would he risk returning to Konoha? I cannot say for certain, Shikaku-sama, but in my experience Itachi weighs and measures his every action against his ultimate goal. Whatever that may have been in this case, I see no reason to assume that he did not succeed in achieving what he set out to do. Chapter 41, Long Time Coming. August 3rd, 347 NE. -8:00 AM. Hokage's office. Are you sure you wish to do this, Sakamoto Jounin? While it could be very beneficial for Konoha, the risk to yourself is considerable. I am, Hokage-sama. I feel that this is the best way forward for Suna. If we cannot solve the problem on our own, I fear that the village will not long survive regardless of the short-term outcome. Sarutobi just stared at the Tsunejounin silently, as if weighing his words and intentions on some internal scale. At length, he nodded slowly. He picked up a scroll off of his desk and handed it to the Jounin. I wish you well, Sakamoto Jounin, for the sake of your village and my own. Baki bowed low. August 3rd, 347 NE. Konoha Training Grounds. Kushu watched Ino pace back and forth, her feet barely ruffling the fur on his mental form as she moved. At Ino's insistence, they had once again retreated to their private training ground and entered his mindscape for their discussion. I hate feeling like that, she began, her frustration clear in her voice. I've busted my ass for years, but I still can't keep up with you when it comes to the real fights. To be fair, Ino, it was the fourth Hokage, sort of, he amended ruefully. It's hardly damning that you would have been outclassed in that situation. You didn't know that until you actually ran into him, she yelled, whirling to face him. You wanted me in the shelter from the start. You were being targeted for kidnapping, Kushu pointed out. So were you. That's hardly the same situation, he replied reasonably. Which is my fucking point. Ino growled. I'm not going to sit on the sidelines whenever you end up facing the more powerful ninja out there. I need to get stronger. What happened to the modifications you were going to do? Kushu sighed, his breath ruffling Ino's clothing and hair as it washed over her. There are some things I can do, but I don't think it will even be as strong as what I've done to my own body. And, as evidenced by my recently unattached arm, that's not going to be enough. Ino let out a wordless yell of annoyance and resumed her pacing. However, Kushu said, a sly note creeping into his voice, it turns out that there may be an entirely different avenue to explore. Ino paused, turning back to face him again. Spill, she ordered impatiently. The Hokage shared a rather interesting tidbit of information in our last meeting, Kushu started, regarding Jiraiya's relationship with the Outlings. What does this dash? Ino interrupted. Patience, sister, I'm getting there. As I've explained before, the Outlings were bound as part of their punishment to never share any information about the realms with anyone else. As intended, this crippled their recovery and prevented them from getting help from the human realm, for a while, anyway. It seems they've gotten rather clever, however, and they've managed to find a loophole, Jiraiya. Ino frowned thoughtfully. What do you mean? The Outlings, the Toads specifically, obviously, told Jiraiya about the various realms and Jiraiya in turn told the Hokage. As the contract has not been broken, believe me, Jiraiya and Sarutobi would both know if it had been. That means the Toads did not violate its terms when they told him, and that Jiraiya in turn did not violate the terms when he told Sarutobi. Then there's the fact that the reason Jiraiya started training me is because he was given an offer to join the Toads permanently. Permanently meaning, he becomes one of them? They've already started to change him, Kushu said, grinning. He had to have been considered an Outling when they told him, and yet not considered an Outling when he told Sarutobi. I haven't figured out how exactly they have accomplished that, though. I also wonder if he realizes just what they've been doing to him. Ino grimaced. Does that mean they can tell him about the bijou? No. They are bound to not interfere in the affairs of the bijou of their own volition, which encompasses a great deal more than simply not allowing them to share a specific type of knowledge with non-Outlings. Telling Jiraiya what they know about the bijou, even when he qualifies as an Outling, would invariably disrupt my own plans, and they know it. Knowledge of the realms, on the other hand, is fair game. All right, Ino said slowly, absorbing what Kushu had said. I still don't see what this has to do with me, though. Really? I thought it would be obvious. For Jiraiya to permanently join the Toads, he has to actually become an Outling, with all that entails. And if they can do it. Ino's eyes widened. So can you, she finished. What do I need to do? She asked eagerly. That's the catch, Kushu said ruefully. I don't know. That's yet another reason I need to find Kanori. Ino frowned, the expression just barely managing to avoid becoming an outright pout. Wasn't she sealed in the old Mizukage that disappeared? How are you going to find her? Something tells me that Kanori is going to end up finding me instead. Still, in the meantime, I can see about giving you some physical enhancements. August 4th, 347 NE. -10:00 AM. Konoha Mission Room. The mission room, as one of the larger rooms in the Hokage Tower, was traditionally used for the post-Chunin exams promotion ceremony. All day-to-day activities were temporarily moved to other rooms for the morning, and all of the teams who had participated in the latest Chunin exams were gathered together, along with any interested observers. The crowd this year actually completely filled the room and spilled out into the hallway as families, teachers, friends, and simply curious ninja all wanted to be there to see who had impressed the judges enough to merit a promotion from among a very promising group. There were a couple of somber moments, especially as the attendees were reminded that a few Konoha teams had perished within the Forbidden Forest along with several teams from other villages. The Jounin senseis for those teams were in attendance, their expressions grim as they accepted murmured condolences from their colleagues. "Thank you all for joining us," the Hokage called out to the assembled crowd. "Despite the unfortunate losses we suffered during the second phase and the attack launched against our village during the third phase, Konoha remains strong and has reminded the world why we are the most powerful village in the elemental nations. The pain of our losses will never entirely disappear, but for today let us focus on the brighter future ahead of us, embodied in those being recognized today. Those with the rank of Chunin form the backbone of Konoha's forces. Each Chunin is expected to handle a wide variety of missions in a wide variety of situations. They need the physical prowess to conquer their foes, the mental agility to see through deception, and the emotional fortitude to carry on even when the situation seems grim. They are expected to both follow and lead, to work alone and in groups, and to complete missions both on and off the field of battle. The Chunin exams are not the sole factor when deciding to promote a Genin, but they do reveal facets of a ninja's skill or personality that is not always obvious elsewhere. Winning the exams is ultimately the least important factor that we evaluate, for as every ninja in this room can attest, we learn far more from our failures than from our successes. Now, without further ado, I will announce the Genin who have earned a promotion to the rank of Chunin, beginning with those recently promoted prior to the exams. The Hokage began reading off names from a scroll, acknowledging each ninja in turn. Each of the names he mentioned were already wearing their Chunin flak vests, and a few were actually out on missions at the moment. Eventually, he paused and cleared his throat. Now we come to our most recent promotions, those who so ably represented Konoha by publicly competing against ninja from other villages: Higurashi, Tenten, Hyuga, Hinata, Hyuga, Niji, Nara, Shikamaru, Rock, Lee, Yamanaka, Ino, and Yamanaka, Naruto. Clapping filled the room and spread out into the hallway, some of the crowd already discussing how rare it was for an entire team to be promoted at the same time, and two of them at that. Others were wondering what the Nara had done in the earlier parts of the exam to merit his promotion, as his team had not made it to the finals. "Troublesome," Shikamaru muttered as Kiba and Chuji slapped him on the back. He turned to eye his Jounin sensei suspiciously. "Oh, no," Mikoto responded smugly, just short of outright laughing at his annoyance. "This was all you. Your plans in the first and second phases impressed a lot of people once word got around, and your performance in the prelims wasn't anything to sneeze at either. Who'd have thought Inara could be an overachiever?" She really did start laughing when she took in the disturbed expression on his face. "Why did no one on Team Kurenai make it?" Shikamaru asked, trying to change the topic. Mikoto stifled her laughter before answering his question. "From what Kurenai told me, it ultimately came down to their mission record. They just didn't have enough experience and none of them had a standout performance to give them the extra boost needed." August 4th, 347 NE. -3:00 PM. outside of Konoha. I trust there's a reason you are dragging me out here? Kushu said blandly as he followed Jiraiya through the forest outside of Konoha. The man had insisted that their next training session had to take place out here rather than in the training ground they had previously used. Trust me, kid, you don't want to miss this one, Jiraiya said, his voice unusually somber. Kushu assumed that their trip outside of Konoha had something to do with the two chakra signatures he felt waiting up ahead. Both were unusually strong, and there was something vaguely familiar about them, especially when he felt them together. He kept his response to Jiraiya to a shrug, however, and followed in silence for the rest of the trip. They finally reached their destination, a small clearing several miles outside of Konoha and deep in one of the thicker parts of the forest. The two signatures he felt turned out to be two ninja wearing ANBU-style gear, one with a large sword strapped across their back. Their masks were completely blank and they wore no visible symbols showing their affiliation to a village. Kushu felt the unknown ninja's chakra begin to fluctuate slightly, a sign of their agitation, although the one with the sword was much more uneasy than the other. It didn't seem like they were about to attack him, though. And they would be? Kushu asked, nodding his head towards the cloaked figures. The one with the sword was visibly fidgeting at this point, shifting awkwardly from foot to foot and making odd gestures with their hands. Jiraiya cleared his throat roughly. I'll give you guys some privacy, he said, looking more uncomfortable than Kushu had even seen him. The unarmed ninja patted the other one on the shoulder, then followed Jiraiya out of the clearing. The remaining ninjas seemed to get even more nervous, then slowly lifted a hand and removed the ANBU mask and swept back the hood of their cloak. The first thing he noticed was the long red hair that spilled out in vibrant waves, then the shining blue eyes that were currently welling with tears. Once he got a clear look at her face, he finally recognized who this was. His eyes widened and his mouth gaped open slightly. Kushina Uzumaki, the container's mother, was the last person he had expected to meet today. Hello, Naruto, the woman said, her voice trembling. You probably don't remember me, but her voice broke, but she drew in a deep breath and visibly steeled herself. I'm my mother, Kushu interrupted, his mind whirling. Kushina's eyes widened slightly, then she blurred across the clearing and latched onto him, pulling him into a strong embrace as she began sobbing uncontrollably. This seemed to be happening to him rather often lately. He brought his arms up and returned the embrace, just letting the woman cry as he considered how this would change things. Her devotion to her son had clearly not waned in the intervening years, so she would likely make a staunch ally. If the feeling of her chakra was any indication, she had also grown considerably more powerful since she fled Konoha. Her traveling companion must be Tsunade, which would be another valuable ally in his corner. As long as they never found out who he really was, of course. Kushina seemed to be calming down a little, though she had not relaxed her grip on him in the least. Kushu placed his hands on her shoulders and forced her back slightly, enough that he could get a clear view of her face. Her eyes were red and puffy and her face was streaked with tears, but her expression was beaming. Yes, Naruto-kun, she said, the first words she'd managed to get out since she had latched onto him. I'm your mother. Where have you been? He asked, his voice neutral. Why did you leave me? No! Kushina exclaimed. No, Naruto, I would never, ever willingly leave you. You were taken from me. Her expression darkened for a moment, and there was a spike of killing intent that momentarily filled the clearing. Kushu was rather impressed, that felt almost entirely reflexive, but still put most of the killing intent he encountered from other ninja to shame. Who took me away from you? He asked. He already knew the answer, he had been there, after all, but it would be enlightening to hear what she had to say. Sarutobi, she said, visibly struggling to keep the venom out of her voice and not entirely succeeding. But that doesn't matter right now, she continued, her expression smoothing as she cupped his cheek, a sense of wonder stealing over her face, because I finally get to see you again. She pulled him back into an embrace, and he could feel more tears running down her face and falling onto his shoulder and neck. Kushu waited nearly a minute to allow the woman to calm down again before he said quietly, "He told me that you abandoned me." Kushina's grip tightened painfully for a moment and her killing intent spiked again, lingering a little longer this time. She slowly relaxed, though he could feel her arms trembling around him. "I would never do that," she insisted. "I spent all of my time preparing for the moment I could see you again, and I am so sorry that it took so long." "I missed you so much," she said, beginning to break down again. Jiraiya watched the long-delayed reunion between mother and son from a comfortable distance, stoically ignoring the slight burning sensation in his eyes. The pollen was pretty bad in this section of the forest, it seemed. "So I hear you two fought Itachi Uchiha," he said, turning his gaze to Tsunade. She had also removed her mask and was currently smiling wistfully and wiping her eyes as she watched the reunion. She sighed softly before turning and facing him, her expression hardening. "Yeah, we did," she replied, scowling. "Bastard tricked the patrol we had encountered into attacking us and ran away. We would have had him if not for that." "And if that patrol hadn't shown up in the first place?" "I heard he had disguised himself as a Konoha nin while talking to you too." Tsunade grimaced. "We'd have never known it was him," she confessed through gritted teeth. Jiraiya didn't comment on that further, knowing better than to pursue what was obviously a sore subject for the nin. "Any idea what he was doing?" he asked instead. "He was chasing at least 2 ninja, possibly more. We found signs that at least one ninja had died and been sealed away, and he had killed another shortly after we caught up with him the first time." Jiraiya sighed and rubbed his hand over his face. "Shit. Do you know who he killed?" "Not specifically, no, but I've got a pretty good idea of why he killed them. None of the kidnapping attempts worked out, but I'm half convinced they were never meant to, because someone managed to break into the secure archives and steal the scroll of forbidden seals along with a lot of sensitive information about Konoha's forces." "And you think he was responsible?" "He was either part of it or took advantage of it. He did have access to that area as well as the ANBU archives, so he would have a general idea of where to find whatever he was looking for." "What's he going to do with that?" "Fuck if I know," Jiraiya replied bitterly. "This is the first time he's shown his face since he went missing. I've got nothing on what he's been up to for the last 5 years. Whatever it is can't be good for Konoha, though." Tsunade blinked. "Nothing? What happened to that vaunted spy network of yours?" "Hey! My network does just fine, thank you. Whatever Itachi has been doing, it's either been very low-key or he's managed to disguise himself well enough to fool everyone." He sighed, rubbing a hand over his face. "Given that he got this close to Konoha and only managed to be spotted through what amounts to sheer dumb luck, it may be the latter." Kushina had finally calmed down again and they had spent nearly an hour just talking about their respective lives. The woman seemed to take inordinate satisfaction from asking him the most inane details, like what his favorite color was or what books he had read recently. Their conversation was interrupted when Tsunade entered the clearing, though there was still no sign of Jiraiya. "Hello, Naruto-kun," Tsunade said. She seemed much more composed than Kushina had been, but he noticed that she had been crying a little as well. "Hello, Tsunade-sama," he replied. He really hoped she wasn't about to repeat Kushina's earlier actions. "I hear you've been training under my former apprentice," the nin observed idly. "Indeed I have. Shizune-chan is remarkably skilled and has been an excellent teacher." "Glad to hear it. I'll have to test you myself at some point, when we get the chance." "I look forward to it." "Unfortunately, we need to get going," Tsunade said. Kushu immediately felt Kushina's arms tighten around him. "Is it time already?" the red-headed woman asked plaintively. "We're already pushing it as it is," Tsunade replied. "We can't afford to get caught near Konoha." Kushina looked unhappy, but nodded in acceptance. Tsunade moved closer, pulling out a small scroll from inside her cloak. "I've got a gift for you," she said. "It's something you should have gotten a long time ago. Only open this when you are alone and completely certain no one will interrupt you." "What is it?" "Complicated," the woman replied as she handed it over, "and not something I want to explain out here. There is a letter inside that will tell you everything you need to know." She then joined the embrace, her arms wrapping around both himself and Kushina. "We need to go now," she said, "but we will see you again, soon." It took a few more minutes before Kushina managed to tear herself away, but eventually the two of them left, giving further assurances that they would meet again. Once they had gone, Jiraiya entered the clearing, smiling widely. "Told you wouldn't want to miss this one." Kushu nodded thoughtfully, absently patting the scroll he had placed in one of his pockets. August 5, 347 NE. Konoha Training Grounds. "So what was in the scroll?" Ino asked. They were once again in their private training ground, though this time they didn't enter his mindscape. She'd just gotten the details of Kushu's unexpected reunion with his mother from him. "I haven't actually opened it yet," he replied. "I was waiting until we got out here." "Well, hurry up then," Ino urged. Smirking, Kushu channeled a bit of chakra into the storage seal. With a small puff of smoke, another scroll and 2 vials filled with blood popped out. He deftly snagged the vials before they could fall to the ground, eyeing them curiously. Each of the vials had stasis and preservation seals etched into them, but they were not labeled, given that, he assumed each vial held the same thing. "Well," Ino said flatly, "that's a little creepy." Kushu just shrugged, placing the vials on the ground and opening the letter. "Dear Naruto, I don't know how much Kushina managed to tell you or how much you already know about the circumstances surrounding your birth, so I will start from the beginning. The first thing you need to know is the identity of your father, Minato Namikaze. Jiraiya tells me that the Hokage has kept that knowledge from you due to a combination of politics and security concerns, but I don't care about any of that. You should have known who your parents were, both of them, from the very beginning. So yes, your father was the 4th Hokage and the man who sealed the tailed beast into you at the cost of his own life. Do with that knowledge whatever you wish. What you need to know, however, is that the night you were born, you were taken from Kushina without her permission as the sacrifice to seal the tailed beast approaching Konoha. Minato stole you from Kushina and, despite my respect for the man, I will never forgive him for that. That act ultimately resulted in the situation that forced me to flee from Konoha with your mother in order to save her life. At first, you were returned to Kushina, healthy and safe, and she seemed on the path to recovery. After the way you came to be a Jinchuriki, Kushina was, justifiably, in my opinion, rather paranoid about your safety and well-being, but both myself and Shizune were helping her through her issues. Then a certain idiot on the civilian part of the council proposed that you be executed for the safety and well-being of Konoha, and Kushina heard about it. That shattered what little trust she had left in the village, and she attempted to flee in the middle of the night. The Hokage stopped her, forcefully, and took you away from her. When she awoke, restrained, imprisoned, and with no knowledge of your whereabouts, she panicked and lashed out at her captors. Unfortunately for her, she was in ANBU HQ, and thus had attacked Konoha Ninja. The Hokage, despite knowing that the entire situation was largely his fault and that of his predecessor, insisted that you would not be returned to Kushina's custody. I believed then, and still believe even now, that if I had allowed that situation to continue, Kushina would have ultimately died in prison without ever seeing you again. I have lost far too many people in my life to sit idly by while that happened, so I smuggled Kushina out of Konoha. The Hokage had hidden you away somewhere, and it was not possible for me to rescue both yourself and Kushina. If you feel any anger or resentment that you did not have your mother in your life, direct it at myself and the Hokage. Our decisions, both good and bad, were ultimately responsible for your separation. If you do not wish to speak to me again, knowing this, I will understand. I do not regret my actions, however, and earnestly believe that your recent reunion with your mother would not have been possible without my intervention. There is one other aspect to our departure from Konoha, however, that you need to know, which brings us to the 2 vials that were also sealed within the scroll I gave you. Your father owned a small house in the Shinobi district of Konoha, a house that contains his personal library and workshop. Inside those vials is the blood needed to deactivate the security for the compound. Outlined at the end of this letter are the steps required to access the house as well as the steps to change the security to respond to your own blood. I understand that you have been studying Fuinjutsu, so I trust that you will know what to do with the information provided. Love. Tsunade Senju. Kushu scanned the rest of the letter, noting that the majority of the instructions were dedicated to the long and convoluted process of deactivating and restarting the central command seal. The second vial of blood would be used there, but unlike the gate, the blood had to be placed in specific places in a certain sequence. Wow, Ino said as she finished reading the letter. I'd never heard about any of that. She's telling the truth, as far as I can tell. What she wrote in the letter matches with what I remember, as well as explaining some of the odder things that people said around me at the time. The way she describes the Hokage, he seems like a ruthless bastard? Ino grimaced. Yeah. The man has absolute control of the strongest ninja village in the world, and has for most of his life. I'd be more surprised if he wasn't. Kushu picked up one of the vials, shaking it curiously and watching the blood slosh around. Though she hadn't specified in the letter, he knew this had to be Tsunade's blood. If the seals had been tied to Kushina's blood, his own blood would have sufficed to get him through the outer gate of the Namikaze compound. Ino suddenly started laughing as she stared at the vial in his hand. You know what this means? She asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling. Kushu just nodded, a matching grin on his face. Hiration, they said together. August 6th, 347 NE. -10:00 AM. Sunagakure, Council Chambers. Ladies and gentlemen of the Suna Council, I have come before you today to inform you of a grave situation that threatens to destroy our village, Baki intoned as he stood before Suna's ruling body. The circular room was divided into 3 tiers. The lowest, with a bare stone floor, was where petitioners and anyone not actually part of the council stood when addressed them. The middle, where the councilors were seated at long tables that circled the room, and the upper, where the Kazekage sat. What situation would that be? Sakamoto Jounin, one of the councilors, asked. Because of this village's recent actions, one of our major trading partners has threatened to end all relations with our village and forbid our ninja from entering their territory unless we agree to their terms. What nonsense is this? The Kazekage growled. Who would dare threaten Suna in this manner? And why are we hearing about this from you, Sakamoto Jounin, instead of one of our diplomats? Konoha would dare, Baki said clearly, locking gazes with the Kazekage. Silence descended over the chamber. Konoha was their only ally among the 5 great ninja villages, and they controlled the majority of the land-based trading routes in the elemental nations. Losing access to those routes and the clients they brought would bring the financially unstable village to its knees, and that was only if Konoha didn't decide to escalate into all-out war. Baki wasn't exaggerating in the least when he said that this could destroy their village. What? One of the counselors began, before he stopped and cleared his throat roughly. What are they claiming we have done? They have evidence that the Kazekage ordered the assassination of numerous Konoha ninja, Baki replied, never taking his eyes off of the Kazekage. The room erupted into pandemonium, counselors shouting at Baki, at the Kazekage, and at each other. There was a definite undercurrent of fear in their voices, however, and the majority seemed to be in favor of giving Konoha whatever it was they wanted. Throughout it all, Baki and the Kazekage never broke their stare. Eventually, the Kazekage began to release his killing intent, quelling the chaos in the room and cutting through the dense silence, he said, his voice carrying throughout the room. ANBU, take Sakamoto Jounin into custody. He has obviously betrayed this village, no doubt bribed by Konoha to sow dissent amongst us. Suna Anbu appeared next to Baki, but he began speaking before they had a chance to remove him from the room. Konoha asks for the removal of the Kazekage, he barked, making sure everyone in the room could hear him, nothing more. Take him away, the Kazekage snarled. The ANBU quickly escorted Baki out of the room, but the damage had been done. The counselors were eyeing each other as if gauging their reactions, and most were giving sidelong glances to the Kazekage. This meeting is over, the Kazekage snapped before marching out of the room. August 7th, 347 NE. -1:00 p.m. Sunagakure, Sayama residence. Temari swallowed nervously as she stared at Kankuro. She was seated on the couch in the living room of their family home, with Kankuro sitting in a chair across from her and Gaara staring out the window nearby. Have you heard any news about Baki-sensei? Nothing yet, Kankuro replied somberly. It sounds harsh, but I'm surprised he wasn't executed on the spot. The scrolls detailing Konoha's offer that Baki-sensei spread throughout the village aren't helping matters any, and it's starting to get pretty ugly out there. Some people want to refuse out of principle, others want to give in immediately, and still others are pushing to open negotiations. The Kazekage is refusing outright, though, and popular opinion is turning against him. How bad is it going to get, do you think? If something doesn't change, the fighting will start soon, Kankuro said slowly. We may want to think about getting a mission that takes us out of the village. Left unspoken was the thought of returning to Konoha. The Hokage had made it clear that they would all be welcomed with open arms should they choose to defect, and after the cold reception they had received upon their return to Suna, that option was looking rather attractive. They had almost stayed in Konoha after the exams concluded, but they had ultimately decided to wait, partly out of a desire to support Baki and partly because the timing was so poor with the Kazekage watching their every move. Kankuro was distracted from his thoughts when Gaara abruptly turned away from the window and began walking out of the room. Where are you going? He asked. I'm tired of waiting, Gaara replied simply as he walked out the door. Temari and Kankuro exchanged a quick glance before leaping to their feet and following him. Chapter 42, Winners and Losers. August 7th, 347 NE. -1:10 p.m. Suna. Temari and Kankuro caught up to Gaara quickly, running up to him as he stalked down the street. His movements were far more purposeful and determined than they could ever remember seeing them. Always before he had appeared somewhere between bored and tired, and his every action reflected that. That was no longer the case. The other people who caught sight of him noticed the change as well, but they did not seem to think it was a good thing. They blanched when they spotted him, and many began moving out of the way rapidly, turning down other streets or simply reversing direction altogether. A few even went so far as to break into a run in an effort to get away. Gaara! Temari yelled as she moved ahead of him. What did you mean you were tired of waiting? Where are you going? She was also growing rather nervous as an increasing number of ninja, including 2 ANBU, were paying close attention to their conversation. Gaara paused, turning to look at his sister curiously. I'm going to kill the Kazekage, he stated as if he were talking about the weather. Everyone within hearing distance fell utterly silent and still. Temari swallowed nervously as she felt her brother and herself become the absolute center of attention. She half expected someone to attack them immediately, but no one had made any threatening movements, yet. Gaara, Temari said shakily, you don't honestly believe you can take him on, do you? Gaara didn't answer immediately, instead his eyes went out of focus and stared off into the distance as if in deep thought. Finally, his eyes refocused on her and he replied, it's only a matter of time before he learns that my seal has been fixed and decides I can no longer be allowed to live. He'll most likely kill you both as well, for allowing it to happen. Temari just sighed and bowed her head, knowing that he was right. Even with all of the turmoil surrounding Konoha's ultimatum, and that was what it was, regardless of how nicely they phrased it, she had overheard several people mentioning how Gaara had changed. He had yet to kill anyone since his return to the village, for one thing. It wouldn't surprise her if the Kazekage already knew that something significant had happened, and with Baki's treasonous actions and the man's disdain for his own children, it was not a stretch at all to believe that their future was grim. One of the ninja observing them stepped forward slowly, making sure not to appear threatening in any way. "What do you mean, fix his seal?" he asked intently. Kankuro's head snapped up, a gleam entering his eye. "We recently discovered that Gaara's seal was intentionally designed to drive him mad," he answered, pitching his voice to carry. This was done with the Kazekage's knowledge and blessing. Kankuro paused, looking around at the growing crowd of ninja. Konoha fixed his seal in a matter of days, and Gaara has not killed a single person since then. Kankuro announced. The Kazekage could have done the same at any time, and chose not to. There were mutterings among the crowd, some curious, some angry, some disbelieving. One of the ANBU stepped forward, pulling out a kunai. "Such slander will not be tolerated," came the distorted announcement. "You are under ARR-." The ANBU stopped, then slowly looked down at the tip of the blade that had emerged from his chest. The crowd watched in stunned silence, the realization that the village, already teetering on the brink of outright civil war, had just received the push needed to end the tenuous peace washing over them like a wave of cold water. The other ANBU pulled the sword out and ripped off their mask, revealing a middle-aged man with close-cropped black hair and a prominent scar on one cheek. "It's true," the man announced. The Kazekage has always considered Gaara, his own child, to be nothing more than a weapon. The sheer revulsion dripping from the man's voice was astonishing. He was happy whenever he heard about Gaara killing someone. The angry mutterings grew even stronger. "The Kazekage does not care about this village," the unmasked ANBU cried out. "He would see us all dead before he allowed even the tiniest drop of power to slip from his grasp." Temari's eyes widened as she saw that the crowd was growing even larger and heard the angry mutterings shifting into roars of agreement. "I do not fight for the Kazekage. I fight for my family. I fight for my friends. I fight for Suna." Temari's turned to Kankuro, whose face was set in grim and determined lines. He gave her a dark, humorless smile. "Looks like we won't be taking that mission out of the village after all." Gaara watched the crowd around them disperse, then resumed his resolute pace towards his destination, the Kazekage Tower near the center of the village. Temari and Kankuro followed close behind, both of them nervously observing the escalating conflict within their village from afar as the minutes passed. There were many small pockets of fighting throughout the village from what they could tell, but it seemed that the majority of the fighting was moving closer and closer to the tower. They had already run into several areas where jutsu had been used, and had passed 2 bodies already, the corpses just left where they fell. Gaara stopped abruptly, his head cocked to the side. Temari stepped around him once again to get a look at his face, only to feel a small chill run down her spine at the manic grin she saw there. His eyes narrowed, and she shivered as she felt a wave of Gaara's chakra rush past. There was something more to it than normal. It was very subtle, and she couldn't quite place what it was even standing this close. Gaara's grin widened even further as he spoke. "Perfect." He turned on his heel, changing directions and moving rapidly. Temari and Kankuro both jumped to follow him, wondering what Gaara was doing and why he was no longer heading towards the center of the fighting where the Kazekage would be. They got their answer nearly a minute later as Gaara abruptly stopped in the middle of the street and flared his chakra. He was using so much that it actually began pouring off of his body, and Temari noted with concern that his chakra was no longer purely blue, but instead had a definite grayish tinge to it. Then the ground bucked beneath her feet and she stumbled backwards, nearly knocking over Kankuro as he also struggled to stay upright. She watched in silence as the ground beneath Gaara split open, revealing what appeared to be an underground tunnel. The tunnel was not unoccupied, and she understood why Gaara had abruptly changed directions when the Kazekage was lifted out, bound securely by a cocoon of dirt and sand. The Kazekage's expression was furious, and Temari realized with a start that this was the first time she had seen the Kazekage without his veil in. She couldn't even remember. The side of his head was caked with partially dried blood, indicating that he had already been wounded before Gaara ever got hold of him. So this is how it ends, the Kazekage spat, looking disgusted. Betrayed by my village, betrayed by my ANBU, and betrayed by my own weapon. And all for Konoha. Konoha is not going to save you, any of you. The last part of the Kazekage's words were directed towards the other people in the area. All around, watching mutely, were ninja of every level and description, and even more were showing up every second. Even civilians were beginning to gather. Konoha will drain this village dry and then toss it aside like garbage. Giving in to them is signing your own death warrant, the Kazekage cried. Gaara walked forward slowly, his grin fading into a neutral expression as he stared at the Kazekage. The Kazekage met his gaze with a disgusted glare. He tried to spit in Gaara's face, but a small shield of sand intercepted the projectile. "End it, weapon," the man sneered. "Become the instrument of this village's destruction. It's the only thing you were ever good for anyway." Gaara's head turned slightly and his eyes stared off into the distance again. After a moment, he raised his hand and almost gently placed it against the Kazekage's forehead. "We have a gift for you." There was another flare of chakra. The Kazekage stumbled as he found himself standing in his office. The many wounds he had taken fending off his own traitorous ANBU and ninja vanished as if they had never been inflicted. He was standing behind his desk, facing towards the window that looked out over the village. Something was wrong, though, because the glass in the window was hazy and distorted, and the panes were cracked in places. His eyes narrowed as he studied the cracks. He would swear that they formed a pattern, and some of the shapes within the pattern looked oddly familiar. His attention was drawn from the window when he felt a surge of chakra behind him. He spun around to find a large ball of golden brown, chakra-like energy suspended in midair in the middle of his office. The orb was slowly expanding, wisps of energy curling off of it almost lazily as it did so. Embedded in the surface of the object was some sort of containment seal that seemed to be dissolving. Deciding this must be a trap of some sort, he moved to leave the office only to find that there was no door. Where the door should have been was a wall filled with empty picture frames. He spun around quickly, trying to find any other potential exit, and settled on the window as the best option. He tried to dive through the window only to slam into something that felt like a solid stone wall. He stumbled back, noting that the cracks in the glass had flared a bright red that was slowly fading. He turned back to the mass of energy in the middle of his office and found that he was out of time as the last vestiges of the containment seal faded away. Then his world dissolved. Into pain. The crowd watched silently as Gaara and the Kazekage stood immobile for several seconds, neither so much as twitching. The Kazekage's sudden scream of agony took all of them by surprise. The man continued to scream, a single tortured note as his formed subordinates stood witness. By now it seemed that every ninja in Suna was present, all of them watching the Kazekage's last moments. Gaara stumbled backwards a moment later, his face pale and his eyes shadowed. Temari and Kankuro reached out to support him, each looping one arm under a shoulder as they helped him remain standing. Both were concerned when they saw his entire body trembling and felt his muscles clenching as he fought to remain silent. "What did you do to him?" a ninja asked, stepping forward. His voice was curious rather than angry, and he seemed to approve of Gaara's actions. Temari noted absently that it was the same ANBU who had struck the first blow just a little while ago. "What he did to me," Gaara said, the words coming slowly and through clenched teeth. He turned to look at Temari. "Home," he managed to choke out. Temari nodded, her eyes burning as she saw the state her brother was in. She and Kankuro hefted him and began the long trek back to their family residence. The crowd parted before them, their gazes drifting from the siblings who were walking away to the Kazekage whose screams were slowly fading as the last of his life left him. August 7th. 3:00 p.m. Otafukugai. 3 men sat around a small table in a large, dimly lit room. "We have not heard back from any of the men we sent to Konoha," the first said, his voice tense. "None of the contractors have reported their success either, not even Sword and Hammer," the second added. "There are faint rumors that something important was stolen during the snake's attack, but no one can confirm who or what that might have been." Their conversation was interrupted when 4 ninja wearing Konoha headbands surrounded them, all of them bearing drawn blades dripping with blood. "Guards," snapped one of the men, leaping to his feet and pulling out a blade of his own from under the table. His companions were similarly quick to respond to the danger, and they stood back to back facing off against their attackers. Shinosuke Yamaguchi, Isamu Sumiyoshi, Akio Inagawa. For crimes against the hidden village of Konoha and the Land of Fire, you are hereby under arrest. Surrender immediately, demanded one of the Konoha ninja. The expressions of the 3 leaders of the Eastern Dragons turned grim when they heard themselves named and heard no guards coming to their aid. "It has been an honor," Shinosuke said to his companions. "We have lived proud," Isamu continued. "And we shall die proud," Akio concluded. The ninja raised their blades, prepared to take down the criminals who had participated in the recent attack on Konoha. Before they had a chance to move, however, a strange gas filled the room. Everyone within began to sway drunkenly before dropping their blades and collapsing bonelessly to the ground. A red-headed young man strode into the room, completely unaffected by the gas that still lingered in the air as he surveyed the unconscious forms of the Konoha ninja and the leaders of one of the most successful criminal organizations in the Elemental Nations. A few hours later, the 4 Konoha ninja were on their way back to their village to report the failure of their mission. Their targets had committed suicide before they could be captured. They did have 3 heads taken from the corpses to prove that the threat had been neutralized, even if any potential information had been lost. A few hours after that, the Eastern Dragons had a new leader. If that leader often took advice from certain older members of the organization, no one thought anything of it. Every good leader had advisors, after all. August 8th, 347 NE. 1:15 a.m. Konoha. Between Kushu's ability to sense chakra signatures and Ino's own skill at stealth, the pair had no problems making it to the Namikaze compound undetected. Konoha was still in disarray following the attack, and the Hokage had yet to reassign any watchers that Kushu could detect. He wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not, but he wasn't going to pass up an opportunity such as this on the off chance that the Hokage would find out. The gate opened immediately when he poured some of the blood from one of the vials onto the seal, and for the first time in nearly 12 years a living being set foot on the property. The front door, ironically, was unlocked and opened quickly and easily. The slightly rusted hinges protested the movement, but overall the building was in surprisingly good shape considering that it had not been maintained or even cleaned for over a decade. They shut the door behind them and relaxed slightly now that they were no longer in the open. Ino looked around curiously, her eyes bright with excitement and a small bounce in her step. They were standing in a foyer that had several doors leading off it as well as a stairway opposite the door that led to the upper level. The foyer had several small tables pushed against the walls, all of them covered with picture frames and various knickknacks. "This is so awesome," she said. "This place is," she said, her nose twitching before she let out a loud sneeze. "Dusty," she muttered. "What did you expect?" Kushu asked. Ino waved him off, already scanning the building for any sign of useful items. She lingered briefly on the pictures of the 4th Hokage, noting that while there were no pictures that presented the Yondaime and Kushina Uzumaki as a couple, the red-haired woman did seem to be in the majority of them all the same. "Hey," she said suddenly, laughing. She picked up one framed picture off of a table at the side of the room, waving it at Kushu. "It's Mini Kakashi-sensei." Kushu looked at the picture, noting that Kakashi was easily recognizable in the picture as he wore the same mask and hairstyle. The only difference between then and now, aside from the Jounin vest, was that he had both eyes exposed in the picture. Kushu snorted and shook his head, amused. "First things first," he said, interrupting Ino's perusal of the other pictures, "we need to update the security seals. Which means we need to head to the basement." "Age before beauty," Ino said, motioning Kushu onward. They ended up having to open all the doors off of the foyer before they found the hallway which had the door to the basement in it. The living room, dining room, kitchen, and storage closet were every bit as dusty as the foyer. Ino had immediately vetoed the idea of touching anything in the kitchen without some sort of heavy-duty cleaning supplies on hand. Her personal suggestion was fire. Ino and Kushu paused after they opened the door that led to the basement, blinking rapidly. The reason for their hesitation was simple: the walls that lined the stairs down to the basement were glowing. It took Kushu several seconds to identify the ceiling arrays that were causing that effect, as they had been very skillfully integrated into the patterns adorning the walls. Kushu found himself growing interested in something beyond the narration as he took in the elegant simplicity of the design. It appeared that the fourth Hokage's skill in Fuinjutsu had not been exaggerated. These seals had been placed throughout the basement. Every section or room they entered was glowing with the same soft lighting the stairway had been. The room that contained the central security array stood at the far end of the basement, the door sealed by another array. Opening this one took the rest of the blood from the first vial. Although simply pouring it on was not sufficient, he had to place the blood on specific points on the door in a certain order before it would open. Ino was practically vibrating with excitement as the door swung open, and she was already craning her head to look inside. Her expression fell quickly when she finally got a good look. "That's it?" she asked, her disappointment clear in her tone. "Just a strip of carpet and a stone block?" "Not quite," Kushu said slowly. "Stay on the carpet," he told her as he stepped into the room. His sharp eyes were picking out the markings on the walls, ceiling, and floor, all of them flowing towards the stone that was placed in the middle of the room, or rather, as he discovered when he moved closer, the part of the floor that stuck upwards. It was not a distinct piece of stone, but instead looked as if it was a solid rock that had not been carved out along with the rest of the room. He pulled out the second vial and poured a single drop of blood on the center of the stone. The blood seeped into the stone, vanishing without a trace moments later. After a few seconds, blue lines began to emerge from the stone, tracing patterns along the surface as they flowed down the side of the stone and into the rest of the room. More and more lines began to emerge, lighting up other sections of the ceiling array that constituted the Namikaze compound security system. Soon the whole room was lit up by hundreds of arrays, large and small, all connected to the stone in the center of the room. "Now that," Ino announced, smiling widely, "is more like it." Kushu didn't respond as he was too busy trying to interpret what he was seeing. This was far and away the most complex array he had ever seen, and the design violated at least 3 of the core concepts of Fuinjutsu he had been taught. Jiraiya's comments that how he was too rigid in his use of Fuinjutsu took on a whole new level of meaning in the light of what he was seeing now. Still, he would have time to study this later. Right now he had to change the array to recognize his blood instead of Tsunade's. Even with the steps outlined clearly in Tsunade's letter. It still took 10 minutes as he disabled certain connections, added drops of his own blood and more of Tsunade's, disabled other connections, and on and on. Ino watched curiously while he worked, remaining silent so as not to distract him, but he could tell she was eager to move on to the real prize of the night. She was not involved in the process, as they had already agreed that Ino would not be added to the central seal herself. Her blood would allow nearly any living Yamanaka access. Once his work was complete, he destroyed the letter and they left the room, closing the door securely behind them. The Yondame's workshop was simple to locate, as it was the largest room in the entire basement. Ino immediately let out a shout of triumph when she spotted the small pile of tri-pronged kunais sitting on one table, some with sealing tags already attached, others bare. Yes, 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 yes. Ino shouted, performing an impromptu victory dance as she held one of the kunai in her hand. We don't actually know the jutsu yet, you know, Kushu pointed out, amused. Yet? Ino echoed. So let's get to it. Kushu grinned and joined her at the table, picking up one of the kunai and examining it closely. Other than the unusual design, there did not appear anything special about the kunai itself, so that should make things simpler. His grin grew wider when he found documents detailing the design of the seal. Even if he didn't fully understand how it worked yet, he could easily reproduce the seals required with that as his base. That was only part of the jutsu, however, and there wasn't anything at this table describing what to do with the kunai once you had them. Naruto? Ino's voice came from another table. I think I found what we're looking for. Kushu turned to see Ino holding a sheet of paper, reading it intently. On the desk in front of her was an envelope with "To Naruto" written on the front. Next to the envelope was a pile of ashes. Did you? He asked, motioning to the ashes. Nope, Ino replied immediately, shaking her head. It was like that when I found it. Kushu hummed thoughtfully as he joined Ino in reading the letter. Now, for the jutsu that I promised. I will explain everything that you need to know about them, but I ask that you refrain from attempting to use them until you get permission from your mother or Jiraiya-sensei. They are very complex and careless use could hurt you. First, the Rasengan. Kushu skimmed that section as he already knew the technique. And now we come to the Hiraishi no Jutsu, my Flying Thunder God technique. This is far more complicated than the Rasengan to perform, and consists of two parts. First, the technique formula must be present at the destination. I have left detailed instructions on how to write the seal and the various ways it can be applied. I personally used it on kunai so that I could place them anywhere I wished on the battlefield. I have also incorporated the formula into certain objects and locations so that I will always be able to get to them quickly. Second, you must perform the jutsu described at the end. It took me nearly a year to master the jutsu such that I could use it without hand seals or words, and I would highly advise doing that yourself as quickly as you can manage. The technique's utility in battle is severely limited if you must perform hand seals before using it each and every time. Once you have the required seal at your destination and have performed the jutsu, you will be pulled into a sort of formless void. The experience can be very disorienting at first, but you will find that your chakra is connected to both your original location as well as every intact seal. From there, you merely need to pull on the chakra connecting you to the seal you wish to travel to and you will be there. I never had a problem picking the correct thread to use, and I have also noticed that the actual distance traveled has no impact on the cost of the technique. I have my theories as to why this is, as well as some ideas for improving and adapting the Hiraishi for other uses, but it seems I will not have the chance to follow up on those. I hope that you will do so in my place. You can find all of my notes on the top shelf in my workshop. I'm afraid they may be a little disorganized, but I've gathered up the relevant pieces as best I could. Kushu stopped reading as his mind caught up to the implications of how the technique functioned. Well, shit, he growled. August 9th, 347 NE. Kirigakure. Welcome back, Watanabe-sama, the secretary said. The Mizukage is expecting you. You can go right in. Thank you. The young man smiled pleasantly before turning and pushing open the door to the Mizukage's office. His eyes flickered as he took in everything about the room, noting the 4 ANBU guarding the office, the immaculately clean furniture, the large window that gave a wide view of the village hidden in the mist, and the pictures of previous Mizukages hanging on the wall behind the desk. The majority of his attention, however, was reserved for the woman in her mid-20s currently sitting behind the desk. Mei Terumi, the fifth Mizukage, had very long red hair which hung forward and obscured nearly half of her face. The traditional kage hat sat on her desk, and she wore a blue dress rather than the ceremonial robes of her office. She was renowned for her beauty, from her fair skin to her generous proportions, only accentuated by the deep neckline of her dress, to her thin, well-toned frame, and she looked particularly stunning today. "Welcome, Shinichiro-san," she said, her voice soft and lilting. "I see you are punctual as always." "Of course, Mizukage-sama," he replied. "Far be it for me to keep someone as important as yourself waiting." She smiled, a small quirk of her lips. "Leave us," she said. The ANBU, long since accustomed to these private meetings, filed out of the room without complaint. Once the door closed behind them, privacy seals flared to life and the windows darkened, completely securing the room from outside observation. "Well?" she asked, her voice openly concerned. "There is no cure," Itachi replied softly, causing her to frown. "There is, however, a known treatment to heal any damage it causes." Mei nodded, relaxing slightly as she let out a relieved breath. "Good." She paused then, looking pensive. "Is it something you can do here?" The instructions provided seem relatively simple. "I believe most of the menins here could do it immediately, as well as training anyone else in the specific techniques required." "Good," Mei repeated, relaxing again. "I also brought you some souvenirs." Mei raised one delicate eyebrow, a small smirk crossing her face. "Hashigaki's head on a silver platter?" "Not quite," he replied, amused, "but I think you'll like them all the same." He pulled out 2 scrolls and laid them on the desk. "The first," he said, motioning to the scroll on the left, contains Konoha's own information for some of their more prominent ninja, including a full set of profiles on the Akimichi and Aburin clans. It also contains a copy of the full treaty between Suna and Konoha, as well as particulars for some of their trade agreements with other groups both in and out of the Land of Fire. Mei licked her lips, her smile growing much wider. "That will be very useful." "What is in the other scroll?" "The scroll of forbidden seals." "You're kidding. Are you not the one who often tells me I have no sense of humor?" "You don't," she replied flatly. She reached out and picked up the scroll on the right, rapidly unrolling and releasing its contents. The much larger scroll settled onto her desk with a dull thud. She reached for it eagerly, but paused, noting the complex security seals written on it. "I have already deactivated the security seals," he said calmly. Mei grinned and unfurled the scroll, rapidly scanning across the jutsu listed within. "Shadow Clones, Dome of Absolute Darkness, the 8 Gates," she read, her grin growing. "Yes, I can think of a few people who will be very interested in learning these techniques." She rolled the scroll closed with a snap and sealed it away again, tucking the scroll inside her dress, then focused her attention back on him. "Is there anything else?" "I also learned the identities of the infamous sword and hammer duo." You have been busy," Mei murmured, smirking. "Too much pent-up energy, perhaps?" She laughed at the expression on Itachi's face before motioning for him to continue. "Kushina Uzumaki and Tsunade Senju." All signs of humor vanished in an instant. "Are they working for Konoha?" "I do not believe so, though I cannot say for certain." Mei tapped her fingers on her desk, her eyes narrowed in thought. "Any chance they could be recruited?" "Not at this time. There are certain parties within Konoha that I feel have their absolute loyalty for the moment. Should those parties leave Konoha, then we might have more options." Mei focused her attention back on Itachi. "Which parties? Anyone we might be able to influence?" "No," Itachi replied immediately. "Attempting to interfere in that matter would be far too dangerous. The entire situation is highly unstable, and I feel it is best if we remain uninvolved." Mei frowned for a moment before smirking. She stood and moved around the desk, moving closer to Itachi and running her finger across his chest slowly. "You keep saying we," she noted. "If you aren't careful, I might think you mean something by that." She leaned closer and closer until her face was inches from Itachi's, her eyes dancing the entire time. She abruptly whirled around and walked back to her desk, settling into her seat once more. "Is there anything else I need to know right now?" Itachi cleared his throat and shook his head silently. "Very well then," Mei said, deactivating the privacy seals on the office. Her ANBU filed back in and resumed their positions around the office. Another Jounin entered behind them, an older man with slightly spiky gray hair and an eye patch covering one eye. He glowered slightly at the ninja standing across from the Mizukage, but before he could say anything Mei threw a scroll at him. "Ao, take that to the intelligence corps and have them begin analyzing everything in it. I want a full report in 3 days. After that, tell Zabuza that he's in charge for the rest of the day. I will be occupied elsewhere." "Mizukage-sama, one of the council members has been trying to get an appointment with you all day," Ao said. He froze when the Mizukage focused a glare on him. "Ao, shut up or I'll kill you. I kept my schedule clear for a reason. They can deal with Zabuza or wait." "Why yes, Mizukage-sama," he said. The Mizukage's expression cleared, and she motioned for Itachi to follow her as she left the office. "Come, Shinichiro-san, let us finish our discussion in more comfortable surroundings." Ao glared at the man accompanying the Mizukage, but held his tongue. He didn't like anyone not officially associated with Kiri having that much influence on the Mizukage, but she seemed to trust him a great deal. It was also fairly obvious that their relationship went far beyond just that of Akage and her informant. On the other hand, that man had been spending more and more time within Kiridikura over the last 4 years, so perhaps he might officially join the village yet. "Lucky bastard," one of the ANBU muttered. Chapter 43, The Art of Diplomacy. January 3rd, 348 NE. 11:00 AM. Outside Taki. 3 figures stood in the middle of a clearing, completely still and silent. Each wore a straw hat and a black cloak decorated with red clouds that served to completely conceal their features. The figure in the middle was roughly 6 feet tall and appeared to be rather slender. The 2 other figures stood behind the central one on either side, the positioning clearly deferential. The flanking figures were also a full foot shorter. For Taki ninja entered the clearing, coming to a stop a few meters away from the ninja already present. "It's good to see Akatsuki at least knows how to be punctual," one of the Takinin said, stepping forward. "Have you brought the payment?" "You seem to be short one person," the central figure replied. His voice was calm and soft. "There's been a change in plans," the Takinin sneered. "You give us the money, and we'll tell you where to find her." "That was not the agreement. You were to allow the Jinchuriki to accompany us, and in return we would provide monetary aid and perform a set number of missions." "Tell you what," the Takinin countered, "you can count tracking down the bitch as one of your missions. Now where's the money?" The straw hat tilted to one side momentarily. "June, Kyoko," the figure said after a moment. "Do you see the sort of corruption and ignorance we fight against?" "Yes, Leader Sama," the other 2 replied. One of them was male, the other female, and both were clearly teenagers judging by their voices and height. "Leader Sama," the Takinin repeated. "What, you mercenaries actually have a leader?" There was no reply for a moment. "June," the central figure said again. "Immobilize the other 3. I shall deal with their commander." "Yes, Leader Sama," the male replied. A moment later, 4 streams of chakra burst from his back, rapidly forming into tail-like appendages. 3 of those tails plunged into the ground. To their credit, the Takinin reacted immediately, springing apart to gain distance and surround the suddenly hostile ninja. It didn't matter, though, as each of them were suddenly encased in bonds of earth and stone moments later as the very ground rose up and captured them. The commander growled and moved to pull out a brace of kunai, only to find a hand gripping his head and a pair of purple eyes with a strange concentric ring pattern in them boring into his own. This close, he could see underneath the hat and observe the red hair and delicate features of the one they referred to as Leader Sama. "Lies and deceit are meaningless before me," he said. "It would have been better for you and your village to have quietly followed the terms of the original deal." There was a sudden flare of chakra, then the commander dropped to the ground, lifeless. "As expected, they never intended to turn her over to us," he continued, turning to his companions. "This entire situation was engineered to lead us into a trap. Fu is still within Taki and was never even informed of the exchange that was to take place." "How did you dash?" one of the Taki ninjas started to ask before a stone gag wrapped itself over his mouth and cut him off. "Is this what other villages are like, Leader Sama?" Kyoko asked. "More often than not, yes," he replied. "They discard honor and integrity for greed, and betray anyone and everyone when it suits them." His voice hardened, vestiges of anger slipping into it. "It was like that, not so long ago. But then you showed them the right way to do things, right, Leader Sama?" June half stated, half asked. His voice was overflowing with devotion and awe. "It was not I alone," came the reply. "Of course. Angel Sama helped too," Kyoko said, her eyes shining. "And you two are a part of it as well, remember. Now come, it is time to make them understand the price of betraying Akatsuki." "What of them, Leader Sama?" June asked, motioning to the 3 captured Takinin. They were all attempting to struggle against their bonds with no success. Their eyes were wide and frantic, and muffled pleas could be heard through the bands of earth serving as gags. "They have chosen their path. Kill them. At once, Leader Sama," June said happily. His expression never wavered as the stone encasing the Takinin suddenly compacted, causing a shower of blood that drenched the clearing. January 3rd, 348 NE. -1:00 p.m. Taki. Fu stared down at the village from her perch near the top of the great tree. From this great height even the largest buildings were little more than blobs of color against the backdrop of the forest and lake. It was easy to pretend that there was no village, that she was alone in this beautiful landscape, that it existed just for her. She felt the insistent prodding in her skull grow a little stronger, but she ignored it for now. It was still relatively light, and she would be making it go away soon enough. Her thoughts drifted to the strange boy she had first met nearly 2 months ago, the one from Konoha. He was supposedly just a chunin assigned to a boring and pointless bodyguard detail for the diplomats from Konoha, but he instead seemed to spend an inordinate amount of time following her around and asking inane questions. She'd spent entire days doing nothing but evading him, but he always managed to find her and resume his one-sided conversation as if nothing was wrong. Her brow furrowed slightly as she recalled the content of those conversations. Given his persistence, she had expected some sort of romantic overtures or the more blunt propositions she had faced in the past, but he was either much more subtle in his approach than the average teenager or had no interest in her in that regard. Instead, he spent his time talking about his family and how amazing they were, or his village and how pleasant it was there. In return, she talked about how she was going to crush his head like a grape or tear him in half and spread his entrails over the village if he didn't leave her alone. It didn't faze him in the least, not even when she pointed out, truthfully, that she actually had done both of those to someone in the past. They had been enemy ninja, granted, but that was largely irrelevant. Enemy was such a vague concept, especially in a village that loathed her and that she loathed in turn. When that failed, she insulted his sister. She'd seen the girl around the village and, while she moved with the confidence and grace of a skilled kunoichi, she didn't seem all that special or amazing. She hadn't said that, though, instead calling her an annoying, useless bitch, never mind that she'd never even spoken to her at that point. He just smiled and looked at her, his grin a little too wide and showing off teeth that suddenly seemed a little too sharp, his dark blue and slitted eyes no longer strange or odd but instead all too suited to his face and incredibly menacing. She had endured killing intent before, both in training and on the field of battle, and she had never felt closer to death than at the moment. She could see her life being weighed in his disturbingly alien eyes, and it unnerved her at a level she couldn't quite put into words. The moment passed, but she hadn't said a word about his family after that. The boy had left and returned twice so far, and was due to come back within the week for the next round of negotiations. She knew he would likely be bothering her once again less than an hour after he entered the village, and she couldn't decide if the lack of revulsion she had at the thought was a good thing or not. Annoying or not, unnerving or not, he was still nicer to her than pretty much anyone else she had met. Other than that brief moment, he had treated her like a person. She was drawn out of her thoughts as she felt chakra flaring from the village. She glanced down and noticed that pillars of smoke, large ones, if they were so clearly visible from her current position, were pouring out of many buildings. A smile spread across her face as she imagined that her worst tormentors were trapped in those fires, burning and screaming and melting. She wanted to see this for herself. The insistent prodding in her head had strengthened further as well, sealing her decision. She rolled forward and dove off the branch in one smooth motion, two wings of chakra emerging from her back seamlessly and guiding her descent as she swept towards the burning village. As she flew through the air, she closed her eyes and reveled in the euphoric feeling that replaced the prodding in her mind. She jerked herself to a halt and began hovering in midair when two things rose out of the village, towering over the buildings and trees. She could make out some details from her position in the sky, and what she saw filled her with equal parts anticipation and terror. The first figure was a massive, hulking creature similar to a gorilla in shape. Its legs and arms were heavily muscled, as was its chest, and its gaping maw was filled with razor-sharp teeth. It had two horns emerging from its forehead and sweeping back over its skull, and four tails covered with what looked like spikes of some sort. The second figure was almost the opposite of the first, in many ways. It was thin and sleek instead of thick and muscled, and its body resembled a horse more than anything. Its head was rather strange, though, with its eyes set on the sides of its head and an elongated jaw that was almost serpentine in appearance. It too had horns jutting out of its skull, and 5 long, whip-like tails spreading out behind it. The odd thing, though, was that both of the creatures looked pale and colorless. Still, whatever was wrong with them, and she couldn't explain to herself why she thought that something was wrong, even as the conviction hardened, didn't appear to hinder them in any way as the gorilla spewed forth a torrent of lava, and the horse thing produced dual jets of something, steam? That sliced through buildings and landscape alike with the ease of a blade through water. "There you are," Fo heard a voice behind her say. Her heart stopped for a brief moment. She hadn't sensed anyone approaching, but more importantly she was still in midair. She whipped around to find a man floating before her. He was wearing a black cloak decorated with red clouds and had a straw hat on his head that obscured his features. As if sensing her curiosity, he pushed the hat back until it was hanging against his back, secured by the string hanging around his neck. Fo took in his deep red hair and his pale skin, but most of her attention was focused on the purple eyes and the concentric ring pattern they had in place of normal pupils. "Who are you?" she asked. "I am the leader of a group known as Akatsuki," he replied. He appeared perfectly at ease, as if standing in midair was effortless. In fact, he appeared to have an easier time of it than she herself did, as she had to keep flapping her wings in order to maintain her position. "So? What does that matter?" "Akatsuki has long had an interest in Jinchuriki," he replied. "Lately we have decided that the current situation in the elemental nations cannot be allowed to continue, and thus we have begun to act." "The fuck does that mean?" Fu retorted. She had heard far too many people talk like that, all vague words and benign-sounding inferences. It usually meant nothing good in her experience. The man stared at her for a moment before nodding. I shall skip the pleasantries, then. Very well. Akatsuki has begun to reclaim the Jinchuriki that were stolen from us. The so-called great villages have abused and misused their power for too long, and we are going to put a stop to it. Sounds like you just want me as a weapon, no different from Taki. Hell, worse, at least they are honest about it. You fail to understand. Akatsuki does not use Jinchuriki as weapons. Indeed, 3 of Akatsuki's members are Jinchuriki themselves. Fu froze in shock, even her wings stilling a moment before she righted herself in the air. Those 2 down there? Full-fledged members, the man across from her confirmed. They believe in our goals as strongly as I do, and should I fall they would take my place and carry on. And what goals are those? The man smiled. The ninja villages have become corrupted and twisted, and are responsible for far more pain and suffering than they prevent. They lash out at those they fear, seize power wherever it may be found no matter the cost, and then strut around like peacocks as if their miserable existence was something to be admired. Though she didn't show it, Fu found herself agreeing with his sentiments. That described most of the ninjas she had personally interacted with, and might even be on the kind side. That's not a goal, though, Fu pointed out. We are going to destroy the current system and build something better in its place. We won't need to lash out in fear, we will be fear. We won't need to struggle for scraps of power, we will be power. And as for strutting around and showing off, well, he concluded, motioning to the towering forms that were finishing the complete and utter destruction of the village, that hardly seems necessary. You aren't a Jinchuriki, though, Fu pointed out. She honestly liked the sound of what he was saying. Anything that let her strike back at the people who had tried to make her life a living hell was a good thing in her mind, but she'd heard ideas and arguments just as promising before and gotten burnt for believing them. What makes what you're doing now any different than all that stuff you just said? What's to say you aren't using Jinchuriki for power like all those other people? His eyes narrowed, and Fu felt a cold shiver run down her spine. Jinchuriki are a key part of Akatsuki, but you are mistaken if you think I need them for their power. He turned his attention to the village below, where the 2 Jinchuriki accompanying him had finished their work, the towering forms gone as quickly as they had appeared. Fu felt a surge of chakra, and then 2 specks rose from the ground and approached rapidly. As the objects came closer, Fu could make out 2 figures wearing the same cloak as the man she was talking to, and she heard, giggling? This is fun, Leader-sama, one of them said, her voice tinged with delight. Kyoko, the other one said, his voice stern. Now isn't the time. Sorry, June, the first replied contritely. Fu felt dizzy. These were the Jinchuriki who had just wiped out Taki in a matter of minutes? Kami, she could make out blood splattered on their cloaks, the liquid blending with the red clouds, but they were just smiling as if nothing was wrong. You have seen their power, and should be familiar with your own, the man said, turning his attention back to Fu. Now observe mine. He turned once more to face the village, holding one hand out, palm flat. Shinra Tensei. Fu's eyes widened as she felt a massive surge of chakra and watched as the air rippled and a massive column of dust exploded from the ground. The man waved his hand again, producing a smaller surge of chakra, and the dust was swept away almost negligently. What was left was a massive hole in the ground that was already filling with water from the nearby lake. Isn't Leader-sama amazing? The boy asked, his voice full of awe. And we get to learn from him. And Angel-sama. Kyoko interrupted. She then turned to look at Fu. Are you going to come with us too? Leader-sama said we were recruiting another guardian. Is that you? Fu stared at the girl's openly curious and excited face, and the boy's relaxed grin, then turned back to the man who led them. He was staring at her expectantly, not saying anything. Something in his gaze reminded her of that annoying boy just after she had insulted his sister, and she knew that there could be only one answer. Yeah, she said finally, swallowing thickly. That's me. January 3rd, 348 NE. Land of Waterfalls, near the border of the Land of Fire. 4:00 p.m. Kushu leapt from tree to tree, easily keeping pace with the carriage that was traveling along the road. He could sense Ino on the other side of the road and Hinata sitting inside the carriage, her chakra flexing roughly every minute as she activated and deactivated her Byakugan. The diplomats they were accompanying, both civilians, no doubt thought that the assignment of Team Kakashi was some indication of privilege or prestige. Kushu knew that it had nothing to do with that. The diplomats, as far as he was concerned, were nothing more than an excuse to get him into Taki. Shikaku and Sarutobi may be planning to forge an actual alliance out of all of this, but that was tangential at best to his goals. The results of his efforts to convince Shiju's container to abandon Taki were mixed. The girl had absolutely no loyalty to the village itself, but she also had no interest in giving her loyalty to any other village either. She just wanted to be left alone. Unfortunately for her, that was not an option. His thoughts were interrupted when he felt a chakra signature rapidly approaching their position. Hinata was flaring her chakra a few seconds later, signaling that she had caught sight of the intruder as well. A series of coordinated movements had the diplomats hiding in the forest while clones took their place inside the carriage, and then a couple of genjutsu cloaked the carriage's position and presence. All of that proved unnecessary when the injured Takinin caught sight of them. He ran up to them, babbling the whole time and sounding half-crazed. Taki attacked. Tailed beast. Killing everyone. Help! You have to help. Kushu grinned internally. It seemed that Fu had finally been pushed too far and struck back at her captors. This could work in his favor. No one could complain if Konoha subdued a rampaging Jinchuriki so close to the Land of Fire. The man wasn't finished gibbering, however. Red clouds. Lava. Now that they were right next to the man, Kushu could make out the smell of charred flesh. Examining him more closely, he could see that most of the man's back was heavily burned, and infection had likely already set in. Coupled with the strain of pushing through the pain for so long and maintaining the jutsu he was using to keep himself from bleeding out, it explained his somewhat addled mental state. The mention of red clouds brought to mind Akatsuki's uniform, however, and lava was one of Akai's favorite abilities, the source of his name even. It was certainly not something Shiju would use. Kushu wasn't entirely certain what that meant, but he doubted it was good for his plans. Kushu's hands glowed green as he rendered the Takinin unconscious and healed the worst of the damage. It would be enough to keep him alive and stable until he reached the border. Ino, Kushu said, any chance you can pull what we need from his mind? I can try, but if he's as confused as he sounded, anything I get would be suspect. All right, never mind on that then. Hinata, Kushu said, his tone firm, you are to take the diplomats and the Takinin and head back to the border station. Send a message to the Hokage that Taki has been attacked and that a Jinchuriki other than Fu may have been involved. Then gather as many reinforcements as you can and head for Taki. I trust you two will add your authority to that. Kushu added, looking at the two diplomats who had joined them. Of course, Yamanaka-san, the first said. If Taki has been attacked, Konoha should respond as swiftly as possible. Good. In the meantime, Ino and I will push ahead and see what we can find out. Hinata will be able to find us. Hinata nodded sharply, swiftly maneuvering everyone into the carriage and heading back down the road. Kushu and Ino began moving quickly, both using chakra to reinforce their muscles even more as they pushed for as much speed as they could get. January 3rd, 348 NE. 5:00 p.m. Taki. An hour later they arrived in Taki, or rather, where Taki used to be. Ino stared at the altered landscape, stunned. Where the village used to stand was instead a new extension of the lake, and only the darkened water and the lingering smell of ash and smoke showed that there had ever been anything else in the area. Akai and Sinan were here, Naruto said slowly, or rather, their Jinchuriki were, there's traces of them everywhere, but the traces don't feel right. I don't feel anything from Shiju either, it's like food didn't even fight. So, what? IWA decided to wipe Taki off the map? Do you think it was because we were getting closer to a treaty? Maybe, he said distractedly, but if Akatsuki really was here there might be something else going on. His head snapped up, and he started grinning widely. I also think we're about to have some company. What kind of company? Ino asked suspiciously, scanning her surroundings warily. My kind. Before he could say anything further, a cloaked figure suddenly appeared roughly 5 meters away from her. The figure's features were obscured, and it wore some kind of long cylindrical object on its back. Greetings, Konoha ninja, the figure said, the voice distinctly male. I mean you no harm. I merely wish to talk. Then talk, Naruto replied. You can start by introducing yourself. Yes, I suppose I must, the figure mused, throwing back the hood concealing his face. Ino noted the gray hair and prominent scar running vertically across his face. My name is Yagura, and I am the Jinchuriki of the three-tailed turtle. And you, he said, focusing on Naruto, are the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. And if I am? Naruto replied. He didn't sound at all disturbed by Yagura's knowledge. Then I must ask you a question, what is the burning sky? Ino's eyes widened slightly. If Yagura knew enough to ask that question, then he must be in contact with Kanori. She couldn't think of any other way he could possibly know Naruto's real name. Naruto didn't answer immediately, instead staring at Yagura with narrowed eyes. Suddenly, he grinned widely and replied, the burning sky is a lie. Ino's head whipped back to Naruto. What the hell did he mean by that? Yagura frowned. That's not dash he began before his entire body convulsed and deep blue energy poured out of him. It rapidly formed a thick layer that completely surrounded him before sinking into his skin once more. He shook himself quickly, then snapped his head to Naruto, looking at him for a moment then turning to stare intently at her. After a few moments, he looked back at Naruto, one eyebrow raised. She knows, Kanori, Naruto said, replying to the silent question. And still she stands by your side, interesting. It seems you have not completely wasted your time after all, she said as she began walking forward. 115 years and that's the welcome I get? Did you expect something else? Naruto let out an amused snort. No. Then let us begin. There is much that you must know. With that, a spike of blue energy lanced out and plunged into Naruto's body. The sudden movement snapped Ino out of her surprised stupor. Hey! What the hell are you doing? She yelled. Neither replied verbally, but Naruto raised one hand and tapped his temple. TCH, fine, Ino muttered, quickly using the mind walk jutsu on Naruto. Ino expected to find herself standing in the White Room, as she had every other time she entered Naruto's mindscape. Instead, she found herself standing in the middle of an office that looked startlingly similar to the Hokage's. There were even a set of 3 pictures hanging on the wall behind the desk, although they showed different people than she was used to. Her eyes suddenly focused on the figure sitting at the desk, Yagura. He was slumped over, snoring gently and looking for all the world as if he had fallen asleep in the middle of signing a document. Frowning, Ino continued to scan the office, noting the overflowing bookshelves and opulent furniture before her gaze landed on the far wall. There was a large tapestry hanging on it that covered most of the available surface, but the image the tapestry displayed kept changing. First it looked like a street-level view of the Hokage Tower, then rapidly jumped to other locations within Konoha. From there it jumped to other landscapes, some that Ino recognized but many that she didn't. Abruptly the tapestry began showing people, close-ups of their faces along with full-body images, and next to each was a long string of symbols that she didn't recognize. She gaped when she saw herself displayed there, and watched as everyone she knew, from her parents to ninjas she had only met once or twice, were shown in turn. The tapestries suddenly shifted again, showing hand seals and images of the resulting jutsu along with yet more of the symbols she couldn't read. A flicker of motion from above made her jerk her gaze upwards, and what she saw caused her mouth to drop open. Instead of a ceiling there was some sort of three-dimensional image spinning in the air, the entire thing some sort of gigantic ceiling array. She'd seen enough seals through Naruto to recognize some of them, but this dwarfed everything she'd ever seen, even the room that housed the security for the Namikaze estate. Even as she watched, entire sections blinked out and were replaced by new arrays, then replaced again. New branches were added, adjusted, then dropped or moved seemingly at random. The entire thing paused for a moment, images flickering around it far too rapidly for her to follow. Then she jumped as the entire array shrank in on itself, taking up roughly half of the space it had just a moment before. A new layer was added shortly after that, restoring it to its original size, and the process began again. Shaking her head, she lowered her gaze and looked towards the last wall, the one located behind her. This one was covered with a large map of the elemental nations. There were a series of glowing dots that immediately snared her attention. 2 were on top of the area labeled Kumogakure, 1 was in Sunagakure, 1 was in Konoha, and 4 were in the only blank section of the map, sitting in the middle of the small area labeled Amigakure/Akatsuki. It didn't take long for Ino to figure out what those dots represented. That can't be good, she muttered to herself. No kidding, Naruto muttered from behind her. Ino yelped and spun around to find him sitting on a couch that she would have sworn wasn't there before while massaging his temples. Couldn't you have done that the slow way? He sniped, glaring towards the desk. Ino looked back at the desk to find that a woman was sitting in a meditating position on top of the desk, her elbows resting on her knees while her chin was propped on her hands. Her entire body was lively muscled, and she had long auburn hair, soft brown eyes, and lightly tanned skin. She was wearing a skin-tight bodysuit of the kind that Ino had only seen in pictures and paintings from the days of Konoha's founding, and had a light kimono draped over that. My first container, Kunori said abruptly, interrupting the question Ino had been about to ask. She was a surprisingly suitable host for one such as I. She turned her head to look at Naruto again. We do not have time for that and you know it, so stop whining. Hold up, Ino said quickly, frowning in annoyance. What did you do? Kunori frowned, then flicked her wrist. Ino cried out in pain and fell to one knee as something slammed into her skull. It felt like her head was stuck in a vice and someone just kept tightening and tightening and tightening until she just knew her head was going to crack open. As abruptly as it had started, the pain vanished, leaving a throbbing ache behind. She stumbled back to her feet, shoving aside the pain and focusing on her anger as she glared at Kunori. What the fuck was she said, cutting off her own brewing tirade as she suddenly found that she didn't know what Kunori had done to Naruto, because she'd just done it to her. You implanted knowledge in our heads and fuck is that one hell of a headache, Ino groaned, mimicking Naruto as she massaged her own temples. Does it always feel like that? Whenever it's Kunori, yes, Naruto replied sourly. The way she sees the world is a little off from the rest of us, so we can't just share directly like I would with the others. Honestly, brother, just admit that I'm smarter than you and be done with it. Naruto growled lowly but didn't reply. As I was saying, we have important matters to discuss. The group known as Akatsuki has secured the Jinchuriki of 4 of our brethren, and as evidenced by Taki they have begun to use them as the weapons they were meant to be. The group operates out of aim, and they have considerable influence with the village hidden in the rain, either directly or indirectly. I have observed no less than 5 distinct individuals operating as members of Akatsuki, and I have positively identified 2 of them, Haiden, missing Nin of the now defunct Yugakure, and Kisame Hashigaki, missing Nin of Kirigakure. Kunori smirked. Due to his so-called immense chakra reserves, he is apparently known as the Tailless Beast, she added, drawing an amused chuckle from Naruto. To my knowledge, this is the first time any of their captured Jinchuriki have been outside the borders of AIM. Given that Akai and Sinan's containers have not been seen in IWA for nearly 2 decades now, and the survivors I questioned specifically described 2 teenagers wearing Akatsuki cloaks, I believe that Akatsuki captured Iwa's Jinchuriki some time ago and resealed our brethren into new containers. They also appear to be using new seals, as the traces I observed did not match what I would expect from any of the seals I know. Ino let out a shaky breath. So they don't really have 4 Jinchuriki under their command, then? I mean, if they are resealing the Bija, then it'd be years before the new Jinchuriki is ready, right? Konori shook her head. Taki's Jinchuriki did not fight at all, and given what Kushu observed of her treatment, she may have joined with Akatsuki willingly. And then there's Ensu's Jinchuriki, who went missing from Kirigakure before Yagura became Mizukage. Did Akatsuki capture him, too? Everything I have seen indicates that to be the case, Konori said. Naruto sighed in frustration. Meaning you don't actually know for sure? No, Konori said shortly. I managed to confirm the location of everyone except Ensu, but the fact that I haven't encountered any traces of him in my wanderings tells me that his container was captured. Naruto nodded, his face twisting into a frown. We can't let them grow any stronger. Akatsuki knows more about sealing us than anyone, and they don't seem likely to repeat the mistake they did with my seal. My own seal was an early design, and it still took me years to find flaws I could exploit, Konori added. With their current seal designs, if they manage to capture all of us, she trailed off. That won't happen, Naruto said firmly. At the very least, they will never have enough time to transfer me to another seal. Konori raised one eyebrow, then turned to look at Ino, causing Naruto to grimace. Ino swallowed thickly. If it comes to that, do it. If things get that bad, I'd probably end up dying anyway, she said as firmly as she could manage. She shifted uncomfortably when she actually felt Konori focus all of her attention on her. The title of Sage, Konori said suddenly, is granted only to a summoner who has managed to master the use of the energy known as Nature Chakra. While such an energy does exist, they are not, strictly speaking, actually using it. Instead, they are converting the neutral energy that permeates this world into the energy used by the Outlings. This is why the intervention of the Outlings is necessary, as they make the change that allows a human being to start the process in the first place, as well as survive the addition of this second type of energy to their chakra networks. The situation of Sage Jiraiya implies that there is a final stage where the change becomes permanent, though I have come across no knowledge of such a thing ever happening before. As I have never personally met a sage, this is speculation on my part, but I believe that this process is actually training the human body to produce a different type of energy internally, with the end goal of fully converting their own chakra into this new form of energy. As even humans are intimately linked with their chakra, such a fundamental change means that are not, strictly speaking, human anymore. Here too Sage Jiraiya serves as proof. Ino shivered as the pressure faded, her mind whirling with what Konori had just explained and what it meant for her. She had known all that about Jiraiya before, and she knew that when she went through with it she would change, but that didn't bother her. She'd spent her entire life surrounded by ninja with bloodlines, and she didn't see this as anything different. What captured her attention was the fact that she now had a clear path to reaching that goal. She was so wrapped up in her own thoughts that she barely noticed Konori flick her wrist again or Naruto's flinch as he cradled his head once more. It is unfortunate that you failed to fully conceal your identity, brother, Konori said, once again changing subjects abruptly, but Konoha can still be of use to us. Akatsuki's actions here have presented us with a prime opportunity, and it all begins with IWA. Chapter 44, A Meeting of Minds. January 5, 348 NE. Council Room, Hokage Tower, Konoha. 11:00 p.m. Upon their return from Taki, Naruto Yamanaka provided further treatment to the survivor, and Ino Yamanaka performed a mind walk to retrieve additional information about the attack. Her report, confirmed by the other Yamanaka and the ninja's own testimony, confirms that both the four-tailed and five-tailed beasts were sighted attacking the village. All indications are that the attack was controlled and directed, as there is no destruction in the surrounding countryside, supporting the conclusion that the Jinchuriki were present and in command. We have also found the remains of other Takinin, killed by a mixture of weapons and earth jutsu, further implicating IWA. In particular, we found a group of 4 Takinin killed shortly before the attack on IWA, 3 of them by earth jutsu, and the 4th by an unknown technique that left no mark upon the body. It would appear that the Jinchuriki were the main attack, while an unknown number of additional ninja were present to provide support and prevent any ninja from fleeing the village. At this time, we have found only a single survivor. My advisors and I have been forced to conclude that IWA has knowingly and willingly used their Jinchuriki in an attack against a neutral village, violating the 5-village Treaty of 331, as well as the Fire Accords and the Wind-Earth Non-Aggression Pact. Given Taki's strategic location between the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire, as well as the ongoing talks between Konoha and Taki regarding trade agreements and a potential alliance, we believe that IWA may have launched this attack as part of a long-term campaign to undermine Konoha's security. This could also be a more immediate precursor to a full-scale assault on Konoha. Even without considering the long-term implications, there is no doubt that IWA is also testing the Suna-Konoha alliance following the recent civil war in Suna. It goes without saying that the other villages will be watching our reaction to this attack as well. The council room was silent as the assembled group digested Shikaku's summation of the situation. "Hokage-sama," Hayashi said finally, "is this approach not too risky for IWA? They have given us sufficient cause to start a war, and by using their Jinchuriki in such a manner they have also opened themselves up to retaliation from the other villages." "You would be correct, Hyuga-san," Shikaku replied, "were it not for the unknown fate of Taki's Jinchuriki. Team Kakashi is uniquely suited to detecting any traces of Jinchuriki activity, and they reported that there were no indications that the seven-tailed beast was involved in any fashion. This would indicate that Taki's Jinchuriki was captured alive, or possibly even defected, which means there is a distinct possibility that IWA now possesses 3 Jinchuriki, all of them fully grown and capable of utilizing their powers." There was an uneasy stir among the council at that. Iwa's duo of Jinchuriki were only marginally involved in the last war, part of a mutual, unspoken agreement between all of the villages not to escalate things to that level. IWA had apparently decided that their hatred of Konoha outweighed the possible consequences of deploying their Jinchuriki like that. Of course, with a third of all Jinchuriki under the control of a single village, the odds that they could survive the retaliation exponentially increased. "What of the other villages?" Shibi Aburame asked. "To the best of our knowledge, none of them have responded to the events yet. Both Kumo and Kiri are considerably farther away, so officially there's no way they should have been able to at this point. Unofficially, we are watching carefully for any unusual movements that could indicate that they had foreknowledge of or were even involved in the attack." Sum growled lowly in her throat. "Kiri's Jinchuriki have both been missing for some time," she pointed out. "What are the chances that IWA has managed to capture them as well?" "Unknown," Shikaku replied immediately, "but that represents our worst-case scenario." "What are our next steps?" Hayashi asked. "We need more information before we can respond. We also need to feel out the other villages to see where they will stand should it come to war. To that end, we are going to issue a call for a Kage Summit. January 11th, 348 NE. Namikaze Compound. -1:00 AM. Ino drew in a deep breath, calming herself and mentally reciting the steps for the jutsu she was about to perform. It was far and away the most complicated thing she had ever attempted, making her family's mind-walking jutsu look more like tree-walking in comparison. With another deep breath, she began laboriously working her way through the longest string of hand seals she had ever had the misfortune to memorize. She was standing at one end of the basement, and Naruto stood at the opposite end, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed and watching with interest. After nearly 30 seconds, she finally completed the combination and called out the name of the technique, her voice an equal mixture of anticipation and nervousness. Flying Thunder God. She expected to see the infamous bright yellow flash, but she didn't. In fact, she couldn't see anything, or feel anything, or hear anything, or Kami, the fourth hadn't been kidding when he said that using the technique was disorienting at first. She felt the stirrings of panic, but that faded quickly as she became aware of the connections the fourth's notes had promised would be there. There were two that intruded on her consciousness the most, one that she somehow knew would take her right back to where she had started, and one that would take her to Naruto. Even as she recognized those, though, she felt several more and understood where they were located, one in the Hokage's office, one in the foyer of the Namikaze estate and one in the master bedroom, several in abandoned rooms scattered throughout Konoha that were covered in dust and cobwebs, one locked away in a safe in an apartment within Konoha, 3 tattooed on ninja within Konoha itself, 7 that all led to the same underground room far to the northwest, IWA, her mind supplied, and 1 that was tattooed on a red-headed woman somewhere far to the east. She understood how the fourth knew where to go. Now, she could perceive to a certain extent the area the seal was placed in, and even get a rough sense of how far away it was from her starting position. With that mystery solved, she shook off her trance and focused on the connection that led to Naruto. Even as she tried to figure out how to pull on the connection, she found herself standing next to him. She opened her mouth to scream victoriously, but instead let out a scream of pain as the sharp blade of the kunai stabbed through her sandal. "Fuck," she yelled, falling backwards and clutching at her foot. "Goddamn fucking stupid piece of shit kunai." She would have continued letting the kunai know just what she thought of it, awesome Horatian kunai or not, but Naruto's Yuki washed over her and the pain receded. She let out a relieved breath as Naruto slowly pulled the kunai out of her foot. The blade had punched straight through the metal plate on the bottom of her sandal, and healed the wound. She really loved having a menin on tap for moments like this. Naruto's advantages also meant she didn't have to deal with scars or recuperation times either. Come to think of it, she couldn't even remember the last time she'd gotten sick. "I hope you don't plan on doing that every time," Naruto teased, eyeing the hole in her blood-covered sandal. Ino growled at him, but couldn't really muster any anger when he just fixed up her foot before she could even gather up enough composure to ask for help. "Didn't exactly plan on doing that," she finally responded. "It looks like I appeared directly on top of it." "Well, that can't be how it works, otherwise it wouldn't be all that useful in combat." Ino hummed thoughtfully, trying to recall exactly what she had done. Naruto's voice pulled her out of her contemplation. "So, was it the void, like I thought?" "I think so," she answered, setting aside her contemplation for the moment. "It was kinda weird at first, but I got used to it pretty quickly. All the connections helped. I couldn't see anything, or hear or feel anything. I was just kinda there. Sorry I took so long, by the way." "What do you mean?" Ino blinked in confusion. "I must have been in there for a minute or two, at least. I got distracted sorting through all of the fourth seals that were still active. Did you know Kushina has 1 tattooed on her back, or that IWA still has a bunch of active ones?" Naruto looked at her oddly. "You weren't gone any time at all, Ino. You were at the far end of the room, then you finished the jutsu and appeared here. There was no delay, certainly not several minutes worth." "But, that can't be right." Naruto shrugged. "Regardless of what it felt like to you, it all essentially happened in an instant. And, technically, you didn't even travel to the void completely." "What do you mean?" "There was never a moment where I lost track of you. You started at the far end and then you were here instead of there." "Does that mean that you could?" Ino trailed off, seeing that Naruto was already shaking his head, an annoyed expression on his face. It didn't last for very long, perhaps a fraction of a second, but just before you moved I could feel your chakra focusing on the kunai next to me as well as at the far end of the room. Like the fourth said, there has to be a connection there before you could make the jump. There are far too many things that could go wrong if I attempted to use the Hiraishin myself, more so because the void is involved. The best case is that it simply doesn't work. There's also the possibility that I could rip the seal apart trying to transmit my Yuki that far. Well, what if I made the jump for you? The fourth didn't say anything about only being able to take one person at a time, did he? Naruto opened his mouth, then snapped it closed again, a contemplative expression on his face. I don't know, he admitted. If I'm right, simply going along for the ride shouldn't trigger the seal's limitations. If I'm wrong, though, there's no telling what could happen. At best I'll end up stuck in Makai again while you arrive at the destination alone. Still, we should be able to test that without too much risk somehow. He fell silent, thinking about the problem, while Ino's attention returned to the issue at hand. With her foot healed and Naruto's questions answered for the moment, her mind finally started absorbing what she had just done. It started as a low chuckle that soon bloomed into laughter and continued to rise until she was howling madly. I know the fucking Hiraishin, she crowed, brandishing the previously reviled kunai in the air triumphantly. Her eyes gleamed as she tossed the kunai across the room. The chakra drain wasn't even that bad, roughly B-rank, which helped explain why the fourth could use it so often and so easily. Even with her own reserves, quite impressive for her age, but minuscule compared to Naruto's, she could probably use it upward of 20 times before she really started to feel the drain, although that was without any other jutsu factored in. Now she just had to master it enough that she could ditch the hand seals and the name, and she'd be every bit as dangerous as Naruto. And if she could use it to transport him as well. Before you start hopping all over the place, we need to talk about sage training. Ino paused, lowering her hands and turning to face him. You figured out how to do it? Kunori helped fill in a lot of gaps, but I thought we still didn't know what that so-called change that the Outlings made was. Jiraiya was in the village yesterday, stopping in for one last check-in before he headed out to investigate Taki and IWA, Naruto explained. I took the opportunity to really study him in light of what Kunori had figured out. And? I know how to do it, but there's a problem. Ino frowned. Naruto's idea of a problem could vary wildly, from annoying problem to lethal to everyone but him problem. That being, she asked. Odds are very, very high that we aren't going to be able to hide this once we get started. Human chakra is always blue and the energy used by Outlings actually appears transparent to the human eye, but Yuki can be any color. Even mixed with chakra, the change is going to be noticeable sooner rather than later. Ino let out a slow breath, leaning back against the wall. What he was really saying is that it would be obvious to those who knew about his real identity that she was being altered by him, though what conclusion they would draw from that she could only guess. They might attempt to separate them, possibly by force, out of some misguided attempt to save or protect her. She wouldn't stand for that, of course, but neither would Naruto, and his reaction was likely to be far more destructive. Well, it's going to happen eventually, right? She said. Naruto nodded silently, waiting for her answer. They've known about you for months now and nothing crazy has happened yet. I mean, the third managed to work with you, and Shikakujiji hasn't been acting any differently, even though he has to know as well. As things stand, they don't have any sort of hold over me, Naruto countered. They believe that all that is holding me back is my desire to avoid any further delays. If they realize where your loyalties lie, they may be willing to use you against me. They could even convince themselves that they are saving you from the evil demon who is, quite literally, stripping away your humanity. You will be something other than human when all is said and done, after all. No, he continued, shaking his head. Konoha is far more likely to view you as compromised, a casualty of war. Shikakujiji would never do that to me. Not even if they have reason to believe that I have altered your very being to my own ends? Potentially compromised ninja are quarantined at best, and are often only cleared after extensive examination by a Yamanaka. How are they going to do that with someone perfectly suited to either tricking or swaying the very people meant to clear them? If you try to conceal what you know about the bijou, about me, they'll be forced to take it as confirmation. If you don't, they'll have confirmation. Ino hated to admit it, but he was right about that. There were plenty of things that TNI would take a rather dim view of, hiding Naruto's true nature, not reporting Itachi's presence within Konoha or the events of his defection, concealing Akatsuki's presence in Taki, going along with Kanori's plans. Yeah, laid out like that, she couldn't even blame them. And, she admitted to herself, they would be right. She knew in the end that Konoha would be better off when Akatsuki was destroyed and didn't view her actions as being detrimental to Konoha's well-being, but ultimately her loyalty was to Naruto first, not Konoha. It was that same loyalty that firmed her resolve now. Let's get started, she said. If they decide to interfere, then so be it. I'm not going to hold myself back just to keep them happy. Naruto grinned at her. That's what I thought you'd say. Now then, I suggest you lie down. Returning his grin, she stretched out on the floor. So, what do you need to do? Just some tweaks to your chakra coils and tenketsu, and some other tweaks with the rest of your chakra network, he replied. Oh, and, he trailed off as his Yuki washed over her, I can't numb the pain for this, so it's probably going to hurt a bit, he finished quickly, his tone apologetic. A bit? In Naruto speak, that would be. Ino's eyes widened, but she didn't have time to complain before he started, and then she didn't have the capacity to do anything but endure. January 11th, 348 NE. Hokage's office. -1:30 a.m. Team Eagle has just reported in, Hokage-sama. Subjects Rose and Thorn were both spotted entering the location storm. Subject Thorn activated the gate and allowed Subject Rose entry. Eagle is unable to see within location storm itself, so we have no information as to their purpose or activities within. Shikaku sighed. While this narrowed down potential explanations for Kushu's behavior considerably, this was one hunch that he would have very much preferred to be wrong about. Why did everything have to be so complicated? Your orders, Hokage-sama? Shikaku motioned for the ANBU to wait as he leaned back and closed his eyes. Part of him wished that Hoka Hiruzen were here to discuss the matter, but the old man had already shared everything he knew about Naruto and then purposefully removed himself from all decisions regarding their newest ally. Their review of past interactions had revealed that Kushu was far too adept at reading the Hokage and, more to the point, manipulating him, for their comfort. They both felt that a fresh approach and a fresh perspective were due. It should serve to throw Kushu off of his game, if nothing else. So, Kushu had full access to the Namikaze compound, acquired during or shortly after the Chunin exams. The Bijou had known of his parentage for some time, so that was not the trigger. If he could have entered the compound earlier, he would have done so before he knew his identity had been uncovered. The time frame was less certain, but Shikaku felt that the initial entry into the compound occurred within 2 weeks of the invasion, when their watch on the Bijou was at its most slack due to lack of manpower. With his newly heightened clearance, Shikaku also knew that the blood of literally every ninja in Konoha had been tested against the gate over the years. Everyone knew that the Fourth's mansion had locked itself down roughly 2 weeks after his death. Only 5 people knew that the lockdown had not been automatic, but coincided with the flight of Kushina and Tsunade from Konoha. Shikaku sat up suddenly, his mind whirling. Something about the facts he was contemplating now had triggered something in his mind. He could see the board, but checkmate was eluding him. Where was the connection? Could Kushu possibly have made contact with Kushina or Tsunade? He had never been out of Konoha unsupervised, and had not left the confines of the village at all. Actually, that wasn't quite true. He left the village once, a few days after the exams, in the company of Jiraiya for a training session. Jiraiya, who was Naruto's godfather and close friend of Tsunade Senju, though exactly how close was a matter of long-standing speculation. Tsunade Senju, who was known for her strength enhancement technique that could shatter earth and human flesh with equal ease. Sword and hammer, the former of which wielded an odachi and the latter of which bore no visible weapon, yet left shattered ground in their wake. Sword and hammer, whom Jiraiya trusted enough to provide passcodes allowing them access to Konoha should they wish it at a time when security was at its highest. Sword and hammer, who had a bitter confrontation with Itachi Uchiha, the missing nin who once attempted to murder Naruto Uzumaki just prior to his defection. Checkmate. Troublesome, Shikaku muttered. Kushina Uzumaki and Tsunade Senju, who had just handed a deadly weapon to Konoha's most dangerous ally and didn't even know it. Jiraiya wasn't due to check in personally for another 3 months. He was devoting all of his efforts to investigating the destruction of Taki and the current state of IWA. It was now obvious that Hiruzen's decision to not tell Jiraiya about Kushu immediately was a mistake, but he couldn't afford to distract the man from investigating the village they would in all likelihood be warring against in the near future. Of course, he hadn't told Inoichi yet either. His stomach churned uneasily at the thought of what this knowledge would do to the man. He was so proud of his children, and he truly thought of Naruto as his own son, to the point where he occasionally forgot that Naruto was even adopted. But at the same time, the situation with Jiraiya just underscored the old maxim that secrets were often double-edged blades, and always sharper on the end facing you. He set the issue to the back of his mind for further contemplation, and moved on. He himself would be leaving in 2 days, bound for the Land of Iron and the Kage Summit. Hiruzen would be acting as Hokage while he was away, but he needed his own solution to the issue of the bijou. Something that wouldn't reveal their newfound knowledge of his activities, but something that would prevent him from getting any more use out of the Namikaze compound. Something to keep him away without arousing suspicion. Shikaku smiled grimly as the solution presented itself, then picked up a pen and began drafting his orders. January 11th, 348 NE. -4:00 AM. Yamanaka Residence. Conscious thought returned what felt like hours later. Ino opened her mouth, but her throat felt like it was on fire. All she could do was whimper quietly, unable to form actual words. "SHH," Naruto said softly as he wiped her forehead with a towel he'd gotten from somewhere. She could feel his yuki washing over her, slowly soothing away all the sharp pains but leaving a dull ache behind that suffused her entire body. "Sleep now. You should have adjusted completely by the time morning rolls around." Ino only had time to note that she was lying in her own bed in her own room before she felt her eyes drifting closed and let her consciousness fade away. January 13th, 348 NE. -9:00 AM. Hokage Tower, Assignment Room. Border Patrol? Really? Ino groaned. I thought they'd already shored up the defense forces. We are the best team to detect any possible incursions by foreign Jinchuriki, Hinata pointed out reasonably. She wasn't exactly thrilled about it either, but the situation with IWA was making all of Konoha tense, and they were hardly the only team being moved to the defense forces in this latest redeployment. "You guys got border patrol?" Kiba asked as he walked up, Akamaru trotting by his side. Shikamaru and Shuji sauntered up behind him. "Man, we got stuck with border check-ins." "Yep," Naruto said, shrugging. "Sounds pretty boring, honestly. If IWA was going to do something, they would have already struck." "That point is reasonable," Shino responded as Team Kurenai joined the group, "but it is just as likely that IWA seeks to slowly whittle down our forces. Coordinated strikes along the border would accomplish that goal." "Troublesome," Shikamaru volunteered. "This entire situation doesn't feel right." The rest of the group focused their attention on him, causing him to sigh. "Iwa's current strategy doesn't make any sense. either they are being too aggressive and have overextended themselves badly, or they aren't being aggressive enough and allowing the other villages too much time to respond. There has to be something else going on, and it doesn't bode well that we have no idea what it is. Naruto nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps their attack on Taki didn't work out like they thought it would? Perhaps their Jinchuriki were injured, or found that using their powers like that had side effects they did not anticipate. That would be good for us, but I don't think we're that lucky, Shikamaru sighed. Has your dad said anything? Sakura asked. Shikamaru wiped his hand over his face. Not directly, he confessed, but he's been a lot more tense than usual lately, even accounting for his work as Hokage. And now with so many teams getting pulled onto patrols and other defensive tasks, the mess with the archives, and the Kage Summit. Kiba growled lowly in his throat. Shit man, you make it sound like Konoha could be in trouble. We're the strongest village. We'll show IWA why they shouldn't mess with us and that'll be the end of it, right? Even as he said it, his tone made it clear that even he didn't really believe it would be that easy. Shikamaru eyed him wearily, a grim expression on his face, but said nothing. An uneasy silence fell over the group. Hey! Ino said suddenly, clapping her hands together to dispel the rising tension. There's no point worrying about any of that right now. All we can do is focus on getting stronger, so that we're ready to handle whatever comes our way. Sasuke grunted in agreement, a small smile on his face. Yeah. Just because you guys made it to Chunin first doesn't mean you can slack off. We'll end up surpassing you if you aren't careful. Yeah. Kiba yelled in agreement. You guys will be stuck on the border while we have extra time to train. When you finally get back, we'll be ready to kick your asses. Naruto grinned in response. The patrol only lasts 3 weeks, Kiba, not the years you'd need to have a chance. Kiba grumbled in annoyance, and the conversation drifted towards more comfortable topics. January 19th, 348 NE. Land of Iron. 9:45 a.m. Shikaku strolled into the meeting room, flanked by his best friends and teammates Inoichi Yamanaka and Shuza Akimichi. Each Kage was allowed 2 bodyguards while they were within the Land of Iron, and there was no one he would trust at his back more than those 2. His eyes swept the room as he made his way towards the table. He was the 3rd Kage to arrive, as both the Kumo seat and the Kiri seat were occupied. Mifune Daisho was also present, talking quietly with one of his aides at the far end of the room. The Raikage, a tall, dark-skinned man with slick-back white hair, a thin mustache, and a goatee, was accompanied by 2 kunoichi. The first was pale-skinned, unusual for a kumonin, and had dark blonde hair tightly bound in a ponytail that hung down to her waist. She wore a dark shirt and pants tied off with a red belt and purple gloves. She also had a long string of beads tightly wound around her left forearm and hand. The second kunoichi was dark-skinned, and had vibrant red hair and piercing yellow eyes that were clearly visible even from across the room. She wore a dark shirt and pants of the same cut as the other kunoichi, tied off with a white belt. She also had a sword strapped across her back. The Mizukage, an auburn-haired woman wearing a revealing blue dress, was accompanied by 2 men. The first man wore a dark green robe that covered most of his body, leaving only his hand and a small portion of his chest exposed, showing that he had a mesh shirt underneath it. He had an eye patch covering his right eye and wore his headband across his forehead. His silvery gray hair swept upwards, coming together to form a rough point. The other man wore a black shirt and black pants with gray, striped leg warmers and forearm warmers over them. He had a dark gray jounin vest with an unusual patch on the left side of the vest, consisting of 2 concentric circles with the character 4-1 in the middle and a sword stabbing through the entire design diagonally. He too wore his headband across his forehead, but the most prominent feature about him would have to be the enormous sword he wore across his back. The tip of the blade nearly scraped the floor while the hilt extended over his head by nearly a foot. He was easily the second tallest man in the room, after the Raikage, and the sword was still longer than he was tall. What concerned him most, however, was the fact that the Raikage and Mizukage had chosen seats on the same side of the table and were sitting fairly close to each other. Only 3 seats remained, 2 on the opposite side of the table and 1 in the middle, relatively isolated and directly across from Mifune Daisho's position. "Greetings, Hokage Dano," the Mizukage said, speaking first and breaking the silence. "I must say I was quite surprised to receive your request for a summit. I would have thought Konoha more than capable of dealing with their own problems." She trailed off, smirking. The Raikage chuckled, leaning forward to rest his elbows on the table. "The leaf is but a shadow of its former self. First they lose the 4th, and now the 3rd has grown too old to lead." "Funny you should say that," Shikaku interrupted. "I've always felt that being a shadow is what a ninja should be." Chusa and Inoichi both audibly stifled their own chuckles at the sour expression on the Raikage's face as he realized he'd set himself up for that retort. The Mizukage laughed as well, a soft, delicate sound. "Just so, Hokage Dano. I believe your 2 bodyguards make up the rest of the infamous Inoshikacho trio, do they not? Chusa Akimichi and Inoichi Yamanaka?" Shikaku nodded in confirmation. "Yes, my teammates and I have worked together since we were children. Even if I have a new title now, that has not and will not change. But what of your own companions?" "I recognize Zabuza Momochi, of course, the leader of the 7 swordsmen, and the other must surely be Ao, a captain in your Hunter Corps." Shikaku frowned internally when he saw the Mizukage smirk at him and nod in agreement. She was not at all upset that he had correctly identified both ninja on sight. Zabuza was quite distinctive and high-profile, but Ao, despite his considerable skill, was relatively unknown outside of Kiri, one of the consequences of spending most of your career in the Hunter Corps. He turned his attention to the Kumo bodyguards next. "I trust that Yujito-san and Karui-san were pleasant company on the journey, Raikage D." "Oh no?" Based on Konoha's intelligence, the 2 kunoichi were both A-rank jounin, even if they weren't old enough or skilled enough to have earned the type of reputations his own team or Zabuza had. Enough with the pissing contest, the Raikage barked, slamming his hand on the table and rising up out of his seat. "When the hell are you going to get to the point of this little gathering?" Mifune Daisho spoke up for the first time since Shikaku had entered the room. "Please, have patience, Raikage Dano. Not all of the participants have arrived yet. I'm sure Hokage Dano will explain in due time." The Raikage grumbled to himself, but settled back into his chair. Neither Yujito nor Karui had so much as twitched during his outburst. Shikaku noted either they had ironclad self-control or they were used to dealing with the Raikage. The room settled into silence once more, each of the groups eyeing the others warily and conversing quietly amongst themselves. The doors opened once again a few minutes later, admitting the delegation from Suna. Shikaku rose from his seat, smiling and making welcoming gestures towards the entering group. "Kazekage Dano, it's good to see you again," he greeted. "Please, Hokage Dano, call me Baki," the Kazekage replied. He met Shikaku halfway to the table and shook hands, smiling the entire time. "This is Hiroshi Sakaba," he said, motioning to the middle-aged man with close-cropped black hair and a prominent scar on one cheek, "and I'm sure you remember Gaara." Shikaku nodded, hiding his wariness of the Jinchuriki with practiced ease as he turned to greet each of the bodyguards in turn. The exchange was mostly a show, put on to impress the other Kages that Suna and Konoha had a strong alliance. He frowned when he noticed that Gaara's gaze wasn't on him or his teammates, but rather somewhere behind him. He turned slightly, tracking his gaze out of the corner of his eye, and found that Gaara was focused intently on Yujito, and that the Jounin was shifting uneasily, the first crack in her composure he'd seen since he had entered the room. Gaara blinked, then turned his attention back to the people around him as if nothing had happened. "Greetings, Hokage-sama," he said formally, bowing slightly. "I trust everything has been well, Sayama-san?" Shikaku asked. Yes, Hokage-sama, Gaara replied flatly. Well, clearly the months since they had last met had done nothing to improve the Jinchuriki's conversational skills. Once the rest of the pleasantries were out of the way, they settled back into their positions at the table, the Suna group taking the position next to the Konoha group in a further show of solidarity. Shikaku frowned internally. Once the IWA delegation arrived, they would be seated in the middle, leaving Kiri and Kumo on one side and Konoha and Suna on the other. Less than a minute later, the doors opened one last time to admit a single ninja wearing an IWA headband. He was older, with solidly gray hair and a lined face, but he wore a crisp Jounin uniform and carried himself with pride. He walked slowly but firmly to the table, coming to a stop behind the sole remaining empty chair. Shikaku stared at the ninja with his eyes narrowed, his mind whirling. Very well then, Mifune said clearly, since we are all present, I hereby declare the start of the Kage Summit. As the dash. Wait a minute, the Raikage roared, thundering to his feet once again. You mean that Tsuchikage isn't coming? Mifune frowned at the interruption, but nodded. The Tsuchikage sent his regrets, but stated that due to pressing matters within his village he could not possibly attend himself. He sent his Jounin commander in his place. Shikaku frowned. The IWA Nin was not Iwa's Jounin commander, or at least hadn't been as of 1 month ago. Their intelligence on IWA was a bit spotty, but they weren't about to overlook a major change like that. The Raikage clenched his fists, his knuckles audibly cracking. Pressing matters, huh, he muttered darkly. He settled back into his chair, his attention fixed on the IWA Nin. To the IWA Nin's credit, he didn't appear unnerved as he endured the attention. The Mizukage spoke next, her warm voice taking on a distinctly chilly tone. It seems that the Tsuchikage feels he has no need to observe the traditions among the villages. Mifune cleared his throat. Please, let us address the issues before the summit in an orderly manner. As the village who called for the summit, Konoha shall speak first. Thank you, Mifune Daisho, Shikaku said, rising from his seat. Chapter 45, A Meeting of Minds, Part 2. January 19th, 348 NE. Land of Iron. -10:15 a.m. Shikaku paused a moment, his gaze sweeping around the room. Baki, who was already familiar with the situation, was watching him with polite interest. Mei was leaned back in her chair, idly twirling a strand of her hair around her finger while I was leaning forward with his elbows planted on the table, glowering at him and the IWA representative in equal measure. The IWA Nin stood at attention behind the chair reserved for the Tsuchikage, his face blank and impassive. As you have no doubt heard by now, Shikaku began, on January 3rd Taki was attacked. As of 3 days ago Konoha has only managed to rescue a single survivor from Taki. The village itself was completely razed, the ground beneath it sunken such that the surrounding lake has actually covered whatever remains may have been left. The other people in the room listened silently, none revealing any notable reaction to the news. A diplomatic envoy happened to be en route to Taki the day the attack took place, and the escorting team were the ones who encountered the sole survivor. After ensuring that he would live out the day, the team immediately set out to ascertain the situation. The members of the team included members from some of Konoha's more prominent clans, including one of our more gifted ninja with sensory enhancements, and they determined that no less than 2 Jinchuriki were involved in the attack. Mei leaned forward slightly at that, her bored demeanor giving way to interest, while the A let out a small grunt. That team's findings were confirmed by the testimony we managed to get from the survivor, who described both the 4-tailed and the 5-tailed beasts in precise detail. Attention shifted to the IWA Nin for a moment, who had paled and begun to sweat lightly. Further, neither the team nor the survivor indicated that Taki's Jinchuriki was involved in the battle in any way, suggesting that she either was neutralized prior to or early in the attack, or possibly defected willingly. Mei's eyes had narrowed thoughtfully, and it was beginning to emanate a bit of killing intent, all focused on the unfortunate Iwa Nin. In addition to that, damning enough as it is, we have also found multiple areas around Taki where returning teams or escaping ninja were killed, all of them dying to either weapons or earth jutsu. One group in particular has an estimated time of death that places their demise approximately 2 hours prior to the attack. Of the 4 Takinin killed, 3 were crushed by a stone prison of some sort. Based on this information, Shikaku concluded, Konoha believes that Iwa has violated numerous treaties and has given us sufficient cause to declare war. He motioned to Inoichi, who stepped forward and began handing out a thick folder to each of the delegations. In each case, one of the bodyguards took the folder and gave it a thorough inspection before placing it in front of their respective kage. These folders contain copies of all evidence and testimony gathered by Konoha in regards to this matter. Konoha will now yield the floor to allow Iwa's representative to explain their actions. Thank you, Hokage Dano, Mifune intoned, his voice grave. The Land of Iron has heard of the destruction of Taki as well, and we grieve for the senseless loss of life incurred in such an attack. He cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping across the room as if waiting for someone else to speak. Both Mei and I were quickly flipping through the documents, occasionally lingering on a page. Before Iwa speaks, he said, does any other village wish to offer additional information that they may have uncovered in regards to the attack? Baki inclined his head slightly, and Mifune motioned for him to speak. We happened to pass by Taki's former location on our way to this summit, he began. As I'm sure you are all aware, he said, a wry smile on his face, Gaara is the Jinchuriki for the one-tailed beast, and he was able to confirm the presence of 2, and only 2, signatures that he recognized as belonging to other Jinchuriki. For the traces to linger so long after the actual events took place, a truly massive amount of chakra must have been used. This only further supports the conclusion that Jinchuriki were involved in the attack. Shikaku noticed that Gaara was once more staring at Yujito, and that Baki was looking at A with a small smirk on his face. The Raikage met his gaze impassively, his expression giving no hint to what he was thinking. If that exchange meant what he thought it did, he would have to reevaluate some of the information Konoha had on the Raikage. What possible reason would he have for bringing Kumo's hidden Jinchuriki to the summit? Did he believe the other nations knew her identity? Did the other nations know prior to this, and Konoha's own network had somehow managed to miss such an important piece of information? Did he believe that no one would be able to detect that she was a Jinchuriki? Did he intend to expose her at this time, and if so, what did Kumo gain from that? He refocused his attention on the meeting as Mifune Daisho asked the Iwa Nin to speak. Thank you, Mifune Daisho, the Iwa Nin replied. I would like to begin by apologizing for my Kage's inability to attend. Certain matters have arisen within Iwa that demand his full and complete attention, and for the sake of the village he dared not leave at this time. No disrespect or insult was intended. The Kages stared back at him, their expressions clearly conveying that they were neither impressed with his explanation nor mollified by his apology. He cleared his throat roughly and continued. As for the incident with Taki, Iwa categorically denies any and all involvement or knowledge of the attack. That was as far as he got before he choked on his words as the combined killing intent of 4 Kages drove him to his knees. Please! Mifune Daisho shouted as he rose to his feet. Allow the man to explain himself. If all he's going to do is try to feed us bullshit, I replied, I'm not going to bother listening. I understand your anger, Raikage Dano, but we will not be able to get to the bottom of this matter without hearing from all sides. The killing intent slowly tapered off, and the Iwa Nin slowly forced himself back to his feet, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Konoha has provided no proof that Iwa is in any way involved with the attack, the Iwa Nin panted out. Even assuming that 2 Jinchuriki were involved, Konoha and Suna between them could have done that just as easily, or even Kumo. Even Kiri could have done that, there is nothing to prove that their supposedly missing Jinchuriki actually left the village. Before we pursue that line of argument any further, Mifune said, let us deal with the issue at hand. Konoha has called for this summit, and it is my judgment as the mediator that their evidence is compelling. IWA must first offer sufficient evidence that they are not at fault before accusing others of this attack. The IWA Nin looked pained, but didn't press the issue. So, what evidence or explanation can you provide? Mifune pressed. The IWA Nin scanned the room, looking hesitant, before his shoulders slumped and he sighed. IWA cannot possibly be responsible for this attack, because IWA does not have control of any Jinchuriki. There was no killing intent this time, as the entire room was stunned into silence. Since when? Mei asked slowly, her tone hard. If your excuse is that both of your Jinchuriki just happened to go missing shortly before the attack took place, I'm afraid you will find no sympathy from Kiri. The IWA Nin didn't reply immediately, apparently struggling with what he was going to say. Our Jinchuriki have been missing for nearly 16 years. Mifune Daisho spoke up next, a steel edge entering his voice. Regardless of your involvement in Taki's destruction, he said softly, hiding such important information from the other nations could in and of itself be considered an act of war. The Land of Iron will not ignore that, and I'm sure the other nations will be most interested to hear about Iwa's actions as well. The IWA Nin jerked slightly, but nodded. IWA is prepared to offer gestures of apology to the other nations. However, no harm has befallen the other nations due to the actions of a rogue Jinchuriki, and there are no treaties compelling us to announce this information. Unless you count Taki, that is, Mei retorted, grinning. To not even report them as missing Nin, though. I wonder what you thought would happen, she trailed off. Smirked. You are hardly one to talk, Mizukage Dano, he said. Your village managed to lose both of your Jinchuriki as well, and one of them was your Kage on top of that. Mei shrugged, her amusement not fading in the slightest. We reported the losses shortly after they occurred, she replied. Kiri's power does not rely on such things. Please, let us return to the topic at hand, Mifune Daisho interrupted. I have not been directed to discuss the Tsuchikage's potential motivations for his decision, the IWA Nin continued. Shikaku snorted. The answer is obvious, isn't it? You were afraid. The time frame you give places their loss shortly after Iwa's resounding defeat at the hands of the fourth Hokage. Iwa's two Jinchuriki, one of the greatest deterrents to any invasion of IWA itself, coupled with the catastrophic loss of life incurred, that Tsuchikage no doubt decided if news got out, Konoha or Suna would immediately invade to finish them off. The IWA Nin bristled, but made no reply. Even so, Shikaku continued, his attention shifting to the other Kages. We have no evidence that IWA is actually telling the truth. However, Konoha possesses the ability to track the Jinchuriki based on their signature. And I'm sure the other villages have some means to do so as well. If we are allowed access to a Wabikure and anywhere else we deem necessary, and we determine that you are telling the truth, then Konoha would be willing to accept that IWA was not responsible for the attack on Taki. It would depend on the exact terms, Mei added, but Kiri agrees to that proposal in principle. As does Suna, Baki chimed in. That will not be possible, the IWA Nin responded. IWA considers this entire situation an attempt to frame our village and undermine our security. As such, effective from today our borders are closed to all foreign ninja. Any attempts to enter IWA territory will be considered an act of aggression and will be met with force. Mei laughed softly. So IWA refuses to cooperate in any fashion, For a village protesting their innocence, you are certainly doing nothing to actually prove it. The IWA Nin nodded tersely. Our village will do what it must to protect itself from whoever seeks to destroy us. The Raikage slammed his hand down on the table once again, cracking it slightly. "I'm sick of this bullshit," he shouted as he shot to his feet. He pointed at the IWA Nin threateningly, a thunderous expression on his face. "I didn't come all this way to listen to some no-name piece of shit tell us all to go fuck ourselves." "Raikage Dono, please calm yourself," Mifune said, sounding slightly annoyed and exasperated. "In fact, I think we could all do with a short break. Let us reconvene in 2 hours, after we have all had time to refresh ourselves and master our tempers." 11:30 a.m. "What do you make of this, Baki?" Shikaku asked as the Suna and Konoha groups settled into their chairs. The two groups had exited the meeting together and decided to adjourn to Konoha's suite, as it was closer. Rather than answering, Baki turned to Gaara with an inquisitive expression. "The blonde is a Jinchuriki," he said without preamble, "but she's not quite like Naruto. She feels," he paused, apparently struggling with how to describe whatever it was he had sensed, "warm." Shikaku's eyebrows shot up in surprise. He had expected something along the lines of weaker or more diluted, but warm? What was that supposed to mean? An association with fire, perhaps? Why would the Raikage risk bringing Kumo's unknown Jinchuriki to this meeting? Hiroshi asked, his hand absent-mindedly rubbing his scar. He may not have expected to run across anyone who could actually tell what she was, Shikaku replied. "Is there any chance that Kumo was involved in the attack? Did her signature match what you felt at Taki?" Gaara shook his head. "No," he replied simply. "What is IWA playing at?" Chusa asked next, his chair creaking as he leaned back. "It's like they're trying their hardest just to piss everyone else off. If you take their explanation at face value, their actions are mostly consistent. The fact that the Tsuchikage didn't even bother to show up, however, concerns me. The man may be old, but he is far from stupid. He had to know the other villages would take that as an insult, so either he's become so arrogant he just doesn't care, or he felt there was a serious threat that prevented him from leaving his village, or he's busy preparing to invade. Do you think someone else has control of those Jinchuriki now? Another village, perhaps?" Inoichi asked. Shikaku rubbed his hand over his face. "It's possible," he said, "but unlikely compared to IWA trying to manipulate the situation in their favor. Their scenario clears them of the attack on Taki, but their actions prevent anyone from actually proving that that's what really happened. Even worse, their decision to close their borders for security also makes it more difficult to keep an eye on their forces." He sighed, suddenly looking tired. "And since IWA has basically refused to cooperate or provide any meaningful proof that they were not involved, we have to move forward with this." Same time. Ao focused on his Byakugan, struggling to make out what the ninja from the other delegations were saying. The lone IWA ninja wasn't speaking, naturally, although it might have been amusing if he had been. Kumo hadn't even bothered to erect privacy seals, and they were currently eating lunch. The Raikage was glowering at nothing, and Yujito and Karui were talking quietly, discussing nothing important that he could discern. It was the Suna and Konoha delegations he focused on, however, and he'd already picked up on one rather interesting tidbit. It seems that Gaara has met Konoha's Jinchuriki, someone named Naruto. "That name sounds very familiar," Ao said, rubbing his chin. "What?" Ao shuddered at the Mizukige's tone. It was perfectly flat and controlled, but there was an undertone of anger that worried him. "Naruto," Zabuza mused, rubbing his chin. "Wasn't there a Naruto Yamanaka that made it to the Chunin exam finals? Supposedly some sort of hotshot genin in Konoha. Guess now we know why." Ao cleared his throat uncomfortably when he felt the temperature in the room rising. Even Zabuza was eyeing Mei warily, shifting slightly as if preparing to move away quickly. It wasn't often that the Mizukage was angry enough to subconsciously channel her bloodline, but everyone knew to walk very carefully when she was. "Ao, Keep watching them, she snapped, her eyes distant. I want to know everything I can before our meeting with the Raikage. The temperature in the room slowly stabilized as her thoughts turned inward. Ao and Zabuza shared a quick glance before Ao turned his attention back to the Konoha group. -3:00. The meeting resumed on schedule, but nothing useful came of it. The IWA Nin refused to budge from his position, and the assembled Kages grew increasingly annoyed and frustrated with his stance. It eventually ended as Shikaku had known it would since the IWA Nin had declared that IWA was closing its borders. Konoha, Kiri, Kumo, and Suna have all declared their borders closed to IWA and its allies until such time as IWA agrees to allow representatives from each of those villages to investigate Iwa's claims that it no longer has control of any Jinchuriki, and specifically not the Jinchuriki involved in the destruction of Taki, Mifune intoned formally. His gaze focused on the IWA Nin. I would add that I have personally been disappointed with Iwa's attitude and unwillingness to cooperate or compromise during this summit. After conferring with my daimyo, and speaking as my lord's official representative in this matter, I hereby add the Land of Iron to the list of countries which have closed their borders to IWA and its allies until such time as you prove willing to cooperate. My lord will be communicating with the other nations soon, and I fully expect that we will not be the last to do so. The IWA Nin looked very pale, but he stood stiffly at attention as Mifune continued. For all of our sakes, I hope IWA comes to its senses before it come to outright war, he concluded. Do you have anything to add? The IWA Nin drew in a deep breath. I can only reiterate that IWA was in no way involved with the attack on Taki. Speaking personally, he said, his expression slipping slightly, it is my belief that one of the other villages represented here today is manipulating the situation to their own benefit. The way his gaze focused on Shikaku made it clear just which village he chose to blame. You have made your thoughts on the subject abundantly clear, Mifune replied. If no one has anything further to add, I hereby declare this summit concluded. January 25, 348 NE. Land of Fire, near the western border. -9:00 AM. Do you think Shikakugiji is back in Konoha now? Ino asked idly as she leapt from tree to tree. They had been on patrol for over 2 weeks and she was starting to go a bit crazy with pent-up energy. She couldn't practice the Hiraishin, she couldn't work on her bastardized sage training, and she couldn't even go through her normal training routine. Just jump from tree to tree, going back and forth over the same area day in and day out. The very idea of border patrol had sounded terrible before, but now she absolutely loathed it. Probably, Naruto replied. The summit shouldn't have taken very long. Chances are we'll get pulled off of border patrol soon to go traipsing through IWA searching for any signs of Jinchuriki. Joy, Ino groaned. She would have said something more, but Hinata jerked to a stop and motioned for silence. Her Byakugan was activated and she seemed to be very tense. One of the other patrols just deviated from their route, she said distractedly. They are intercepting a group of 4 ninja, all of them wearing IWA headbands. Let's go, Naruto said quickly, changing course in the direction Hinata indicated. A few seconds later Hinata hissed in anger. The IWA Nin are attacking. Naruto didn't bother to say anything further. The flare of chakra he gave off as he rocketed forward was all the answer Ino and Hinata needed as to their response. They both poured on all the speed they could and were just barely able to keep Naruto in sight. Hinata kept talking as they ran and jumped, informing her of what was happening even as they closed in on the battle. One Konoha ninja is down, dead. Another no, dead. One IWA Nin injured and withdrawing. A third Konoha Nin down, injured. Hinata's monologue came to a halt as Naruto ripped into the battle, both of them following on his heels. Ino quickly surveyed the battlefield. Several trees looked like they had exploded, large chunks of wood dotting the area and a few sharper ones embedded in the ground and other trees. There were 2 large scorch marks on the ground, and several holes coming out of the earth. Even as she watched, one of the IWA Nin, encased in what looked like solid rock, shot forward with surprising speed and crushed the last standing member of the original patrol to the ground. Whatever he had planned to do afterward quickly became moot when Naruto appeared behind him and placed a hand on the rock surrounding the ninja. There was a brief pause, then the ninja appeared to implode, leaving behind a mass of gory rock. The 2 IWA Nin still in the clearing paused, clearly shocked, then split up. Hinata followed one and she took the other. The ninja she was pursuing was fast, but clearly wasn't as used to operating in dense forest as she was. While he stuck to the ground, occasionally pushing off a tree to assist in a rapid change in direction, she followed from the treetops, leaping from branch to branch with practiced ease. She pulled out 2 explosive kunai and launched them forward, one ahead of the fleeing ninja and the other to his left. As expected, the ninja dodged right to evade and ran straight into her lightning whip. And that's when something unexpected happened. The ninja caught her whip with his bare hands, and a flare of chakra sent a countercurrent running back along its length. The unexpected counterattack almost reached her, and she barely disconnected herself from the technique in time. "The fuck?" she muttered to herself. "Sorry, little girl," the ninja said as he looked up at her. "You'll need to do better than that." His hands blurred and Ino began frantically dodging a rapid barrage of kunai. She made good use of the cover the trees provided, but every time she caught sight of her opponent he was a little bit closer and the kunai were a little bit harder to dodge. She tried using a few bunshin to throw him off, but he was much better at telling the real one apart from the illusions that she would have expected, as he unerringly pursued her no matter how threatening or evasive the clones behaved. Gritting her teeth, she began rapidly bouncing from tree to tree, changing directions at random and moving without any sort of pattern or purpose. A series of bunshin zipped through the trees along with her, all of them eventually fading into the distance while the real Ino nestled high in the branches of a tree, her hands poised in front of her mouth as if she was preparing to use a breath technique. A few seconds later, her opponent appeared behind her, kunai raised to deliver the killing blow. Before he even had a chance to swing the kunai down, his body jerked slightly. He abruptly dropped the kunai he was holding to catch Ino's limp body before it could topple out of the tree. "Asshole," he muttered to himself as he hoisted Ino's body over his shoulder. He began slowly making his way to the site of the original battle, idly searching through his pouches with one hand. The man reached the clearing to find Hinata sealing away the dead bodies into a set of scrolls while Naruto tended to the surviving Konoha nin. "Got one captured," the man announced as he gently placed Ino's body against a tree. He stripped all of the equipment off of his own body, then pulled a spool of ninja wire out of a pouch and began binding his own legs tightly. "What's the plan from here?" "Report to the nearest outpost to inform them of what happened and get new orders," Naruto said, sounding bored as he stared down at the newly healed and unconscious ninja. "Given that IWA is attacking Konoha patrols, I'd say the summit didn't turn out so well." February 18th, 348 NE. Sunagakure, Kazekage's office. -3:00 p.m. Baki rubbed his forehead tiredly. "How many did we lose this time?" 2 patrols were attacked, both squads of Chunin, the scorpion-masked ANBU said. Their attackers launched a quicksand technique to trap or slow them, followed up by long-range bombardment with boulders, the same hit-and-run tactics as all the others. Only 1 Chunin died, but 2 others were heavily injured. No casualties reported among the attackers. Only Chunin patrols were attacked? "Yes, Kazekage-sama," the ANBU replied. "We are currently investigating the possibility of a security leak, but it seems more likely that the attackers were simply judging the strength of the individual patrols and choosing their targets accordingly." Baki nodded his head, drumming his fingers on the desk as he thought. Konoha was experiencing similar raids, all originating from the areas of their border closest to IWA. They had managed to capture a few of the ninja responsible in the initial raids, only to find that every single one of them was a missing nin, one of them from Konoha itself, no less. IWA denied that they were responsible, just as they had denied responsibility for everything else. And just like everything else, they refused to budge from their position or offer any shred of meaningful evidence or assistance. And while the political bickering continued to no real purpose, Suna and Konoha ninja continued to die. Konoha had actually sustained more losses, but they could absorb those losses more easily. Suna's ninja population was on the low side before the Civil War, and the losses incurred during that day had only made the situation worse. Every Chunin and Jounin death pushed them ever closer to the point where they would no longer be able to protect their own lands. Their mission income was already severely curtailed, and likely to get even worse before it got better. Baki had been hoping to avoid making this particular decision, but if he didn't act now, the situation might devolve to the point where having reserves wouldn't make a difference. Instruct Team Gaara to report to my office immediately. 3:30 p.m. You called, Kazekage-sama? Kankuro asked, amusement tinging his voice. He never ceased to find it amusing that their teacher had gone from political outcast to ruling the village over the course of a week. His slight grin faltered when he noted the grim expression on his former teacher's face. Yes, I did, Baki said. As I'm sure you are aware, groups of ninja have been raiding our borders off and on for the last month, and all evidence, such as it is, points to IWA being responsible. The situation has not been resolved diplomatically, and we continue to sustain losses with each passing day. Temari and Kankuro nodded grimly, while Gaara just stared at him impassively. As of this moment, your team is hereby assigned to the border, but you won't be part of the normal patrol rotation. Instead, you will be tasked with aggressively pursuing any attackers and eliminating the threat they pose. Capture if possible, but your first priority is to neutralize them, however you accomplish that. How aggressively? Gaara asked, a glint in his eye. You are to continue pursuit until such time as you consider the targets lost or you are specifically instructed to turn back by one of the other nation's patrols. Other than that, only stop pursuing if the target crosses into hostile territory, such as IWA. In that case, return and report that fact as soon as possible. Gaara nodded, a small grin on his face. March 2nd, 348 NE. Kakashi let out a small grunt as Hinata's kick grazed his side. He switched himself with a log the next moment, allowing her follow-up to strike the wood instead of his torso. That's good, he said, holding up his hand to show that the sparring session was done for the moment. His team happened to be in Konoha at the same time he was for the first time in quite a while, and he was taking advantage of that fact to work with them one-on-one to judge their progress and provide some direction should they need it. Naruto was coming along nicely, as expected, but was actually focusing most of his efforts on Fuinjutsu, an area where his knowledge had already outstripped Kakashi's own. Ino was delving deeper and deeper into her family's techniques, but she had recently acquired a fascination with espionage and infiltration that he was only too happy to help her with. She had a real talent for it, her natural gift as an actress working hand in hand with her skill at reading people acquired from her family's teachings to produce something incredibly rare and effective. Hinata, on the other hand, had taken his challenge to adapt the Jukin to include kicks as well and worked wonders with it. He had known it was theoretically possible, but had also expected Hinata to run into far more practical limitations than she had. I'm glad to see that you have refined your technique so well. Hinata nodded, a small smile on her face. Thank you, Sensei. I couldn't have done this without your help. Well, I wouldn't go that far, he demurred. Still, I believe it's time to move on to something else. Actually, Sensei, there was one other thing I wanted to show you before we moved on. Oh? Kakashi asked, intrigued. She nodded and slipped into a stance. Please block as you normally would against me, she requested. He shrugged and nodded, and when she leapt forward on the attack he kept his focus on her hands and feet, making sure that they never made direct contact with any part of his body. It was on the third pass, when his hand slapped against her forearm to divert her attack, that he felt it. His hand burned and spasmed, prompting him to stop in shock. Hinata moved backwards, an uncharacteristic grin on her face. "I actually got the idea from one of my discussions with Niji," she said. "The Kaiten expels chakra from every tenketsu in a specific way, and I had already proven that I could use the Juken strikes with more than just my hands, so why not the other tenketsu as well?" "You can do that anywhere?" Kakashi finally managed. Hinata's expression dimmed slightly. "Not quite anywhere," she admitted. "Only the major tenketsu, and only for short bursts. It's also not quite enough to seal tenketsu completely, but a solid strike should serve to disrupt their chakra network." Kakashi nodded, rubbing his hand. "I am impressed," he said. "I thought the idea of adding kicks to the Juken style and multiplying the available angles of attack would be powerful, but you've managed to come up with something beyond that. Once you hone that to the same degree you have your other Juken abilities, I can honestly say that I would hesitate to engage you in taijutsu at all." He allowed Hinata to consider that for a moment, enjoying watching one of his students bask in well-earned praise, before he cleared his throat. "That does bring me to the issue I was going to raise before, however. The majority of your training has focused on taijutsu in an effort to maximize your potential there. I would personally rate you as an A-rank threat already, well on your way to S-rank in that regard. Outside of taijutsu and close range, however, is a different story." Hinata's expression turned serious, her pride and excitement set aside for the moment as she focused on his words. "On your own, you lack any meaningful long-range capability. Your Byakugan makes it difficult to surprise you, but you can still be pinned down or surrounded. Even beyond that, the fact that most of your strengths lie at close range limits your versatility in terms of the missions you can take. In fact, this is yet another area where I personally feel that your clan as a whole has been remarkably blind." "And yes, I use that word intentionally," he added, seeing Hinata's lips quirk slightly. "I have several ideas I would like you to pursue, but the first is the one I consider the most promising. There is one water jutsu in particular that I picked up in the last war. I never did learn the name for it and I've never seen anyone else use it, but I think of it as Suisageki no Jutsu, or the water sniping technique." Chapter 46, The Die is Cast. March 15, 348 NE. Kirigakure, Mizuki's residence, private training ground. Itachi stared down at the custom tag in his hands, the almost inaudible hiss indicating that it was active and about to discharge its stored chakra in a single explosive burst. His Sharingan was activated and his eyes were whirling as he watched carefully, noting the small fluctuations within the seal as the chakra stored within shifted. When the chakra reached the triggering array in a progression that he had become intimately familiar with, the tag ruptured, filling the clearing with a storm of fire and smoke. The conflagration vanished almost as quickly as it had appeared, leaving Itachi standing in the middle of a ring of scorched earth, his clothing and skin unmarred by the blast. He dropped the ashen remains of the tag and deactivated his Sharingan, nodding to himself in satisfaction. It was time to move on to the next step of his new technique. "That is still disturbing to watch," he heard Mei say from the edge of the clearing. He turned, his eyes taking in her slim form appreciatively even as he noticed the tension in her frame. Too much tension, especially for something created by a scene she had witnessed many times before. "I was informed that you had returned earlier," she continued, slowly walking towards him. "I thought I might find you here." Itachi nodded, remaining silent as he continued to study her. "I've been wanting to speak to you about a particular matter for some time," she said, her voice soft as she stopped just inches away from him and laid her hand gently on his cheek. Her hand was warm and soft, and he turned his head slightly into it. No. It was too warm. Before he could react, her hand closed around his throat and lifted him into the air, the heat singing the skin on his neck even as the pressure slowly cut off his oxygen. His eyes activated immediately, the tomo spinning wildly and revealing the barely suppressed chakra roiling under her skin and etching the angry and betrayed look on her face into his memory. "When I asked you about Konoha's Jinchuriki," she hissed, "you swore that you had never seen information about him even when you were in ANBU, that you had never even met him. So imagine my surprise when I find out that the Jinchuriki you knew nothing about was none other than Naruto Yamanaka, the child you trained for almost 2 years. You lied to me, Itachi. Did you think I would never find out? Or did you have some plan that would be accomplished before I knew? Is this all just some elaborate plot by Konoha to plant a spy in Kiri?" Itachi stared down at her, saying nothing. After a moment, he deliberately shut off his Sharingan and looked into her eyes. Her surprise was evident, and her grip loosened for a moment. She drew in a deep breath, closing her own eyes and reining in her chakra. She then opened her eyes and dropped him, letting him land lightly on his feet. "I want answers, Itachi," she said at length, her voice cold. "If you can't do that to my satisfaction, you won't be leaving here alive." Itachi brought his hand up to his throat, the appendage glowing green as he healed the light burns on his skin. "You will have your answers, but I ask that you allow me to explain without interruptions," he said calmly. Her brow twitched and her lips twisted into a light scowl, but she nodded. "Technically speaking, I have not once lied to you." He held up his hand, interrupting her angry retort. "What I have done is carefully chosen my words and twisted the truth in an attempt to. I suppose not choose would be the best way to put it. I have made it clear from the beginning that I retain contacts within Konoha, and that I viewed the village as a whole as neither an ally nor an enemy. While I kept certain information to myself, I could maintain my affiliation with those contacts while still operating more or less independently, a situation that I found personally ideal. My contact asked little of me and was pleased with the information I provided. He cared not who I chose to work with otherwise. I knew a time would come where I would have to choose, but until that time I was content to remain silent." "What does this have to do with anything?" Mei snapped, her patience clearly wearing thin. "The very day I activated my Sharingan, I was told that a young boy named Naruto was the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed beast. Many clans within Konoha were able to detect the beast's presence due to the unusual way the seal worked. I first encountered him shortly after he was adopted by the Yamanaka clan, and I knew immediately that something was wrong. My suspicion continued to grow over the years until one day I discovered the truth." Itachi eyed Mei, noting that her anger was slowly giving way to curiosity. He drew in a deep breath, preparing to set himself upon a path that could so easily lead to his ruin. The rewards if he could successfully navigate his way through the coming conflict, however, were worth the price. That truth, the information that I have never revealed to another, the information that only a handful of beings in the entire world know, he continued, his eyes boring into Mei's as he tried to convey how serious he was, is that Naruto Yamanaka does not exist. She narrowed her eyes at him, her anger rapidly returning. "It would be wise to dispense with the word games, Itachi," she growled. "I speak the literal truth, Mei," he said. "The boy everyone knows as Naruto Yamanaka does not exist, he never has. What stands in his place is one of the most dangerous beings to ever walk the elemental nations, the nine-tailed beast." Mei stared at him, her eyes slowly widening and the blood draining from her face. "That's impossible," she whispered. "Nearly everyone would agree, which is a large part of the why he has been able to successfully hide his identity for so long," Itachi said, relaxing slightly as he realized Mei was truly listening to him. "You need to understand something, Mei," he continued. "This coming war between Konoha, Suna, and IWA, the war that you and Kumo are working to make a reality, is just a distraction designed to hide the ones truly responsible." That snapped Mei out of her shock. Then IWA really was framed? Was it Konoha and Suna after all? Itachi shook his head. An organization known as Akatsuki were the ones behind the attack on Taki. What village do they belong to? Mei asked, her eyes narrowed. And that is why all of the great villages have fallen into this trap, Itachi sighed. Akatsuki does not report to a village at all. Akatsuki in its entirety is made up of no more than 10 people, all S-class ninja. There is no way that 10 ninja, no matter how strong, could possibly challenge the might of one of the great villages. Not even Suna is that weak, if only May cut herself off, her eyes widening once more as her mind finally made the connections with what she was hearing. Because they have a Jinchuriki? Itachi finished, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. My sources tell me that Akatsuki controls 4. Akatsuki has enough power to topple any one of the villages, as they have already proven with Taki. Only a united front could seriously threaten them now, and what are the villages doing? Mei looked pained. Exactly. Turning on each other like jackals. Mei began chewing on her thumbnail as her eyes grew distant. We need to inform the other villages, she muttered. Begin planning how to counter them. Itachi shook his head. And tell them what? That a mysterious source told you it wasn't IWA after all? Or that I told you? Are you going to admit that you have sent missing Nin disguised as IWA Nin to harass Konoha and Suna's borders, and the reverse to IWA? That Kumo has done the same? It's too late for that, Mei. Gaara has already been deployed to Suna's borders, and he has skirted very close to entering IWA territory twice already. IWA will be forced to respond, and that Tsuchikage is too proud to back down now. He believes that Konoha and Suna are responsible, after all, and he has hated Konoha ever since the Third War. Mei was silent for a few minutes, her mind racing as she absorbed this new information. Finally, she looked up at Itachi, her eyes narrowed. Where does the nine-tailed beast fit into all of this? March 18th, 348 NE. Iwabikure, Tsuchikage's office. The tension in the room was thick, and none of the ninja present seemed willing to break the stifling silence. How many? The Tsuchikage repeated, his voice firm. The ninja standing directly in front of him swallowed thickly. 14, Tsuchikage-sama. The old man leaned back in his chair, hiding his wince as his bones shifted with practiced ease. His body was old, he was old. He had hoped to see his village once more standing at the top of the elemental nations before he passed on, but it was looking increasingly likely that his village would actually perish before he did. Were the attackers identified? The survivors sighted ninja wearing Suna and Konoha headbands. He ground his teeth for a moment, then swallowed his anger just as easily as he hid his pain. The other villages continued to insist that he was responsible for the destruction of that 2-bit backwater village, when in reality Taki was beneath his notice. Their only real asset was their Jinchuriki, their vaunted defenses and hero's water had never truly been tested, and rumors had greatly exaggerated their efficacy over the years. Most ninja had grown up knowing that Taki was impenetrable, but he had been around long enough to remember when Taki was scrambling left and right, practically begging for missions. The other villages didn't care about that, though. No, they probably knew just as well as he did that IWA was not responsible. They were just taking advantage of the situation to try to finish him off once and for all. He had closed his borders to show them that he wasn't going to give in to their plans, but they kept pushing anyway. And now his village was dying by inches. Every day his borders were raided, and every day more of his ninja died. Suna and Konoha were biting at his heels, and Kumo and Kiri were just waiting in the wings, watching them fight amongst themselves and waiting to swoop in for the kill. He balled his hand into a fist and slammed it on his desk. I won't have it, he snarled. The ninja in the room flinched and shifted uneasily. His eyes shifted as one of the kunoichi stepped forward. Kuratsuchi, his granddaughter. She was very skilled, much like her mother. She would make a fine successor one day, but she wasn't ready yet. Won't have what, grandfather? She asked. The other villages are trying to drag us down, waiting for us to show weakness. They want us to invite them inside our borders so that they can investigate. The moment we do that, they'll strike. Kuratsuchi shrugged. Tell me something I don't know, she muttered, running a hand through her short-cropped black hair. Impudent whelp, he snipped back, though inwardly he was pleased with her attitude. She wasn't afraid to state what she really thought to anyone, just as it should be. We can't afford to let them whittle us down any longer. Konoha and Suna have made us out to be the villains this time around, and they'll take advantage of that any way they can. They've already caused us a lot of problems with the neutral nations by getting them to close their borders to us. It's time we did something about it. Kuratsuchi's pupilless pink eyes widened in surprise. What are you talking about? Humph. What I'm talking about is striking when and where they least expect it. Suna has moved their Jinchuriki to the front lines, claiming that we have been raiding them. It's obvious they are positioning themselves for a full-scale invasion. It wouldn't surprise me at all if Konoha has moved their hidden Jinchuriki to the front lines as well. Well, yeah, Kuratsuchi replied, but we don't have a Jinchuriki to match them. It's one of their biggest advantages right now. Onoki nodded, a dark smile on his face. And that's why we're going to even the odds. March 20th, 348 NE. Konoha, Hokage's office. Shikaku motioned the ANBU to leave and seal the room, his eyes focused on Inoichi. His friend was sitting in one of the chairs on the other side of his desk, a curious but relaxed expression on his face. What's up, Shika? Inoichi asked. Shikaku sighed, then stood and moved around the desk to take the seat next to Inoichi. As I'm sure you know, Shikaku began as he turned the chair to face Inoichi and dropped into it, the Hokage is privy to many secrets that are kept from the general populace for one reason or another. Some are just for security, but others are kept because the village can't know about them. Inoichi's expression grew solemn as he sensed the general direction this conversation was heading. I was informed of this particular secret, Shikaku continued, soon after I was named Sarutobi's successor. He himself had only known for a short time after he put together various clues on his own. Aside from Sarutobi and myself, only the ANBU commander knows. Inoichi frowned. Why am I being told, then? Is it something that you need a Yamanaka for? I know I'm good, but I know of at least 2 Yamanaka who are in ANBU at the moment. 3, actually, Shikaku corrected absently, but that's not why. I'm telling you now because you are personally involved. I've delayed saying anything to you because I wasn't certain that no, Shikaku interrupted himself, grimacing, that's not why. I didn't tell you before now because it was the easy way out. Inoichi swallowed thickly. It wasn't like Shikaku to beat around the bush like this. Inoichi also knew enough about his friend to know that even now he was conflicted about what he was about to do. The tells were all there, the tension in his frame, the way he was rubbing his scar, the tightness around his eyes. If it's that big a deal, Shika, Inoichi said slowly. Shikaku grimaced, then shook his head again. If it was anyone but you or Chusa, I might have kept my mouth shut. Sarutobi-sama certainly did, but that's proven to be a mistake. I don't know if this is the better path, but I swore to myself I would never lose sight of my friends, regardless of my title. Shikaku took another deep breath, then stared grimly at Inoichi. There's something you need to know about Naruto. March 21st, 348 NE. Yamanaka Residence. Mornin' to-chan, Ino yawned as she walked into the kitchen. She made her way to the refrigerator, idly noting that the coffee her father had made smelled particularly strong this morning. Another all-nighter? She asked sympathetically. Yeah, he replied dully, staring into his cup. That sucks, she offered as she began throwing together a quick and simple breakfast. She paused as she noticed that his right hand was heavily bandaged. "What did you do to your hand?" He didn't answer at first, his gaze shifting to stare at the gauze-wrapped appendage as if he'd never seen it before. After several seconds, his gaze flicked up to hers. "Training accident," he said shortly. "Was sparring with Shika and slipped up." "Ouch," Ino winced. "Want Naruto to look at it? He could fix it up in no time." There was an odd cracking sound, and coffee started dripping onto the table. Inoichi sighed and examined the cup, where a small crack ran along the side. He stood and moved to the sink, dumping the coffee out and setting the mug on the counter. "That's all right," he replied to her earlier question. "It's nothing serious, and it'll be a good reminder for me." "If you say so," Ino said slowly, eyeing her father with concern. "Is everything all right, Two-chan?" "Everything's fine, honey," he replied as he grabbed a new mug and poured himself another cup of coffee, just a little wound up still. "Speaking of Naruto," he added as he returned to the kitchen table, "how has your secret training been going?" Ino shrugged. "Pretty slowly, actually. We haven't had a lot of time what with all the patrols we've been doing." "I mean, yeah, we're awesome, but you think they'd cut us a break every now and then," she complained. "It could be a lot worse," Inoichi pointed out. "The casualties from the border raids have really dropped lately. IWA could be finally backing down." Ino hummed noncommittally. "So, why don't you tell me what you're working on? Even if you don't have a lot of time to practice, maybe I could help out." Ino grinned and shook her finger at him. "No way," she said, smirking. "We're keeping this under wraps until we've got it right. When we finally show everyone what we can do, it's gonna be huge." Her dad laughed and held up his hands in surrender. All right. You can't blame me for trying, though. You keep hinting about this amazing new technique. Of course I'm going to be curious." "Still," he said, his expression softening, "I also want to make sure you're safe. The higher rank the technique, the more dangerous it can be, especially if you don't have someone who already knows it helping you out. You guys are being careful, aren't you?" "Of course we are," Ino retorted, annoyed. "And even if something does go wrong, which it hasn't and won't, Naruto is right there to fix me up." "What am I fixing?" Naruto asked as he walked into the kitchen, looking annoyingly fresh and alert as he always did in the morning. He could at least pretend to have trouble waking up every now and then. "Nothing," Ino said firmly, "because nothing is going to go wrong." "Ah," Naruto said as he settled down at the table. "Dad's asking about our training again?" "Yep," Ino nodded, smirking. "He'll just have to keep guessing." Naruto nodded, his eyes studying Inoichi's form. "Want me to fix up your hand?" he asked. "That's all right," Inoichi replied, flexing it. "It's not that bad anyway." Naruto studied him for a moment, then shrugged. They continued to talk as Ino and Naruto ate breakfast and Inoichi drank several more cups of coffee. Ino dumped her plate in the sink and checked the time. "Hurry up, little brother," she teased. "Hinata wanted us to help her practice her new jutsu, and if we take too long we won't have any time for our own training." Naruto nodded unhurriedly as he finished off the last of his meal and cleaned up his own mess. "Whatever you say, Nei-chan." Ino frowned as she heard another cracking sound, then her dad bit off a curse as he dropped his mug and quickly wiped off his hand. "Are you sure you're all right, Two-chan?" she asked worriedly. "I'm fine, Ino," he answered distractedly as he picked up a rag and began cleaning up the spilled coffee. "Just a little tired. Once I get some sleep I'll be good as new." "If you say so," she replied. March 25th, 348 NE. Amigakure. Fu stared out over the city, the gloomy, overcast skies suiting her mood perfectly. Several months had passed since she had accepted the offer from the leader of Akatsuki to join their organization. In that time, she had gotten to know Jun and Kyoko, the two Jinchuriki who had destroyed Taki. June was, depending on who you asked, a cocky brat or a self-assured and assertive teenager. Fu was firmly of the former opinion. He was absolutely devoted to Akatsuki and its goals, and never missed an opportunity to praise his beloved leader Sama at every turn. He called himself a ninja, often bragging that he was one of the youngest ninja to ever achieve S rank, but he rarely used anything other than the chakra of the tailed beast sealed within him. In fact, the only time she ever seen him actually use techniques was when he was training with leader Sama. Kyoko, in contrast, was a very sweet and cheerful little girl that Fu couldn't help but like despite herself. She seemed to radiate happiness wherever she went, and even as she trained to become stronger she somehow managed to maintain a level of cuteness that Fu could not explain. Where June was devoted to leader Sama, Kyoko absolutely worshipped Angel Sama. Fu could understand that to an extent, as Akatsuki's second-in-command was vastly more approachable than the enigmatic leader Sama. A point in her favor was that she actually wanted people to use her name, Konan, as Fu had found out when the woman introduced herself, where Fu had yet to hear anyone refer to leader Sama as anything else. Konan was the only non-Jinchuriki member of Akatsuki that Fu had regular contact with. It was never outright stated, but it seemed clear to her that Konan was the one responsible for keeping the Jinchuriki in line. Of course, that might also have been because of Yahiko, the blue-haired boy who rounded out the group of Jinchuriki. Fu had to admit that seeing the son of the two leaders of Akatsuki as a Jinchuriki was a major point in their favor. If nothing else, it helped prove that they were serious about treating the Jinchuriki properly. And they were treating her well, she supposed, certainly better than Taki ever had. She was less comfortable around the other members of Akatsuki, the ones who were sent out on missions to do something, though she had no idea what it was. She'd been shocked to find that Kisame Hashigaki, one of the most famous missing nin in the elemental nations, had been a member of Akatsuki for years. She didn't talk to him much even on the rare occasions when he was in Amigakure, and he seemed perfectly content to ignore her in return. She got along much better with Deidara, the blonde missing nin from IWA who was obsessed with explosions. The fact that he could fly using that weird clay bird of his helped that along considerably. She'd heard about the religious fanatic, Haydn, but Konan had warned her not to approach him if at all possible, and she had kept her distance. Fu wished they had told her the same about the newest non-Jinchuriki member of Akatsuki. Orochimaru, the pale-skinned, golden-eyed missing nin from Konoha, always looked at her like she was some sort of specimen to be dissected. His words sounded reasonable and charming, but just being around him made her skin crawl. She honestly couldn't fathom how anyone else could stand to be around him. "Hiding up here again, are we?" a soft voice said from behind her. Fu turned to find Konan perched on the edge of the roof, her paper wings folded against her back. The blue-haired woman was wearing a dark blue cloak that shielded her from the perpetual rain. "I like high places," Fu replied, shrugging. "Kyoko was looking for you earlier, you know." "I'll find her later," Fu said. "I just like to have some time to myself sometimes." Konan nodded her understanding and then fell silent, both of them staring out over the village. "It's almost time for your next training session," she said eventually, "but we've got a few minutes to spare." "Shall we?" she asked, flaring her wings slightly. Fu felt a grin stretching across her face as the ever-present prodding inside her skull doubled in intensity. Her own chakra wings flared out of her back, and she launched herself off the side of the building, her hand tapping Konan's arm as she passed. "You're it," she called out, laughing. Konan's own wings flared outward, just in time to catch one of the rare sunbeams that broke through the clouds and bathing her form in light. Fu's breath caught slightly as she took in the beautiful and majestic sight. Moments like this made it very clear why Konan was referred to as Angel Sama. Then the blue-haired woman took flight, rapidly closing the distance between them with a smile on her face, and the chase was on. March 31st, 348 NE. Tsuneyoshi Border. "Another attack," Tamari said quickly as her fan floated to the ground. "Roughly 1 kilometer to the northwest." Gaara turned and immediately began moving in that direction, his relaxed manner at odds with the speed he was hurtling across the desert. Temari and Kankuro groaned in annoyance and took off after him, Temari eschewing her fan in order to not draw any further attention to her team. They reached the location of the attack quickly to find that the Suna team was battered but otherwise intact and that the ambushers were already making a full retreat. Gaara didn't even spare the patrol a glance as he rushed past, a crazed smile growing on his face as he began the chase in earnest. "We'll get them," Temari called out encouragingly, trying to reassure the patrol that they cared about their fate and that their injuries would be avenged. Kankuro nodded his agreement as they rushed past. One of the injured ninja gave them a quick thumbs up as they ran past, startling Temari enough that she almost stumbled. That certainly hadn't happened before. She didn't have time to ponder the oddly positive reaction though, as Gaara increased his speed and she had to focus on her own movements. They crossed over Suna's border with the Land of Stone almost immediately, but like with their other clashes with the raiders, they didn't stop there. This would make their 17th, maybe 18th chase, she thought. It was getting hard to keep track by this point. They'd only managed to catch half of their prey and had yet to actually capture any of them alive, and it wasn't Gaara's fault on that front either. The ninja they chased resisted ferociously when cornered, and many ended up killing themselves with suicide techniques rather than surrender, while others were simply too difficult to subdue. If they had fought in the desert, Gaara may have been able to do more, but his control over dirt and stone required a great deal more focus, and he rarely had time to do so in the middle of a battle. On the upside, the skills of her entire team were growing by leaps and bounds. Kankuro was refining both his poison selection and puppetry techniques. She had never felt more connected with and in control of the wind, and Gaara was actually starting to move about and engage foes physically since he could no longer solely rely on his sand. And of course, with all the running they had done, none of them had been in better shape in their entire lives. She was still convinced Gaara was cheating somehow, though. He never seemed nearly as tired as she or Kankuro did, no matter how far they ran. "Something's not right," Temari heard Kankuro mutter to himself. "What?" she asked, moving closer to him. "The raiders are barely trying to shake us at all, just running almost in a straight line." "A straight line towards the land of Earth, no less," he added. Temari frowned, nodding. Kankuro did have a point, she noted. Usually their prey attempted to lose them by crossing over rivers, moving through thick forests or heavily populated villages, even creating clones to act as decoys. This group was focused purely on speed, and were managing to maintain their lead over Gaara despite the length of the chase. "I'm going up," Temari said finally, slinging her fan from her back, opening it, and hopping onto it in one smooth, practiced motion. A burst of wind chakra had her soaring upwards. From her new vantage point, she could make out the three ninja they were pursuing in the distance as they cut across an open field. They weren't even making a token attempt to hide their presence. Her eyes scanned the area in front of them, trying to make out anything unusual that might explain why their prey was acting in such an unusual way. She couldn't see anything, just thickets of trees and clusters of rocks, but then a flash of light caught her eye. One of the raiders they were chasing had pulled out something, a mirror, most likely, and was moving it back and forth. She was at just the right angle to catch the edge of the flash as it moved. She had already started flaring her chakra in a warning pattern before she was consciously aware of what that could mean: ambush. Neither Gaara nor Kankuro slowed their pace, and she cursed as she realized she was too far away. She immediately angled downward, gaining speed and moving almost faster than she could control as she strained to reach them in time. Kankuro stumbled and jerked his head upward as he finally caught the signal, his painted face registering surprise and concern. Gaara, on the other hand, continued to move forward. "What is it?" Kankuro snapped quickly as Temari came close enough to hear him. "Ambush!" she shouted back, dismounting her fan and moving into a sprint. She'd be damned if she left Gaara alone to face a trap that was no doubt tailored for them. They were almost a kilometer behind, now, and straining to catch up as Gaara's pace increased even further. Then Gaara entered a small, open depression surrounded on all sides by clumps of trees and boulders. The massive surge of chakra almost bowled them over, even as far away as they were. In a single, coordinated strike, what must have been 50 ninjas stepped from cover and began launching ninjutsu of every description, even as exploding tags buried in the depression went off, flinging dirt and rocks in every direction. Tornadoes of fire vied with animals formed from dirt and stone, while bolts of lightning and blades of wind sliced into the area, all of them focused in the center where Gaara was last seen. To Temari's growing horror, the onslaught continued for nearly a minute, each and every ninja continuing to fling powerful jutsu into the depression without pause, before they all cut off at some prearranged signal. 3 of them had actually been injured by debris from the conflagration, and several more dropped to their knees, panting at the massive chakra drain on their reserves. Still others were watching the depression warily, waiting on confirmation that their attack had succeeded before they let down their guard. Someone had the presence of mind to use a wind jutsu to quickly clear out the dust, revealing a blasted, torn landscape. Temari felt her heart drop when she saw that there were no bubbles of stone or other structures that could have indicated that Gaara had managed to defend himself. One of the ninjas stepped forward, some sort of large animal at his side, and began carefully making his way to the center of the area. Temari felt someone grab her arm and pull her backwards. She ripped her arm out of their grip and spun around, a snarl on her face, only to find Kankuro staring at her, a pained expression on his face. "We need to get out of here," he said quietly. "Whether Gaara survived or not, there's nothing the 2 of us can do against that many. We'll have to trust that he can get away on his own." "You aren't going anywhere," a voice said from behind them. They spun, ready to defend themselves, to find 3 more ninja, all wearing IWA headbands and Jounin flak vests, standing in front of them. "Orders didn't say anything about you 2 as long as we killed the little Jinchuriki shit, so you can surrender or we can kill you where you stand." "Got it," one of the ninja from the ambush yelled. "Sealing team, stand by. The tailed beast is starting to reform." Temari felt like someone had just ripped her heart out through her stomach. Her eyes widened and tears spilled from her eyes unbidden. "No," she whispered. She could feel Kankuro trembling beside her, his killing intent spiking as his jaw clenched and he stared hatefully at the 3 Jounin standing before them. Then her eyes widened even further as Gaara emerged seamlessly and silently from the ground behind the Jounin, a sadistic, delighted grin on his face. He spread his arms, the limbs stretching and growing until they formed large, clawed appendages that belonged to an animal rather than any sort of human being, then slammed them together. Temari barely managed to turn away to avoid the splash of blood and gore that erupted. "Gaara!" Kankuro exclaimed, relief clear in his voice. "Thank Kami, I thought they had gotten you." Gaara brought his finger to his lips. "SHH, he stage whispered, let's not spoil the surprise." What?" Kankuro stuttered, shocked at the strange actions and tone from Gaara. That sound tugged at a distant memory in Temari's mind. She would swear she had heard a voice like that before, but she couldn't place it at that moment. Then Gaara collapsed into dirt. Chapter 47, The Tumbling Die. March 31st, 348 NE. Land of Stone, ambush site. "Get the fucking cube over here, you idiots," the Jounin snarled as he continued to draw the outline of the ceiling array. The 2 ninja carrying the cube just grunted, moving as quickly as they could while managing the weight of the object. Chakra metal was expensive. The process required that the initial material be almost entirely pure, and the work, both seal and manual, was long and arduous. The secrets behind its creation were guarded jealously, and the number of weapons and tools forged from it across the entire elemental nations was less than 100 per year. It was the mark of an extremely skilled, confident, and wealthy ninja if they possessed personal weapons forged from the material. The blades of the 7 swordsmen of the mist were rumored to be entirely or mostly forged of the metal, yet one more reason they were so highly sought after. The cube the 2 jounin were carrying was solid chakra metal and thus cost more than all of the ninja present could hope to make in a year, combined. It had been used by IWA for decades to safely contain and transfer its tailed beasts whenever a Jinchuriki became unable to continue carrying their burden. They placed the metal cube in the middle of the circle and stepped back. The seal master immediately began slapping prepared seals all over its surface. He also sliced his thumb and began spreading his blood directly on the metal, connecting the seals in complex patterns. The other ninja, their job mostly done, watched him work warily as they kept their eyes open for any sign of the beast that would shortly be unleashed. It was well known that the tailed beasts were immortal and that killing a Jinchuriki would release the one sealed within them. That fact served to make the containers, already an incredibly dangerous foe, even more so. Even if you managed to kill one, you then had to contend with the beast sealed within them. IWA had not set upon this course lightly, however, and they were prepared. Not only would they deprive Suna of their Jinchuriki, but they would also gain one to replace the 2 they had lost. In time, they would even be able to turn their newest Jinchuriki against Suna, the one-tailed beast's control over sand serving to doom the village rather than defend it. "Hurry it up," another jounin snarled worriedly. "The concentration is growing rapidly." "I'm almost done," the seal master snapped. His hands began moving even faster as he shuffled around the cube. After placing the last few seals and wiping blood across the metal, he leapt back and settled onto the ground, sitting cross-legged at the outer edge of the circle. His hands were blurring through signs, small droplets of blood flinging off of them as they rapidly shifted. Drawing in one last deep breath, he clapped his hands together and then slammed them onto the circle, calling out, "Sealing art, Earth's eternal prison." The other ninja began to relax as the seal master finished his work. Once the beast was completely contained, they would hurry back to IWA where it would be transferred into a suitable living host. "Hey," one of the ninja called out quietly, "nothing's happening." The dissipating tension flooded back into the scorched and broken crater. "What's wrong? Did the seal not work?" The seal master didn't answer, remaining motionless with his hands firmly planted on the ground. "Fucking answer me, damn it. Is the thing sealed or not?" The seal master didn't move, his gaze remaining focused on his hands. The ninja began shifting warily, the sense that something wasn't right pressing down on them. The closest jounin walked over to the seal master, grabbing his shoulder and shaking him roughly. The seal master's head lolled back and forth loosely before his body seemed to explode, spikes of earth lancing out and impaling the jounin who had shaken him. Then the earth started trembling. "What was that?" Kankuro asked, stepping backwards in surprise. "What just happened?" "I don't know," Temari said quietly, "but I don't think that was Gaara." Kankuro turned to her in confusion, but they stopped talking when the earth under their feet began shaking. It started softly but rapidly grew in strength until, with a tremendous heave, it felt like the very ground beneath them dropped away. They fell to their hands and knees, landing harshly against the bucking earth as it seemingly rose to meet them. The tremors subsided after that, and Temari looked over to Kankuro. "You okay?" she asked, but he wasn't looking at her. He was staring towards the ambush site, his mouth gaping open and his skin visibly paling, even hidden as it was by his face paint. She turned to look, and her own mouth dropped open even as she felt the ground shaking under the force of an enormous impact and a loud booming sound washed over them. She watched in awe as an enormous thing rose out of the earth, the shift. Dirt and stone giving the impression of rippling muscles as it seemed to pull itself upwards using 2 pillars of twisted stone that served as its legs. As she looked on, more pieces of the thing fell away to reveal 2 hind legs, the appendages bending backwards at the knee and ending in clawed feet like an animal's. Another appendage emerged, lashing out behind the thing horizontally, revealing itself to be a long tail. The thing must have been at least 30 feet tall and easily twice as long, even without counting the tail. Then it turned its head, revealing its canine-like muzzle and its dark yellow, almost golden eyes which had black, diamond-shaped pupils. The thing raised its right foreleg and slammed it back into the ground, causing the earth to buck beneath them once again. Temari managed to tear her eyes away from the tailed beast. It had to be, though she felt her gut clenching as she thought about what that meant for Gaara, long enough to see the gouts of flame and sparks of lightning that were assailing its form. From this distance and compared to its size, it was almost like watching fireflies dance around it. Its tail whipped around, creating a long, rolling boom as it moved through the air, then a bone-rattling crash as it impacted against the earth. The ground seemed to roil for a moment before a large wall sprang up, running for hundreds of feet to the north and curving around. The thing repeated the motion in the other direction, creating a large half-bowl with tall walls of dirt and stone on one end and itself on the other. Its face shifted, and Temari would swear that the beast was grinning. "It's playing with them," Kankuro suddenly gasped. "Kami, how can it?" Temari swallowed nervously as she realized what Kankuro was talking about. She could just make out the ninja scrambling desperately to escape the beast, but they slipped and fell as they tried to use their chakra to climb the walls the beast had created, and she could see a few slamming their hands into the ground only for nothing to happen. A bright flash of light suddenly appeared, and Temari rapidly blinked her eyes in an attempt to clear her vision. Through the spots in her eyes she could see a large chunk of one of the beast's legs was missing, but even as she watched it began to reform. She couldn't tell that the beast even felt the attack, and despite the visible damage caused it didn't seem to actually hinder it in any way. The beast suddenly lunged forward, its towering form moving shockingly fast as its claws pierced through several ninja. That seemed to break the last of the resistance among the Iwa-nin, as the attempts to attack the beast ceased and all of them simply began running in any direction they could. This seemed to delight the beast even more, as its grin grew even wider as it swatted its claws back and forth, each movement ending the life of another ninja. Temari thought some of the Iwa-nin might get away since they were fleeing in opposite directions, but the beast's tail suddenly lifted into the air before plunging into the earth. To her growing horror, a ring of spikes began blossoming out of the earth, spreading in every direction and impaling the ninja attempting to flee. Her horror was not due to the death of the Iwa-nin, though they deserved all of that and more for what they had done to Gaara, but because the spikes weren't stopping. She and Kankuro scrambled to their feet, pushing as hard as they could to gain distance even as she hefted her fan and prepared to take to the skies. She couldn't maintain flight with two people for very long, but if they didn't get off the ground now. The grinding sound of the spikes rapidly grew closer and closer even as she channeled her chakra into her fan. Then, just before she would have leapt onto the fan, pulling Kankuro with her, the sound abruptly stopped. Temari stumbled at the sudden change, almost falling to the ground. Her descent was prevented as Kankuro steadied her, his expression grim as he looked back towards the tailed beast. The towering monstrosity was breaking apart, chunks of rock and dirt tumbling to the earth as it collapsed. Its yellow eyes appeared to be closed, and it almost looked like it was simply lying down for a nap as it settled to the ground. "Ah! I needed that," came a satisfied sigh from behind them. They spun around to find the Gaara look-alike standing there, rolling his shoulders as if stretching after some strenuous activity. He had a lazy smirk plastered on his face, but it was his golden, slitted eyes that Temari focused on. Those were the same eyes the beast had. "What are you?" "What happened to Gaara?" she snarled, raising her fan threateningly. Some part of her questioned the wisdom of threatening the thing that had just done that to 50 Iwa-nin, but she knew that if it wanted them dead they would already be dead. "Gaara is fine, though he might be a little sore. That was a lot. More than he's ever handled before. As for me, well, I think you've figured that out by now, hmm?" He raised one hand, cutting off their reply. "I'm sure we'll meet again, but for now, good day," he finished, the smirk turning into a grin. The yellow eyes closed, then his form suddenly turned brown before pitching forward. It landed on the ground with a soft thud, releasing a small cloud of dust. Temari and Kankuro looked at the mound of dirt, then at each other, both wondering where Gaara was. Was he back at the center of the crater? A low groan from the dirt caused them to jump in surprise, before they rushed forward and pulled their younger brother out of the pile, brushing the loose dirt off of his form. He looked up at them with his green eyes, causing both of them to sigh in relief. Temari engulfed her brother in a hug, and Kankuro clapped a hand on his shoulder a moment later. "I'm so glad you're okay," she said. "I thought." Gaara slowly returned the embrace, one hand patting her shoulder awkwardly. "I'm fine," he said. "What was that?" Kankuro asked. Gaara's expression grew distant for a moment, then he nodded slowly. "There's something you should know." April 4th, 348 NE. Konoha, Council Chambers. It is the unanimous decision of this council that Konoha is henceforth in a state of war with the Wadakure no Sato. All non-essential operations are hereby suspended, all field agents are to be recalled, and all of our allies are to be notified. The Hokage shall assume his full wartime authority until such time that the conflict has been resolved, Shibi Aburame concluded, fulfilling his traditional duty as the Jounin commander to function as the arbiter for any council meetings. Shikaku rose, his expression tired but firm. Suna has already begun mobilizing, and the daimyo has agreed to temporarily suspend our internal security duties within the Land of Fire. With the exception of the 12 ninja guardians, he has returned all of the ninja under his command to us. Kiri and Kumo have both agreed to provide 4 squads, and Kiri has gone one step further and is sending Zabuza Momochi as their commander. Your pardon, Hokage-sama, but even with the addition of Momochi-san, such small numbers are hardly going to make a significant difference, one of the counselors pointed out. In terms of our overall strength, Matsuno-san, you are correct, Shikaku replied, nodding. However, those squads are ninjutsu specialists that will give us some additional tactical options if used properly. Aside from that, the gesture is largely political, meant as a show of solidarity. They are making their position in this conflict clear both to ourselves and to any observers. They are also providing limited logistical support in the form of weapons and other supplies. The counselor nodded, accepting the explanation. The squads from Kiri and Kumo should be arriving within the week, and Suna will begin moving a few days after that. We will cross into IWA territory in 2 weeks. Our battle plan calls for a series of coordinated strikes as we occupy or destroy key strategic positions within IWA. Our expectation is that IWA will employ hit-and-run tactics to combat our approach, attempting to weaken us and offering only token resistance until we reach Iwagakure itself. Shikaku glanced to the side for a moment, then nodded. I will now defer to the field commander. The attention in the room shifted to the man sitting to the Hokage's right. IWA enjoys 3 significant defensive advantages. First, the barren and flat landscape provides little cover for any approaching hostiles. Second, their mastery over earth jutsu is well suited to the terrain. And third, the village itself is protected by one of the most advanced barrier jutsu ever developed, powered in part by the Tsuchikage dust release. To counter the first, the Kiri and Kumo squads will be using their village's techniques to provide wide-scale mist and storm cover. Any ninja deployed to the front lines will be required to demonstrate adequate skill in operating under these conditions. To counter the second, each squad deployed in the field will have at least one ninja capable of employing lightning techniques, and all ninja will receive briefings on common earth techniques and their counters, in particular the rock crusher jutsu. To counter the third, we have 3 independent strategies. The first is for Jiraiya to create a sealing array capable of neutralizing the barrier, or at least reducing its effectiveness. I will be lending my own knowledge and expertise to his efforts. The second is to overwhelm the barrier by having large numbers of techniques focused onto specific areas. The room shifted uncomfortably. While that approach was likely to be effective, it could also easily backfire if IWA was prepared to counterattack the weakened ninja. The third option is for Suna and Konoha to deploy our Jinchuriki. There was a hiss as several ninjas sucked in their breath, and no one spoke for several seconds. Sum was the one who finally broke the silence. Sandame-sama, after the recent assassination attempt, we know Gaara is capable of manifesting his beast form to great effect, but surely our Jinchuriki's particular issues. She trailed off, glancing sideways at Inoichi and wondering why he wasn't reacting more to the former Hokage's declaration. Perhaps he already knew? Sarutobi's face could have been carved from stone as he replied. Despite our Jinchuriki's unique situation, we have every reason to believe he will be just as effective as Gaara in this endeavor, if not more so. Sum nodded uncertainly, not willing to push the matter any further. April 7th, 348 NE. Hokage's office. Shikaka didn't react as the door to his office slammed open. He was confident that his ANBU would have prevented all but a select few from taking even that much liberty with their Hokage and his privacy. His eyes did narrow in worry as Inoichi barged in, a sheaf of papers clutched in one hand. "Ichi, what's dash? Seal up the room, then read it," Inoichi interrupted, slapping some of the papers on the desk and collapsing into a chair. Shikaku eyed his friend for a moment before signaling his ANBU to leave the room. Once they had left, he turned his attention to the documents. Session 1078-999-21, January 17, 339 NE. Counselor, redacted. Patient, redacted. Begin transcript. "Ichi, what is this?" Shikaku asked, flipping through the papers. There were 5 in all, starting with the 21st session and ending with one dated November of 346. Inoichi just shook his head. "I've highlighted the relevant sections. Just read it." Shikaku nodded slowly, his eyes scanning until he found what Inoichi wanted him to read. "Counselor, what do you think his punishment should have been?" Patient, execution. "Counselor, that is an unusually strong punishment. Normally such crimes are resolved with fines and possibly jail time for the guilty and restitution for the victims." Patient, he abandoned his family, stole everything from them. If he is willing to do that, then is there anyone he would not betray, anything he would not take? Such a man is a danger to everyone around him and should be dealt with accordingly. He moved to the next document, dated May of that year. "Counselor, so you feel that, in principle, duty to the village supersedes all other obligations for a ninja, but make exceptions for family?" Patient, in essence, yes. "Counselor, could you explain your reasoning?" Patient, the village is ideally a sort of extended family, but such a broad definition would require you to care for and defend a perfect stranger as if they were your family. Pretty words, but impossible and undesirable in practice. Instead, there are levels of commitment, ranging all the way from family to perfect strangers and even to enemies, and the sum of those groups is the village. Counselor, do you feel that you have enemies within the village? Patient, not me specifically, no. My meaning is that in fulfilling their duty to the village, the ninja is protecting all of those groups equally. Anyone would be willing to protect their enemies if it also meant protecting their family. The inverse, however, to destroy your family if it meant destroying your enemies, will almost never hold true. In that case, I believe that any ninja would prioritize their family over the village as a whole. I would not trust anyone who would answer otherwise. The next was dated 2 weeks later. Patient, thinks I'll have mastered the technique soon. Redacted, also mentioned that you had gone to see her about, redacted, training. Counselor, I did, yes. I'm a little concerned about how hard she had been pushing herself. Patient, she is merely trying to become as strong as she can. Is that not a good thing? Counselor, it is, but only if she isn't hurting herself in doing so. Patient, but pain isn't unavoidable. Counselor, I didn't mean in the temporary discomfort sense. I meant in terms of damaging her long-term potential by pushing too hard too early. Patient, that is possible? Counselor, for most people, yes. In, redacted, not recover from such injuries. Patient, I see. The next was dated October 342 NE. Shikaku noted that Inoichi had scrawled the word bloodlines in the margin. Counselor, have made surprisingly fast progress. I don't think, redacted, expected them to pick the redacted up so quickly, and redacted has been doing well too. Patient, is that not how redacted work? Counselor, well, in the case of the redacted and redacted, perhaps. Others have to work long and hard in order to acquire those kinds of techniques. And I don't think they have redacted anyway, just redacted. You seem confused. Patient, I suppose I don't understand the distinction between an affinity for redacted and a full-blown redacted. Is redacted not picking up the redacted faster than you had thought possible? Counselor, she is doing very well, yes, but that doesn't mean that redacted. Patient, if you say so, but I think she will surprise you. The last was fairly short. Counselor, so how does it feel to have redacted on your team? Patient, good, of course, but I knew they wouldn't separate us. Redacted, wouldn't do that. Counselor, there could have been compelling reasons to do so. Not everyone is placed with the team they want. Patient, perhaps not, but there was no way redacted would be placed on another team. Neither of us would accept that. There are others, of course, but those are the ones where it's the most obvious, Inoichi said when Shikaku looked up. I assume these are records of your sessions with Kushu, but I'm not sure I understand what I'm supposed to get from this. I've had sessions with him for years, over 300 and counting. Despite his success in hiding the fact that he was the tailed beast, he could not possibly have faked his entire personality without any flaws or contradictions for so long. Based on what you have told me, many core pieces of Naruto's personality are maintained even when he is acting as Kushu. Some are emphasized, others minimized, but they are still there. And? I went back over my notes and transcripts, looking for anything that could give us an advantage or some understanding of his motivations. Oddly enough, it wasn't until I read over the Sandame's description of their first meeting that everything started falling into place. Shikaku leaned forward. The Sandame described how Kushu seemed to enjoy turning his own words against him, even directly quoting him in his replies to further mock him. He also mentioned that, as much as he could determine, the descriptions Kushu gave of his history with the summons were factually accurate but also misleading as well. This matches with his behavior when joking with or pranking the clan kids, especially Kiba. Once I had realized that, I recalled something that Hayashi had mentioned. It was shortly after Kushu lost his arm in the battle with the Yondaime, when he returned to the emergency shelter. He said, quote, "Death does not scare me. What does scare me is a threat to my family." Shikaku leaned back, his eyes dropping to the documents in front of him again. We have every reason to believe that he is effectively immortal, so his comment about death is, again, factually accurate but misleading. Hayashi believed he was referring to my family with the rest of his statement. Whereas he actually meant the other Bijou, Shikaku noted wryly. Accurate, but misleading, and no doubt amusing for him. Inoichi sucked in a deep breath, then let it out slowly. Yes, and no. Shikaku's eyes snapped to his. What do you mean? Inoichi's expression was pained as he continued. Hayashi mentioned something else to me about that day. He told me that Ino didn't seem concerned about the loss of Naruto's arm, and that she felt that he was essentially invincible because of his advanced healing capabilities. He wanted to let me know so that I could convince her otherwise without requiring drastic measures, especially since he actually did manage to recover from the loss of his arm. Shikaku felt a sick feeling settle into his stomach. It seemed that his worst-case scenario was true after all. He had hoped Inoichi would manage to find a different explanation. "Ichi," he said quietly. "Ino used to worry about him, you know? Even after the incident with Miyazaki, she would overreact every time he got so much as a paper cut. She almost broke down when Itachi tried to kill him and he was in the hospital for so long. Then, at some point, she just stopped. At some point he changed from vulnerable to invincible, to the point that she had absolute confidence that losing his arm was nothing but an inconvenience." Inoichi looked down at his hands. "My little girl knows, Shika. She's known for years because he told her. And, Cammy, help me, I think when he's talking about family he's also talking about her." "I suspected some of that," Shikaku said at length, "but I had nothing in the way of definitive proof and certainly nothing to suggest that Ino knew everything." He sighed. This entire conversation was troublesome beyond all reason. "You know that secret training that they've been doing?" Inoichi nodded. "It's been happening in the Namikaze compound." Inoichi's eyes slowly widened. "You mean?" "It's quite possible that both of them have been learning to use the Hiraishin, not to mention the possible sealing knowledge that Kushu now has at his disposal. He already knows the Rasengan, as Jiraiya taught him that before the Chunin exams." Inoichi looked torn between concern and pride. The room lapsed into silence as both considered the knowledge they had gained. After a few minutes, Shikaku's eyes shifted to the other. Paper still clutched in Inoichi's hand. "Was there something else you found?" Inoichi looked confused for a moment before he glanced down at the document. "Oh! Yeah, there was something else. I think I've figured out why no one ever managed to catch him doing anything strange or unusual," he said, placing the record in front of Shikaku. This one was dated shortly after the disastrous Chunin exams last year. Inoichi had circled 4 lines several times and underlined certain words for further emphasis. Gara was written along the margin. "Counselor, so you decided to investigate when you felt that odd sensation?" Patient, "Yes. I'd never encountered anything like that before and wanted to know what it was." Counselor, "And when found the source of that sensation?" Patient, "It was redacted. I didn't know what he was at first, but I could tell there was something different about him." Shikaku read it through 3 times as his mind recalled the details of that incident. He was eating lunch at Ichiraku's when he abruptly left the stand and ran towards the gate, Inoichi added, where he met Team Baki. From the stand to the gate is at least 4 kilometers. Nobody paid much attention to that with everything else that was going on at the time. "Troublesome," Shikaku muttered, looking up at his friend. A lot of the oddities and unusual patterns in his movements suddenly made a lot more sense. "He's a censor. I think all of the bijou are. It should have been obvious, really, they are just chakra. I don't think anyone has really thought through the implications of that until now, especially since they assume forms that have normal sensory organs." Shikaku just nodded even as his mind began sorting through their plans on dealing with Kushu and the other bijou and Jinchuriki. Some of them would be completely worthless now, but others were salvageable. They would have to assume they could never take any of them completely by surprise, however. At best, they could lure them into an area where they thought they were around friendly ninja. What are you going to do about Ino?" Inoichi asked, interrupting his thoughts. Shikaku sighed and leaned back in his chair. "We must assume that her loyalty to the village is compromised," he said, causing Inoichi to flinch. "However, given Kushu's emphasis on family and her own personality, I do not believe that she would consciously work to harm you or other people she cares for, even if she is willing to keep his secrets." Inoichi relaxed marginally, relief showing through. "And, ultimately, she is not in possession of any knowledge or authority beyond that of Kushu himself and so does not present a security risk in that regard. She is skilled in your clan's techniques, but our routine checks for tampering have not shown that she has actually used them against anyone within Konoha. As long as we assume that anything Ino knows she will tell Kushu, I do not think any overt action is required. We will have to maintain a watch on her to track her movements, however. Inoichi frowned but nodded. I understand, he said. Thank you. Are you planning to confront either of them? Shikaku asked quietly. Inoichi hesitated, but eventually shook his head. Not immediately, he said. This whole situation is too raw right now. I'm barely managing to keep it together when they're inside the house. I think with time and a better understanding of Kushu's goals, I should be able to approach this situation constructively. Part of me hates him, you know, he confessed. Like a lot of other people, I've hated the nine-tailed beast ever since it attacked. Self-defense or not, he killed so many ninja that day and he doesn't even care, it's just not relevant to him. He deceived us for so long, pretending to be Naruto, and knowing that he was just sitting there, watching and laughing as I tried to help him during our therapy sessions, his hands clenched into fists, then relaxed. But part of me also remembers that he saved Ino's life, kept her from pushing herself too hard when she was training, became her best friend and has always stood by her and supported her. I've thought of him as my own son, and was every bit as proud of his accomplishments as I was of Ino's. He looked back at Shikaku, an utterly lost expression on his face that made the Hokage's heart clench in sympathy. How am I supposed to reconcile that? April 10th, 348 NE. Namikaze Estate. Everything's happening so fast now, Kushu heard Ino murmur lowly as she leaned against him. They had finally found a chance to make it back to the Namikaze estate for more practice, but Ino found that she couldn't concentrate on her training. They had ended up just sitting against the wall, Ino staring blankly across the room as she drew comfort from his presence. It is, Kushu agreed. He had wondered when this moment would come. Ino had needed little convincing to follow Kunori's plan, but there had been moments where he could see her doubts and fears. In some ways he wished she had reached this point earlier, and in others he was impressed that she had lasted this long. It's just, so many people are going to be fighting soon, fighting and dying. And they don't even know what they're fighting for. They're fighting for their friends and family, just like we are, Kushu replied. But, they're going to be attacking IWA, and they didn't really do anything. It would be so much better if they all just focused on Akatsuki. It would be, but the circumstances were all wrong. There was so little evidence to point to Akatsuki, and more than enough to muddy the waters of any potential alliance. IWA and Konoha would never work together, and might even support Akatsuki against the other if it came to that. Kumo and Kiri probably wouldn't have taken part at all, and Kumo certainly wouldn't field their Jinchuriki. Once this war is played out, Akatsuki will find themselves with nowhere to flee and no allies to protect them. All of the villages will be focused on them as the masterminds behind this war, ensuring that they receive no support from the surviving powers in the elemental nations. With all of the villages focused upon them as the enemy, they will be worn down, split apart, and broken. From there it will be a trivial matter for us to locate the rest of our brethren and free them. But don't forget our ultimate goal, Nachon, Kushu said chidingly. No one will be allowed to keep us captive. I know, she replied, deflating slightly. It's just, Dad's going to be out there, you know? And Shikakujiji, and Shuzujiji too. Hinata's been assigned to one of the forward scouting teams, Team Makoto is patrolling around the command center, and Team Kurenai is guarding the supply lines. They've put me on the short-range scouting squads, and you are going to end up on the front line sooner or later. She shook her head. Even if everything goes well, people are going to die. I'm worried it's going to be someone I know. Kushu tightened his arm around her, squeezing her shoulders lightly. He didn't like that they were being assigned to different areas of the battlefield, but he would be in the thick of the fighting and unable to respond quickly should Ino find herself in trouble. She wasn't completely out of danger, but she wouldn't be on the front lines and would likely only face limited fighting against weaker opponents. She was progressing well, but she wasn't quite ready yet. Even if that does happen, he said finally, responding to her concerns, it would have been much worse otherwise. Just imagine what would have happened if they'd gone after Akatsuki directly only for IWA to betray them and launch a surprise attack. Akatsuki doesn't have the resources to do the same, and they've been very, very careful about risking their members so far. Ino blanched, then nodded slowly. I can't say nothing bad will happen, but Inoichi and the others are ninja. They've been preparing for this sort of thing all of their lives. Ino sighed. I just wish. I know. They've brought this upon themselves, however. All of them wanted our power, and now they are facing someone who has it and is actually willing to use it against them. Without our assistance, oblique though it is, they would be in a far worse position. Once Akatsuki has been completely destroyed, we will be more than willing to just leave the villages alone if they'll do the same for us. But enough of that, he said abruptly, standing up and pulling Ino with him. It's time to resume your training. He maneuvered her to the center of the room and then dropped to a seated position. Ino looked down at him and then nodded, taking a seat across from him and settling into a meditative pose. You've been doing fairly well so far, but you've still got a long way to go. I want you to be able to handle twice what you can now by the time we leave for IWA. Ino grimaced. Easy for you to say, she muttered. You've been dealing with Yuki all of your life. Less bitching, more training, he replied, smirking. She grumbled but closed her eyes, her face slowly losing all emotion as she focused. Kushu watched her for a moment as Yuki filtered out of his body to form tails that hovered around them both. Once he felt she was ready, the tails moved around Ino, surrounding her and beginning to permeate her body. He continued adding more and more energy until the air around her was completely saturated, then sat back and watched. Nothing seemed to happen at first, other than the occasional twitch or grimace from Ino. Slowly though, the Yuki began to move back and forth, shifting around her in simple patterns. Though she was getting better and faster at this exercise, he was far more interested in what was happening deep within her chakra coils. Even as he watched, the energy her body produced began to darken, shifting from sky blue to a deep navy. He slowly began withdrawing his Yuki, eventually leaving all of it in the shell around her body. Her chakra didn't lighten, though. Instead, it rapidly darkened until it was a vibrant purple hue. Her chakra coils, although they hadn't truly been that since he had made his changes, stretched and hummed as the denser energy flowed through them and absorbed the human chakra that remained, replacing it with the Yuki her body was now producing. He also paid attention to the physical changes. Her entire body began to hum with energy, her blood pumping faster and her nerves firing more quickly. Her muscles contracted swiftly and easily, the energy coiling within just waiting to be released in an explosive burst. Her skin, rather than growing fur, instead seemed to gain a slightly leathery quality. Finally, he withdrew his Yuki back into his own body, leaving Ino surrounded by a purple aura that clung to her skin and blended almost seamlessly into her clothing. He'd often wondered at that. Actually, Ino's situation was literally unique, but he had half expected her Yuki to be red like his own, as he had provided the changes that made this possible and she had spent so much time around him. Instead, her Yuki was a hue that perfectly matched her favorite color. He wasn't sure if that was coincidence or not. With a deep breath, Ino opened her eyes, revealing shimmering purple orbs that were completely pupilless. Ready? Kushu asked, grinning in anticipation as he reinforced his body with Yuki. Rather than replying verbally, Ino launched herself forward, her form blurring as she attacked. A sharp crack echoed throughout the room as they met. One of Kushu's hands had caught Ino's as she tried to punch him in the stomach, and their forearms were currently pushing against one another as he intercepted the chop aimed at his throat. Much like their physical positions, Ino's purple aura was pushing against Kushu's red one, the energy swirling in a chaotic dance as they vied for an advantage. They held their position for a moment before Kushu's aura flared and threw Ino backwards. Ino landed easily, flexing her hands and flaring her own aura as she called forth more Yuki. Always, Ino replied, her eyes dancing with delight and laughter. April 11th, 348 NE. Amage Cure. Don't you fucking insult Jashin-sama, you asshole, someone yelled up ahead. Fu couldn't hear the reply, but she did hear the inarticulate scream of rage and the clang of metal on metal. She hesitated to continue, but she had been informed that Leader Sama was calling a meeting and that she was required to attend. She hesitantly pushed open the door, immediately spotting the source of the disturbance. The gray-haired man known as Haydn was flailing his scythe around, trying to murder a large man with blue skin that she recognized as Kisame Hashigaki. The Curie missing Nin was using a large, cloth-wrapped object to effortlessly block or deflect the fanatic's uncoordinated strikes, a mocking smirk on his face. On the far side of the room she saw Jun and Kyoko sitting next to Konan. Jun was watching the fight with excitement shining on his face while Kyoko was doing her absolute best to mimic Konan's expression and posture. The effect was somewhat ruined as she kept shooting glances towards her idol. Konan herself had her head propped against her arm which was resting against the table, a bored and annoyed expression on her face. She wasn't doing anything to stop the fighting, though. I wish they'd stop doing this every time, a voice said from beside the door, startling Fu. She turned to find Deidara, the one member of Akatsuki she would feel confident calling a friend, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. He was looking at her, though his eyes would flicker to the battle every now and then as he watched its progress. "This happens a lot?" she asked as she settled onto the wall beside him, tucking her arms behind her head. "Yeah, Kisame Dana doesn't like Haydn, and Haydn is very easy to get riled up, She nodded, watching Haydn continue to flail at Kisame without even coming close to hitting him. Her eyes snapped to the other side of the room as Orochimaru entered, his arrogant smirk firmly set on his face. His eyes seemed to gleam as he saw the battle occurring, but he just settled into a chair away from everyone else without saying anything. "So how have you been, Deidara asked quietly, drawing Fu into a conversation. She actually enjoyed talking to him, most of the time, and he managed to avoid ranting about his art, most of the time. They were discussing the best aerial views in the area when Leader Sama entered the room, his cloak swirling about him and his red hair pulled back into a ponytail. "Haydn, Kisame," he said, his voice calm and even. Haydn froze, then slowly backed away from Kisame and put away his scythe. "Sorry, Leader Sama," he said, ducking his head slightly. "But Fishface insulted Jashin-sama again and I had to punish his heathen ways." Kisame secured the bundle on his back again and shrugged. "It passed the time," he replied. Leader Sama eyed them for a moment, then shook his head. "Konoha and Suna have finally declared war against IWA," he began, "and are deploying their Jinchuriki to the front lines. Thanks to our newest member," he said, nodding his head slightly in Orochimaru's direction, "we have confirmed that Naruto Yamanaka is the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed beast." Fu gasped. "Is there something you wish to add?" Leader Sama asked, turning to look at her. She shook her head rapidly. "My apologies, Leader Sama, it's just, that's the boy from Konoha who kept pestering me while I was still in Taki. He never said he was a Jinchuriki, though." Leader Sama nodded after a moment and then turned his attention back to the rest of the room. "Both he and Gaara will be taking part in the attack on Iwagakure. I believe that we will find an opportunity to capture or kill them in the confusion and chaos of the battle. Kisame, you and Deidara are assigned to take out Gaara. He has shown the capacity to assume a beast form fashioned of dirt and stone, so Deidara's explosions may be key to defeating him and I suspect your water jutsu will slow him down. You will have full authority to call off the attempt if you do not believe you can take him out and escape afterwards. Fu will be providing you with aerial support and your primary method of retreat. Haiden, you will be working with Orochimaru to take out Naruto. Orochimaru has fought him before and is the most familiar with his unusual capabilities, and your worship of Jashin should allow you to keep him incapacitated or outright kill him despite his advanced healing. Orochimaru will simply need to retrieve a small amount of blood, a task that should be well within his considerable capabilities. His puppetry techniques will allow him to make the attempt without any risk to himself. Conan will be providing you with aerial support, but you will need to retreat on your own. Your groups will also have some intermediate objectives to help maximize the chaos of the battlefield. Jun and Kyoko will be providing distractions for your assault and cover for your retreat, as well as generally damaging anyone they can. None of the villages involved are allied with us, and any damage they sustain serves to strengthen our own position later. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room. Where will you be during all of this? Orochimaru hissed, eyeing the red-haired man in the center of the room. I will be acting as reinforcements should the situation turn against us. I should not need to step in personally, as I expect everyone to be capable of performing the tasks I have assigned them. Orochimaru chuckled to himself but didn't ask anything further. Seeing that no one else was going to voice any objections, Leader Sama nodded again. I suggest you start spending some time with your partners to become familiar with their skills and habits, as well as review the information we have on your targets. Konoha and Suna are going to move out soon, and you will need to move out quickly when they do. We will discuss the specifics of timing and positioning once our source provides us with the information. His eyes swept the room again. Dismissed. Chapter 48, Snake Eyes. April 15th, 348 NE. Yamanaka Residence. You wanted to talk to me, Toussaint? Kushu asked curiously as he entered Inoichi's office. It had been quite a while since he had been in this particular room, he noted idly. It had been several months since they had any sort of counseling session, and Inoichi preferred to use the common areas of the house when he wasn't actively working. I did, Inoichi acknowledged from behind his desk. That was also unusual. Inoichi only used the desk when he was working, never during counseling sessions. He hadn't explicitly said this was a counseling session, of course, but there was no other reason to talk in his office if that was the case. If you'll close the door and have a seat? Kushu did so, studying the man who had adopted him curiously. He looked worn out, but then all of the senior ninja in Konoha did. They were gearing up for war and would be setting out in a matter of days. There were hundreds of things that needed to be done, and they all needed to be done immediately. Inoichi activated the privacy seals, then leaned back, rubbing his hands over his eyes tiredly. I know I've been really busy lately and haven't been around much, he began apologetically, so I wanted to spend a little time with you before Konoha officially marches on IWA. I know you've been busy, Toussaint, Kushu replied, I understand. Inoichi grimaced. I appreciate that, but I still wanted to do this. We are going to war, and I think we both know that there are no guarantees. Kushu shrugged and settled into his chair. Okay. So Ino tells me that your awesome secret training is going well, but I haven't gotten your perspective on it. How do you think things are going? He held up his hand, a knowing grin on his face. I'm not going to ask what it is, even if you did want to tell me. I think Ino would kill us both for spoiling the surprise. Kushu chuckled in agreement. She would. As for how it's going very well. We've been making rapid progress in the time we have before we head out, though of course it's still not as fast as Ino would like. Patience still eludes her, it seems. Her grandmother was the same way, both of them, actually. My mom used to say that she didn't have the time to waste on being patient. I'm sure she'll settle down eventually. I hope, Inoichi trailed off, laughing nervously. Kushu's lips twisted into a dutiful smile. He'd heard this a number of times before, though Inoichi still seemed to find it amusing. "What about your assignment?" "I got an earful from Ino about Team Kakashi getting split up, but you haven't said anything about it." "It's not like it's permanent," Kushu said, shrugging. "I assume Shikaku-Ajisen talked to you about what I may end up doing." "Yes," Inoichi muttered, frowning. "I'm not happy about that, but he has his reasons." "If I can help end everything faster, then I will," Kushu said, managing to keep a straight face as he did so. "I'd like to think that having this thing stuck in my gut is actually useful for more than just pissing off Sasuke." Inoichi nodded, smirking slightly. "Chuzo still claims that was the funniest thing he's ever seen, you know." Kushu laughed out loud. It was one of the funniest things he ever seen too. One day several years ago, Sasuke had come charging through the house and straight into their backyard, honing in on him like an attack dog. He'd loudly proclaimed that he was finally going to best him in a spar, then activated his newly acquired Sharingan. The look of complete shock on his face when he saw the Yuki aura that surrounded him and realized that he couldn't read his movements after all had been priceless. It certainly hadn't helped that the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi families were in the middle of their weekly cookout at the time, or that the older ninja had immediately realized what had just happened and burst out laughing. "Still," Inoichi said, his smile fading, "I don't like that we're putting you in that position. If something should happen, I'll be fine. If would-be assassins and resurrected Hokages can't stop me, IWA won't stand a chance. I may not end up having to do anything either. IWA could finally come to their senses and surrender." "Orochimaru cut off your arm and Itachi nearly killed you," Inoichi pointed out. Kushu felt confused for a moment before he realized that Inoichi had taken his reference to the assassin who had tried to kill Gaara during the invasion to mean something else. Rather than correcting him, though, he just shrugged. "And yet, here I am," he replied, motioning with his right arm for emphasis. Inoichi sighed and nodded, though he seemed distracted by something. I worry, you know," he admitted after a second. "Someday all of your training and all the advantages the tailed beast gives you aren't going to be enough." Kushu wanted to laugh at that thought, but he shoved the impulse aside. "Someday, perhaps," he said instead, "but I'll be fighting them tooth and nail every step of the way." April 16H, 348 NE. Hokage's office. Shikaku watched as Inoichi barged into his office once again, his hand already motioning for the ANBU to leave and seal the room. His blond-haired friend began pacing back and forth in front of the desk, the folder still clutched in his hands. "Remember how we could never figure out just what it was that sent Itachi over the edge? How we could never explain why he left Naruto alive? How Kushu has mentioned a mysterious source, but we have never once been able to explain how and where he gets his information? How we still don't know just what Itachi was doing before and during the Chunin exams?" Shikaku leaned back, his mind whirling as he tried to follow the path Inoichi's questions were taking. "You found something else out, I take it?" "I brought up Itachi to Kushu yesterday when he mentioned would-be assassins. When I did, he actually looked confused for a moment. And that got me thinking, remember how Ino would get upset or angry every time Itachi's name was mentioned? She hasn't been doing that lately either." Inoichi stepped up to the desk, slapping the folder onto the polished wood and then turned to resume his rapid pacing. "Never trust your eyes," he growled out. Shikaku's eyes widened as he saw Naruto's ANBU file and his mind recalled Itachi's mysterious utterance just before he had defected. Bits and pieces of theories and unexplained observations suddenly merged together, meshing perfectly to form a new and disturbing picture. There must have been something in the folder, something that everyone but Itachi had overlooked, something that revealed Kushu's true nature. Perhaps his time training Kushu had allowed him to see something everyone else had missed, or perhaps Kushu had let something slip that he had carefully hidden from everyone else, some vital piece of information that allowed Itachi to discover what was really going on. What happened in the forest, then? Did the revelation unhinge him, the loss of one of his few remaining friends to the tailed beast? No. Inoichi had already put together an alternate theory, and Shikaku could see how it fit. Itachi had confronted Kushu, but he had done it privately, quietly. A loyal ninja would have immediately alerted the Hokage, but Itachi didn't. Even the fact that Itachi had left Naruto alive, a nearly unheard of mistake from one of the most skilled and thorough ninja Konoha had ever produced, fit. It wasn't an oversight brought on by disorientation or mental trauma, it was a ruse to conceal what had really happened in that clearing. And if he assumed that Itachi was the source of Kushu's information, then many other inconsistencies were resolved. Itachi delivered the information on Akatsuki. Itachi provided the warning that Gaara was being targeted for assassination. Shikaku's eyes narrowed as he reviewed Kushu's relationships with the people in Konoha. The two most obvious were Itachi, who was now a missing nin, and Ino, who had been subverted and could no longer be trusted to be loyal to Konoha first. Then there was Shizune, who had tried for years to gain custody of Naruto and was still not completely cleared of suspicion for the desertion of Tsunade and Kushina. He paled, his eyes widening. Tsunade and Kushina didn't know, and one or both of them had helped Kusha gain access to the Namikaze compound. Jiraiya was also helping the tailed beast grow stronger, though he had fortunately been busy enough that keeping them apart was a simple and easily explained task. Jiraiya's ties with the summons would ensure he would never willingly join Kushu, but the same could not be said for Kushina. Even Tsunade was in doubt, despite the fact that she was the slug summoner. As far as he knew, she was not a sage and had never even attempted to pursue that path. What about the other clan kids? Hinata had a crush on Naruto, though there was no indication that anything had come of it. Kiba and, to a lesser extent, Sasuke both attempted to compete with Naruto at every opportunity. Shikamaru, his own son, viewed him as an entertaining opponent for their weekly shogi matches, and they had become close friends over the years. The others didn't have a particular attachment to him over and above the rest, but they all respected him. Had the tailed beast's manipulations extended to them as well, and the adults just hadn't seen it, or dismissed it as childish playing? Just how much had the tailed beast really accomplished before they realized what he truly was? What had he really been doing all those times he slipped away to practice on his own? Every time they thought they knew everything he had done, another layer was revealed to show just how much they had missed. Troublesome didn't even begin to cover it. April 19th, 348 NE. -2:00 p.m. Land of Earth, 50 kilometers southeast of Iwagakure. Troublesome, Shikamaru sighed as his squad leapt through the trees towards their next target. The fighting had already begun, and he was part of a team tasked with clearing and securing points of interest after the front-line fighters had taken care of any initial resistance. They were also expected to function as the first wave of reinforcements, though he suspected that had more to do with the squad leader than anything else. Everything was going according to Konoha's plan so far, more or less. The Hyuga were out in full force, every able-bodied ninja in the clan deployed as Konoha and Suna swept across Iwa like a plague. Every bunker was uncovered, every cache of weapons plundered, every spot of resistance ruthlessly crushed. From the aftermath, it looked like fighting so far had been relatively minimal, and at least in the areas they had seen there had been no deaths and few casualties. His own team had a Hyuga on it as well, though it was not one he was acquainted with. He had worked with Hinata as part of the clan kids and had a decent professional relationship with Niji, but both of them had been assigned to more sensitive areas. Instead, he was working with a Chunin several years his senior, a girl named Matsubi. Another Chunin from a civilian background rounded out the subordinates on the squad. As for the leader, "Everything is troublesome to you, Shika," Naruto remarked, smirking. The recently promoted Tokubetsu Jounin was proving to be an adept commander, as his relaxed, confident manner helped calm the nerves of the team he was leading. It also helped that he had officially been rated AA in combat following the abbreviated trials he had undergone. In the unlikely event that they encountered any resistance, he would be able to handle it on his own. They had yet to actually need to fight anyone, however. How many more targets are we supposed to secure today, Yamanaka Taicho? Matsubi asked. Just 2, Naruto replied. The last update indicated that the scouts had uncovered 2 bunkers. One's just a glorified weapons cache, but the second is a hardened position that the strike teams should be hitting soon. We are to seal up anything of value and then collapse the first one before we make our way to the second. Once there we are to begin fortifying and hold that position until we receive further orders. Shikamaru frowned thoughtfully. How far is that one from Iwabikure? About 20 kilometers, Naruto replied after a moment. Shikamaru nodded thoughtfully. That was close enough to be useful as a command post, but far enough away that they would have time to detect and respond to any attacks. A ninja could cover that distance in under 10 minutes if they pushed. Thoroughly sweeping such a bunker would require the eyes of a Hyuga, and having someone with Naruto's sealing experience would make the job both faster and safer. His other teammate, Yashiro, had a solid B combat ranking and specialized in ranged attacks, making for a good complement to the rest of the team. They arrived at the weapons cache a few minutes later to find the strike team waiting for them. The cache was already emptied out by the time we got here. Bastards left us a few parting gifts, though, the captain of the team said, spitting off to the side. 2 fucking gas tags and an exploding tag buried inside a broken crate filled with kunai, along with a sampling of the usual. Nothing Winky here couldn't handle. The leader was referring to their Hyuga team member, one of the 2 living Hyuga in all of Konoha who had lost one of their eyes and the only one still in active service. The one-eyed ninja, Hirota, Shikamaru thought his name was, bore the moniker easily, long since used to the name. We'll take it from here, Naruto interrupted, a lazy grin on his face. You're on to the bunker next? The leader's expression grew somber and he nodded. Yeah. We're supposed to meet up with some other teams first, though. Shikamaru nodded in sympathy. IWA had been retreating rapidly, but this close to the village itself that was likely to change. If the bunker was defended, it would be by well-rested ninja who were ready and waiting to repel any attackers. The attackers, on the other hand, would be far from fresh even if they regrouped and rested a little before they struck. Unlike IWA, Konoha couldn't afford to wait indefinitely. It was uncertain whether they would be able to take the bunker intact at all, but they had been ordered to try. Good luck, Shikamaru said, his sentiment quickly echoed by his teammates. The strike team nodded in acknowledgement before they took off. April 20th, 348 NE. -6:00 p.m. Just outside of Iwabikure. Sarutobi stared at the shimmering wall of harmless-looking dust and dirt that surrounded Iwabikure, most of his attention occupied with analyzing its properties and attempting to come up with countermeasures. A smaller part, though much larger than he liked to admit even to himself, was focused on something entirely different. He was tired. Not physically, though he wasn't quite as spry and energetic as he had been in years long past. No, this was a weariness that had settled deep in his soul. From the moment he had heard about Iwa's Jinchuriki wiping out Taki, he had known he would find himself on the field of battle once again. The drums of war had begun their familiar cadence, a beat that had once upon a time set his blood thrumming through his veins and, as Guy would put it, stoked the flames of his youth. In years past he might have moved among his troops, offering encouragement here or advice there, making sure they were ready and getting a feel for their morale. He might have made grand speeches to the assembled forces, reminding them of what Konoha stood for and why their village had never and would never fall. He might have thrown himself into the preparations, refining his techniques and trying to master just one more technique that might prove to make the difference between victory and defeat. He was older now, and wiser. And so very tired. The lungs that had once bellowed war cries and rousing speeches now emitted quiet sighs. The ninja, though they respected and revered him, looked to other men for leadership and guidance now. All techniques he cared to learn had long since been mastered. The drums may be beating once again, but this time he was simply going through the motions. "We will win, Hiruzen," a quiet voice said from his right. Sarutobi inclined his head slightly, acknowledging Shikaku as his successor, the second one, and that thought just served to increase the ache in his heart that little bit more, joined him. "Sometimes I wonder if winning is even possible," he replied quietly. "We won the first war, and the second, and the third, did we not? And yet here we are again, fighting the same battles against the same enemies for the same reasons. What has changed? What has winning done for us?" The younger man was silent for nearly a minute, his eyes watching the barrier surrounding their target as it rippled and glinted in the sunlight. "We are still alive." Sarutobi laughed ruefully, shaking his head and dismissing his prior thoughts. "Very true, Hokage-sama. There is that. But I'm sure you haven't come here to listen to the ramblings of an old man." Shikaku nodded. "Jiraiya says he's got something." Sarutobi swept his eyes across the barrier one more time, drawing in a deep breath and letting the fresh morning air fill his lungs. A shift in his mindset, a mental trick mastered long ago, hardened his eyes and cleared the last of his extraneous thoughts from his mind. "Then let us see what he has for us." He may be going through the motions, but he knew the tune by heart and he could still dance with the best of them. April 20th, 348 NE. 6:30 p.m. Just outside of Iwagakure. Jiraiya sat back on his heels, admiring the barrier before him. Hundreds of individual streams of chakra were woven together so tightly that not the tiniest gap could be seen. If the barrier were clothing, he doubted even a sewing needle would be able to penetrate the fabric. It wasn't just chakra either, though that alone would have been impressive enough. No, it was fully elemental chakra, the majority of it earth-natured. There was just enough of a second type of chakra to identify that Tsuchikage's legendary dust element in the mix, an observation confirmed through the sacrifice of a kunai, the chakra dissolving the metal like water sweeping away bubbles of soap. And the sheer scope of it. The barrier towered nearly 40 meters in the air, completely solid all the way, and surrounded the entire village. He knew from examining it from higher vantage points that it curved over the village, protecting it from above as well. Iwagakure was a small village by modern standards, but even so the barrier must be enclosing nearly 10 square kilometers. The barrier used to trap the nine-tailed beast had been rumored to be the largest ever actually used across the elemental nations, but this absolutely dwarfed that. It almost made him feel sad that he was going to completely destroy it. Almost. "Jiraiya," he heard his teacher bark, the sharp tone making him stiffen guiltily in a childhood reflex he'd never quite managed to get rid of before he controlled himself. He rocked back on his heels for a moment before pushing himself to his full height and turning to face the men approaching him. "Yeah, sensei," he asked casually. "You said you found something. Can you take it down?" "Of course I can." "Who do you think you're talking to?" "I am known dash." A yes would suffice. Sarutobi cut him off, though his lips twitched slightly. "What do you need to do?" "This barrier is a work of art, sensei, but it's an old work of art. Just studying the flow patterns I can tell that it's using Noriashi's matrix. The design is incredibly efficient and stable, which made it the base of choice for just about any large-scale array since it was created. I've even used it myself several times when I was starting out, such as Nevermind," he said quickly, noting the look of impatience on his teacher's face. "The point is that I stopped using it because I discovered a rather nasty flaw. The load-balancing arrays don't account for the possibility of opposing chakra elements entering at the same time, and I couldn't fix it without rewriting the entire damn thing. They're only using earth and dust elements, though," Sarutobi pointed out. "Those aren't opposing." Jiraiya just nodded, grinning. "You're right. As it is the only limit they have to deal with is chakra, and if they've been storing up chakra and paced themselves, we're looking at weeks before it starts to weaken." Sarutobi frowned, looking at him pointedly. Luckily for us, Jiraiya said, grinning, all we need to do is give it a little boost. April 20th, 348 NE. 7:00 p.m. Inside Iwagakure. Onoki stretched, his bones crackling and shifting as his body protested the movement. Any new movements? He asked. Some, Tsuchikage-sama, his ninja replied. Both the third and fifth Hokages are speaking with Jiraiya near the barrier. My lord, if you would just allow us to dash. No. The denial was swift and firm. We cannot afford to open a hole in the barrier long enough to strike at them. My lord, you need only lower it long enough for the team to make it through from the inside. You need not worry about them returning. I would be proud to lead the assault myself if necessary. Onoki turned to eye the man for a moment, a grim smile on his face. Your dedication is noted, but that is not my concern. If I thought the strike would succeed, I would lead the charge myself. No, my concern is that one of them would manage to take advantage of the opening. Sarutobi is sly and cunning, Jiraiya is powerful, and the Nara, while not as powerful on his own, makes the other two even more so. They are no doubt prepared for an attack, indeed, they may be intentionally trying to lure us out. My lord, if we could kill even one of them dash. It would be a great blow to Konoha, no doubt. But if even one of them were to penetrate the barrier, especially the Seal Master Jiraiya, then they could take it down from the inside. I am not willing to trade all of Iwa for the death of one man. Another ninja approached, bowing low before he delivered his report. Tsuchikage-sama, the Hokages and Jiraiya have fallen back for now. Jiraiya has inscribed a large sealing array at the base of the barrier, but no one is fueling it and it appears to be inactive at the moment. Masayan-sama is already working to decipher its purpose. So far he states that it is some sort of barrier technique itself. Onoki rubbed his chin thoughtfully. They could be trying to set up footholds in an effort to strike the moment we open our own barrier, or perhaps a safe area to work as they attempt to destroy it. Keep an eye on it, and inform me immediately if they start creating any more elsewhere. April 21st, 348 NE. 1:00 AM. 20 kilometers SE of Iwagakure. Kushu's eyes strained to make out the figures scurrying around the base of the barrier. This far away, he could just barely make out scurrying flecks of movement that were nearly washed out by the large wall of dust that concealed Iwagakure. After securing the bunker, his team had been ordered to stand by for further orders. The bunker itself had been cracked open when they arrived, evidence of powerful lightning and earth techniques scarring the fortification. The strike team they had been following was nowhere in sight, though he was unsure whether that meant they had perished or already moved on to another area. He hadn't bothered to track their signatures, though he would likely recognize them if he encountered them again. Well, other than the one-eyed Hyuga, that particular one had been amusing enough to remember. Since then he had just been waiting. He passed the time tracking the progress of the invading army as it slowly encircled Iwagakure, but the area he could sense wasn't particularly active. He also found himself constantly scanning for Ino's signature, even though he knew she was stationed far to the northeast. He had noted that Hinata had briefly been close enough to sense before moving farther south. The other members of the team he was leading were currently asleep, resting in case they were called in as reinforcements. He personally thought that he would be the only one called up anytime soon. None of the others were powerful enough or skilled enough to survive long in the bloody melee that would erupt once the assault on the village itself began. He grinned in the darkness, his light purple eyes shining through the gloom. He was actually looking forward to the battle too. Not only would he get a chance to see just how well his human techniques stood up to stronger ninja, but it would no doubt serve to further his reputation. And then, once Iwagakure had been taken care of, the revelation that the village really didn't have any Jinchuriki would focus the attention of the great ninja villages onto Akatsuki. And past that, well, Kumo still had two of his brethren captive. That couldn't be allowed to continue. His thoughts were interrupted when he sensed a messenger ninja racing towards the command tent. It seemed that something was finally happening. Less than a minute after the messenger entered, he left again, running towards the southwest. The Jounin in charge of the group Kushu was assigned to came out a moment later, flaring his chakra and rousing the other ninja in the camp. Once everyone was assembled, he began snapping orders. The following squads are to hold this position and prepare to receive wounded. Akimichi, Subaru, Hyasuke, he continued, listing off a total of 10 squads and thus 40 ninja. Everyone else is moving out towards IWA. The Hokage says the barrier is coming down within the hour and we are going to be ready. The mood of the assembled group sharpened at the announcement, many of the ninja reflexively checking their gear to make sure all of their tools were ready and in place. Yamanaka, the Jounin, snapped suddenly. That doesn't apply to you. Your squad is now under my command, but you are to head out immediately and report directly to the Hokage. Any questions? Kushu shook his head, already moving to gather up the rest of his gear. He had expected something like this, after all. Move it, the Jounin barked from behind him, spurring the rest of the group into action. Shikamaru moved up beside him, the Nara's expression solemn. Good luck, Naruto, he said. Kushu paused a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. Same to you, Shika. And I wouldn't worry too much. I can't afford to die while you are in the lead, he added, referring to the running score of their shugi matches. Shikamaru smirked. You'll just have to get used to that. April 21st, 348 NE. -1:45 AM. -1 kilometer of Iwagakure. You can't be serious, Kushu growled, his temper threatening to get the better of him. Completely, Shikaku replied easily, his eyes still studying the map before him even as his hands were busy strapping pouches to his body. You are to be held in reserve should either of the Jinchuriki show themselves. You are one of the best counters we have, and we can't afford for you to be pinned down or out of communication within IWA itself should they try to flank us. Your presence here will also allow Jiraiya and Sarutobi-sama to direct our forces within IWA instead of holding them in reserve as well. If you would just send me and then IWA would fall that much quicker, saving lives there as well, he pointed out. Shikaku lifted his head to stare him in the eyes, an unimpressed look on his face. If you want to be involved in this battle, it will be as a counter to enemy Jinchuriki. Otherwise, your presence on the battlefield is not required. Kushu snarled, turning and stalking out of the tent. Things had been so much simpler when Sarutobi was still in command, though, on reflection, the old man was even less likely to let him fight, if for different reasons. As it was, he was being held in reserve to combat a threat that would never appear, and in the end he would never set foot on the battlefield at all. There would be no tales of his combat prowess spreading throughout Konoha and the other villages after this, no glowing reports of enemies defeated and fellow ninja rescued to boost his reputation and raise his status. He would be the ninja simply watching while others bled and died. Even those who understood why he was held back would probably still resent him on some level, especially when they realized that his AA rating put him in the top 10% of Konoha's forces when it came to combat. He wouldn't put it past Shikaku to be doing this to achieve that very result, though he knew that the Hokage actually believed that IWA still had possession of their Jinchuriki. That didn't make the situation any less annoying, however. He came to a stop at the edge of the camp, climbing atop the stone wall to glare into the distance at the walls. He was close enough now to see the barrier clearly, to sense the hundreds of chakra signatures that were woven together, blending and merging as they formed the wall of shifting earth that protected the village. More ninja, including Shikaku, made their towards the village, leading behind a skeleton crew to guard the base, mostly Chunin with the occasional Tokubetsu Jounin to command them. It was ironic that they were keeping him and Gaara out of the fighting. Gaara probably could have turned the barrier against the village in a matter of moments, and Ryudo could have used it to devastate them for certain. Of course, that would be relying on a Jinchuriki, and it was becoming clear that they didn't want to do that. Something about the barrier shifted abruptly, drawing his attention. He focused on the feeling, narrowing it down and filtering out the other sensations until he found the source emanating from Jiraiya's array. When nature chakra was entering the barrier, the single thread flowing around and through the other strands as it joined the others already present. There was a slight disruption where it interrupted some of the earth-natured threads, but those were quickly bridged and flowing smoothly after just a few moments. Whatever he was trying to do didn't seem to be working very well so far. Jiraiya's thread continued on its path, eventually moving downwards towards the base of the walls until it hit what seemed to be the array that controlled the barrier itself. He winced at the sensation that followed. It was a distant echo of what he had experienced when he entered Ryudo's seal the first time, the feeling of chakra tearing itself apart and slamming back together, ripping and grinding and shifting all the while. The barrier's appearance changed, the flowing surface starting to move in fits and starts, the effect spreading like a ripple across the deceptively smooth surface. Gaps began appearing, small holes that revealed the interior of the village and allowed his senses to clearly penetrate for the first time. Those holes grew and shrank, moving seemingly at random as the barrier weakened even further. Finally, with a flare of chakra that even the humans must have felt, the barrier collapsed. The failure of the technique was accompanied by the audible crack of shattering stone that echoed off of the mountains around Iwagakure. The immediate damage appeared to be limited to a section of the barrier several hundred meters long, but he could see other sections in the distance that had fallen as well, and the sections still standing were deteriorating rapidly. He watched as Konoha and soon a ninja began pouring into the village, flashes of chakra and plumes of fire marking their progress as they began the assault. No doubt the Iwa Nin had been caught off guard by the sudden loss of their greatest defense, and he could tell that the initial attacks were penetrating deeply, especially those led by Jiraiya and Sarutobi. They were nearing the limits of his senses, but from their path they were probably heading directly towards the Tsuchikage Tower. It seemed unlikely that he would have a chance to take part at all. April 21st, 348 NE. 3:00 AM. 10 kilometers south of Iwagakure. Gaara paced back and forth restlessly, his sandals clacking against the stony ground as he moved. Most of the ninja around him giving him a wide berth as they sensed his agitation. They no longer thought that he would lash out at them indiscriminately, a change in perception helped considerably by the fact that he hadn't killed any allies or civilians in nearly a year, but they also had no desire to test his newfound restraint. He had been left behind while the bulk of Suna's forces, nearly 90% of their able-bodied ninja and yet still half the size of the force Konoha was fielding, closed in on Iwa. Baki wanted him kept in reserve until Iwa deployed their Jinchuriki, or so he said. Gaara probably wouldn't have taken the orders nearly as well as he did, but both Temari and Kankuro were still with him and keeping him calm. Looks like the barrier fell as planned, Kankuro reported. He was currently seated on the ground, his back against a small boulder and the hood of his combat suit pulled back to reveal his short, spiky hair. His eyes were closed and his fingers twitching seemingly at random as he controlled the small bird puppet currently wheeling in the sky above them. No signals or flares so far. Temari huffed quietly, her hands occupied with inspecting her battle fan for any minute imperfections. If the barrier's down then this should almost be over, she replied, her voice tinged with relief. Gaara frowned, stopping his restless movement as his gaze focused on the village to the north. He had hoped to join the assault at some point, to get a chance to explore his powers once more while destroying his enemies. The feeling when Ryudo took control and pushed his fledgling control to the limits that his human body could support, the sensation of crushing the enemy ninja under a stony limb that both was and was not his own, the feeling of their panic chakra washing over him as they tried to flee in terror, it had been intoxicating, and he couldn't wait to feel it again. Even more so if he was the one in control. He had killed many people before, but that had been to make the screaming stop. Now that there was no more screaming, that the inside of his own head was mostly his own, he found that the thought of just striking out randomly was almost distasteful. But if they made themselves his enemy? If they threatened his family? A wide, eager grin spread across his face, causing everyone but Kankuro, who didn't see it, and Temari, who had seen much worse, to unconsciously increase the distance between them. He could also feel the approval of his fellow prisoner welling up from within him, the Yuki somehow conveying a limited form of emotion to him. Then the emotion abruptly changed, and he felt Ryudo pulling him back into his mind until he felt the dry desert winds of his mindscape flowing across his skin. Most of his attention was still in the real world, but there was just enough focused inward for them to communicate clearly. "Someone is coming," Ryudo said without preamble. "Who?" "I don't know, but they're strong. Stronger than anyone in Suna." "And they're coming here?" "I think so. They seem to be heading straight towards us. And there's something above it, something Akatsuki." Ryudo suddenly hissed. "I can feel Shiju's Jinchuriki in the sky, and someone else is with her." "Hey," Kankuro said suddenly. "There's something in the sky approaching from the south. It's way too big to be a normal bird." The jounin in command of their group, Norimaki, one of Baki's closest and most trusted friends, eyed the black-clad puppeteer for a moment before nodding. Eyes open, he snapped to the rest of the group, "We may have company shortly. Temari, I want you in the air. Kankuro, coordinate with her." "Got it," the blonde replied quickly, snapping her fan open and leaping into the air. She barely made it a meter before she found herself gently cocooned by a fist of earth. "No," Gaara said quietly. "Too dangerous." "Gaara?" Temari asked, her voice surprised and confused. "I can feel it," he said, his body tense and his gaze focused southward. "It's a Jinchuriki." The group was silent for a moment before they exploded into motion. "Shit, shit, shit," chanted Norimaki as adrenaline flooded his veins. "It's the seven-tailed Jinchuriki, has to be. Fucking IWA is ambushing us. Yusuke, get word to the Kazekage, now. Takiha, make for the Konoha lines and make sure they know. One of the others is probably going to hit them soon, if they aren't already." The two ninja left immediately, shedding their packs and any excess weight as they pushed their bodies for as much speed as they could achieve. "Gaara, I don't care if they're flying, do everything you can to take them out. Throw fucking rocks at them, I don't know. Just make it happen." Gaara didn't say anything, his gaze focused at ground level to the south. Ryudo was telling him that whoever it was getting close. "Gaara!" Norimaki snapped. "Snap out O-dash." A wall of earth exploded out of the ground as fast as he could manage, but he was still too slow to block the attack completely. A stream of water lanced into the clearing, the tip of the attack razor-sharp. It barely missed Gaara as the ground around his feet wrapped around his legs and shifted him sideways, moving him out of the way of the attack. The lance of water flew past Gaara and his siblings, slicing into and through three of the ninjas still present before slamming into and through the rocks behind them and disappearing into the distance. The rest of the attack was cut off by his wall, though he could feel the water drilling into the chakra and Yuki-hardened substance with surprising effectiveness. He reinforced the wall, hardening it further as well as adding more raw material, and the attack ended after a few more seconds. Ryudo informed him that the two ninja in the sky were bypassing the group entirely, splitting up as they chased after the messengers Norimaki had dispatched. That left a single ninja against himself, Temari, Kankuro, and Norimaki. Almost absently, he released Temari from her cocoon and began walking forward, putting some distance between himself and the others. "Ha!" came the amused voice of the ninja attacking them. "Not bad, Red." The ninja that finally stepped into view from behind a small rock outcropping was tall, very tall. He was clad in a black cloak decorated with red clouds that covered most of his form and had a straw hat covering his head. The bit of skin he could see on his face was blue. There was also a large, cloth-wrapped bundle on his back. As he watched, one arm emerged from the cloak and grabbed the handle that stuck out of the bundle, the exposed limb confirming that yes, his skin actually was blue. Norimaki moved to the left, beginning to circle around the attacker. Temari and Kankuro did the same to his right, his brother swiftly unwrapping his puppet and flexing his fingers as he prepared for battle. "Stay back," Gaara commanded, one hand raised in warning. "Better listen to him," the Akatsuki nin said as he pulled the bundle off of his back. "Don't give a shit about the rest of you, but Red here has to go, one way or the other." A blurred figure swept down from the sky behind the ninja, the vaguely arrow-shaped thing aimed straight for him. The cloaked figure didn't even bother to turn, just swung the bundle behind him and swatted the thing out of the air effortlessly, the blow accompanied by the sound of shattering wood. A victorious cry from Kankuro cut off suddenly in a strangled exclamation. "What? How did you dash?" "Puppeteer, right?" asked the figure, sounding bored. "Yeah, whatever little traps you had on that thing aren't going to work." "What happened?" Norimaki called out. "My connection to the puppet just vanished." Kankuro shouted back, alerting his allies to the ninja's odd ability. "You gonna back off or not?" the ninja asked. None of the Sunanin facing him replied, though Norimaki and his siblings shifted uncomfortably. Gaara just continued to wait, more and more of Ryudo's Yuki flooding through him as he prepared for the battle. The attacker shrugged, the motion barely visible under the cloak. "Time's a wastin'," he said, "and it wouldn't do for me to let Red here build up any more chakra, would it?" Gaara's eyes widened slightly before he abruptly attacked, stone claws rising out of the rocky ground below the ninja and swiping at his form. The ninja began moving quickly, dodging some attacks and using the bundle as a bludgeon to shatter others. Temari took to the sky to gain some distance, one hand pulling out a smaller fan while the other held onto the larger fan she was crouching on. Kankuro seemed uncertain for a moment, but he eventually began circling the attacker, keeping his puppet nearby and sending out streams of poison needles. Norimaki cursed as his hands blurred through seals and sent blades of winds ripping forwards, the nearly invisible attacks distorting the air. The ninja closed in rapidly, the bundle blurring in his hands as he slapped aside the attacks with almost contemptuous ease. In a matter of seconds he was upon Gaara, the larger side of the bundle sweeping horizontally towards his torso and connecting, only for Gaara's form to burst into shards of stone and earth. "Not bad at all," the ninja said even as the earth beneath his feet began to tremble. Chapter 49, Snake Eyes, Part 2. April 21st, 348 NE. -3:15 AM. -10 kilometers south of Awagakure. Temari watched from her vantage point in the sky as the massive stone form of the tailed beast rose out of the ground once more. It was difficult to make out details in the dim moonlight, even with the outside jutsu, but there was enough illumination that she could make out its tail flicking back and forth behind it. The thought that her brother was working with the beast was both comforting and horrifying. Comforting, because it meant he would remain safe against the many threats to his life. Horrifying, because before that day she would have considered the tailed beast far more of a threat to their safety than any ninja could hope to be. She still wasn't sure that had actually changed. The strange ninja, a Jinchuriki, based on what Gaara had said earlier, dodged the stone claws and the tail that swiped at him with surprising ease. A few times it seemed like he was about to take a hit, but somehow he avoided them. His response was odd, too. He was still waving that large bundle around, sweeping it all around him like he was swatting at flies, but he never used it to block or strike at the stone construct directly. And, whenever he had a spare moment, he would launch a jutsu, always water, from what she could see, at the beast, the attacks splashing off the beast without any apparent effect. She was still sending blades of wind at the ninja, using the darkness and his distraction against him, but the bundle always intercepted them. Kankuro had retreated far from the battle, studying their opponent and looking for weaknesses. Norimaki had retreated with Kankuro at first, then taken off to the north. If she had to guess, he was going to alert the reinforcements about the current situation. The tailed beast suddenly dropped low to the ground with a loud thud, and for a moment she was worried that the other Jinchuriki had wounded it somehow. Then she saw the pale shadows on the rocky terrain shifting as the ground curled upwards and inwards, churning and crushing everything within. She lost sight of the enemy as he was caught up in the attack, and began to breathe easier. Even if it didn't kill him outright, that surely must have. Her eyes widened and her jaw dropped open as massive waves of water appeared out of thin air, towering high above the rocky outcroppings before rushing inwards. They slammed into the tailed beast's form with a thundering roar, batting the creature back and forth with astonishing force. And there, on the very crest of the last wave, was the other Jinchuriki. He had unwrapped the bundle to reveal something that was vaguely sword-shaped. She couldn't make out the details from this distance, but the way it reflected the moonlight showed that its surface was very uneven. The ninja rode the wave towards the tailed beast, and, when he was close enough, leapt. The beast's tail whipped around to intercept him, something that should have been a certain hit given that the ninja couldn't dodge in midair. Instead, the ninja swung the sword, striking the tail and cleaving through the hardened and unbelievably dense material as it was nothing. The beast roared, the sound full of both anger and pain, and seemed to be momentarily stunned. The ninja didn't waste the opening, his sword carving deep into the beast's side as he struck again. There was another roar, then the beast's body seemed to explode outward as rocky spikes emerged from its form, flying in every direction. The ninja brought his sword in front of him, using its considerable size as a shield. Even protected from the blows as he was, the force still sent him flying away. Temari didn't miss her chance. With the ninja's sword occupied and all of his attention focused on avoiding the beast's latest attack, his back was wide open. The fan she held in her hand swept through the air once, twice, and again. The blades, the sharpest she could make without needing hand signs, ripped through the air and struck. Her grin faltered before it could fully form, however. The blades should have cut the man into pieces, but instead he just had 3 long slices across his back. Blood slowly leaked from the wounds, darkening his clothing and dripping to the ground, forming crimson pools that stood out sharply under the Alcite jutsu. His head turned and stared in her direction for a long moment, then he seemed to dismiss her and moved his focus back to the tailed beast. She growled in anger at being ignored, and put her fan away as she prepared to use some of her stronger and more draining techniques that required hand signs. Whatever defense he had wasn't perfect, that much she knew now. She would get another opening, and this time he wouldn't survive. She wasn't sure what tipped her off. She might have seen something out of the corner of her eye, or perhaps her skill as a wind mistress helped her sense the disturbed air. Perhaps. It made some noise that she didn't consciously register but still reacted to. She abandoned the technique before it was even properly begun, instead dropping both hands to grip the large fan she was using to float and pulled. She rolled through the air, her body turning and spinning rapidly as she rode the currents, the sensation almost sickening in its intensity. Katsu! The next few moments were pure chaos. First was the sound, an earth-shattering thunderclap that she could feel in her bones. Mere moments after that, something slammed into her, jarring her body and almost flinging her off the fan. She held on firmly, her fingers nearly denting the metal frame as they dug in, and rode the fan as it tumbled through the air. Then came the heat as it washed over her, the sweat boiling off of her skin and her body feeling as it would catch on fire at any moment. She righted herself automatically, her body operating on instinct even as her mind tried to sort itself out. She blinked rapidly, trying to restore the disrupted Alcite technique as she scanned the dark skies for the source of what must have been an attack. What had it been, anyway? An exploding tag attached to a flying puppet? She saw the cloud of smoke hanging in midair immediately, the remains of the explosion already dissipating as the winds tore through it. It took her a couple of seconds longer to locate what must have been the source, a ninja wearing the same style and color of cloak as the Jinchuriki down below. He wasn't wearing the straw hat, though, revealing his long blonde hair that hung over his face on one side, obscuring his features. He was crouched on top of what seemed like a bird, though its skin was the color of clay. "I'm surprised, he called out, his voice sounding a lot younger than she had expected. "You didn't even see it coming and still dodged it, His hands were busy doing something, one digging into a pouch at his side while another was clenching and unclenching. He was probably preparing another puppet to attack her with. She didn't bother to reply, instead pulling out her smaller fan and sweeping it through the air. The bird banked through the air, narrowly avoiding the blades of wind. One scored a long, shallow gash on its stomach, and Tamari's eyes narrowed as the gash sealed itself. Obviously the ninja could repair the puppet somehow, which would make things a little harder. Then she spotted the object winging its way towards her. It was a smaller bird? Clay-colored again, she noted. She swung her fan, sending several blades towards it, but it managed to dodge them. Her opponent clearly had some experience fighting in the air, but he was badly mistaken if he thought he could best her in her element. She spread the fan slightly, then curled it as she swept it through the air again. The bird tired dodge only to find itself flung backwards as a wall of air slammed into it. "Katsu!" she heard the other ninja call out. The moment she heard the first syllable, she yanked on the fan she was riding, gaining extra distance from the bird. As expected, the thing exploded, but with the extra distance she just had to ride out the turbulence as the explosion rippled through the air. She swept the skies again, making sure to watch carefully for the birds this time. There was already another one coming towards her, and the larger bird the ninja was riding was trying to gain altitude as it circled her. She sent another wall of air towards the small bird, sending it tumbling, but this time the ninja didn't activate the exploding tag. He released another bird, then another, even as he himself fought to gain still more altitude. In response, Tamari began sending out a mixture of blunt and sharp attacks, stunning and then cutting apart the birds. Even as she dealt with those, she began climbing higher herself, not wanting to give her opponent the height advantage. The larger bird banked sharply again, this time heading straight for her, and the ninja flung his hands out. It wasn't birds this time, though. Instead, it was a lot of little objects that were almost too small to make out. Judging by everything else he'd done, however, it was a safe bet that they would explode, and she definitely didn't want any part of that. Her arm started to ache as it strained to pull the fan through the air as fast as possible, sending gusts of air above and around her that kept the small objects, spiders, well away from her. She noted that the ninja was floating above her, moving in a small circle as he watched her fend off his latest attack. His hands were busy, no doubt creating more of these things, and he was standing at a slight angle as he tilted the bird to allow a better look. She grinned to herself, and in the midst of dealing with the spiders she sent two blades whistling towards him. One to where he would be in a moment, and one to the only place he could safely dodge in time. He cursed as he saw the attack coming and turned the bird almost sideways as he increased the speed and degree of his turn, and then cursed again when the second blade of wind sheared off one of the bird's wings. He clung to the bird as it began tumbling through the air, his hand pushing against its body as he scrambled to do something. Tamari raised her fan again, a vicious smirk on her face as she prepared to destroy the upstart who dared challenge her in the sky, and then she felt the warning again, the same one that had saved her life earlier. This time she wasn't fast enough to react. Something slammed into her back, and she could feel her spine bending almost too far and several ribs cracking as she was launched forward, off of her fan. As she tumbled through the air, the wind whipping at her clothes and whistling in her ears, she caught glimpses of a girl with 6 green wings streaking towards the ninjas she had been fighting. She had managed to maintain her hold on her smaller fan, and she swept it desperately back and forth as she oriented herself and began trying to slow her descent. The ground was approaching awfully fast, rising to meet her, and she didn't think she'd be able to slow down in time. Then she wasn't thinking anything at all. 3:20 a.m. Thanks, Deidara panted as Fu lowered him to the ground. The large bird he had been riding lay nearby, its right wing still only half formed from where he had managed to repair it before Fu grabbed him. No problem, Fu responded, slowly calming down as the thrill of fear and adrenaline drained out of her. Her arms tightened around his waist momentarily, and she looked up at his face as if to convince herself that he was really fine. Deidara stared down at her for several seconds, neither saying anything, then he abruptly looked away and cleared his throat. "How is Kisame-dana doing?" Deidara asked, gently loosening her arms. Fu stepped back regretfully, disappointed that the embrace was ending but thrilled with what she'd seen in his eyes before he looked away. He hadn't disliked it, not at all. "I think he's trying to drown the Ichibi, judging by how much water he's flinging around. He must have been draining a ton of chakra off the thing to get that much." "Good so far, then," Deidara nodded, moving back to his bird and resuming his work on the damaged wing. "Now that the sister's been taken care of, we should have free rein to strike from above. We need to finish this up before any reinforcements get here." "All right," Fu nodded. "See you up above," she said, grinning, before she spread her wings and took to the air. She flitted back and forth, simply reveling in the feeling of being in the air for a moment, then focused on the fighting below. Kisame was jumping around on top of the water, the sheer volume of which was approaching a small lake by this point, held in place by a combination of the terrain and a lot of chakra, easily dodging the strikes the Ichibi launched from the edge of the lake. Even as she watched, another massive wall of water rose up behind the beast and slammed into it, sending it tumbling into the lake despite its attempts to hold firm. Kisame ran forward, his sword raised, then suddenly paused. After a moment, he abruptly started pulling water out of the lake and forming some sort of attack above his head. Rather than doing anything with it, though, he just kept adding more and more water. She couldn't see the Ichibi at all, and was starting to wonder if it actually was possible to drown a Bijou when a sharp crack resounded from down below, echoing off the nearby mountains for several seconds as the sound slowly diminished. Kisame started pulling water into his attack even faster, but she didn't see anything happening aside from that at first. Then she noted that the water level was dropping far faster than Kisame's attack could account for, the water draining downward where it had refused to spread sideways. Deidara joined her a moment later, his clay bird flapping its wings lazily as he circled nearby. "What's happening? What was that sound, I'm not sure," Fu said slowly, staring at the rapidly disappearing water, "but I think the Jinchuriki just cracked open the ground to drain the water away." Deidara whistled lowly. "Bet Kisame-dana's pissed about that one, he muttered. Below, Kisame seemed to be looking around, still keeping the massive ball of water he had managed to salvage suspended above him. He abruptly leapt into the air, avoiding the gaping maw of the Ichibi as it snapped closed where he had been standing moments before, the teeth falling just shy of his feet. He swung his sword down, sending the water spiraling at the Ichibi. The tip of the attack was spinning like a drill, but failed to pierce the outer layer of the Ichibi. Undaunted, Kisame readied his sword as he fell towards the beast. Fu turned to see Deidara grinning at her. "Care to give me a lift, he asked. "I think Kisame-dana might have a better use for my ride here than I do, Fu matched his grin as she wrapped her arms around his waist again and he wrapped his arms around her shoulders, making sure to not interfere with her wings. The bird he had been riding swept forward and began diving through the air, streaking towards the Ichibi's form where it was battling Kisame. Kisame saw the attack coming, and rather than dodging the next swipe of the Ichibi's claws blocked with Samahana, allowing the attack to launch him away. The bird splattered against the stone construct, spreading to cover nearly a third of its form, and Deidara slowly raised one hand, an excited shiver running through his frame. "Art is a bang, Katsu!" Ever as far away as they were, the shockwave slammed into Fu hard, sending her tumbling through the air for several seconds. Her grip tightened on Deidara, though not so hard that she actually hurt him. After a few moments she leveled off and began slowly floating to the ground. She could get them there faster, sure, but then she'd have to put Deidara down faster. Slow and steady it was. That was a good one, Deidara said, his voice satisfied as his eyes surveyed the damage. Fu turned to look as well. The area where the Achibi had been standing was a charred and smoking crater. She could make out pieces of what might have been its claws and possibly its tails, scattered around the area, but there was nothing left that resembled the tailed beast that had been battling Deidara. What was left was a large ball of stone that appeared to be slowly dissolving into sand. She floated closer as a red-haired ninja tumbled out of the sand, landing on his hands and knees with an audible groan. He slowly struggled to his feet, his face rising to stare at her with an expression of absolute hatred and loathing. Fu could see Kisame approaching from the west, Samahata wrapped up again and hefted over his shoulder. Before any of them could do anything further, something wrong washed over them, disrupting Fu's control and sending both her and Deidara tumbling the last few feet to the ground. She shot to her feet, prepared to fight off whatever it was, only to see nothing in any direction. The only thing she could make out was the light of dawn starting to creep over the horizon to the northeast. There was no enemy, no technique about to assault their position. Nothing. Then another wave of that wrongness hit, making her stumble once again. She saw Gaara falling back to his knees as well, both hands clutching at his head. Kisame and Deidara didn't seem affected, but both were staring to the northeast, their eyes narrowed. She looked again, wondering what had them so stunned. It took her several seconds before she realized that what she had initially thought was the beginnings of dawn on the horizon couldn't be. Dawn was still hours away. That meant that the glow that seemed to light up the night had to be a massive blaze of some sort. In the middle of a rocky plain. 3:00 a.m. 1 kilometer east of Iwagakure. It was about an hour after the barriers surrounding Iwa fell that Kushu sensed a familiar signature approaching rapidly, that of the resurrected form of Minato Namikaze. It was likely that Orochimaru was targeting him once again, but despite that knowledge his focus was drawn to the signature accompanying him. This other signature was, while not all that strong, far and away the oddest he had ever sensed. It was foul and twisted and only vaguely human, yet he could sense dozens, maybe hundreds, of distinct human signatures within it. Unlike the resurrection technique that Orochimaru favored, where the signatures, though there was only one this time, he noted, were subsumed and melded into what he assumed was some approximation of Minato Namikaze's chakra signature as it had been in life, this other being had no separate signature. Or perhaps it would be better to say that its signature was that of the hundreds within it. The second ninja, whoever it was, stopped about 2 kilometers away while Orochimaru continued to approach, his speed actually increasing. Kushu readied himself for battle, increasing the flow of his yuki and reinforcing his limbs. Orochimaru's speed increased further. And then further still. The other ninja who had remained in the outpost once the battle started, mostly messengers who focused on their speed and stamina, turned as they sensed the approaching ninja, the chakra being used to increase his speed reaching levels that they could detect even without being sensors. They had foregone the use of torches or other light sources, both to avoid revealing their position as well as preserve their night vision, and most were utilizing the All-Sight Jutsu to boost it even further. In theory, they should be able to identify any approaching threats nearly as well as they could in daylight. The closest died, their bodies ripped apart by the swirling orbs of energy held in Minato's hands, before they had finished turning to look. Their blood splashed across the nearby walls and even their fellow ninja, forming darker patches amongst the ground in the pale light provided by the moon. Kushu, even with the warning provided by his senses, found himself hard-pressed to react as the white blur raced in his direction. Rasengan met Rasengan once more, but unlike before, Orochimaru was not repelled. Instead, Kushu felt the angles of attack shifting rapidly, forcing his hands and arms wide and making him scramble to avoid the attacks pressing on him. He channeled chakra and Yuki into the ground, changing dirt into mud that tried to suck in any foot that stepped upon it, stone into spikes that lanced upwards, and hurling rocks in every direction in an effort to strike the resurrected Hokage. Every attempt was avoided or destroyed, the puppet driving him back even more, his efforts with his own Rasengan barely serving to protect him. The other ninja, the 7 still surviving, split up. 4 leapt forward to join in the fight, while 3 began to run out of the base, each choosing a direction that would allow them to reach reinforcements and spread word of another attack. 2 of those attempting to leave died as kunai sank into their skulls, and the third was torn apart as Orochimaru briefly broke off his attack to deal with them. The other 4 fared no better, and Kushu made no move to assist or protect them, instead focusing his efforts on his next attack. Orochimaru, still moving fast enough that Kushu could barely track his form visually, turned once more and closed the distance between them. Just before he reached melee range, the air around him exploded, a swirling tornado of fire forming out of midair. Kushu added sweeping wind blades to the attack, threatening to cut his foe apart as well as providing even more fuel to the fire. Orochimaru responded with an unknown wind technique that ripped the tornado apart from the inside out despite Kushu's attempts to reform it. His opponent chose to resume his direct assault rather than shifting to ninjutsu, however, and Kushu found himself fending off the Rasengan once more. Ripping the earth apart beneath the man's feet barely slowed him, and even the lightning techniques he attempted to use were avoided or neutralized with disgusting ease. The man was attacking with a single-minded purpose and incredible focus, and even forming nearly a dozen clones and rapidly using Kawarimi to swap places with several of them did not throw the man off. He was seriously contemplating manifesting his Yuki despite his exposed position when Orochimaru finally slipped through his guard. All it took was of the smallest opening, his arm getting forced a little too wide after blocking an attack. Orochimaru twisted his arm sharply, the blow that had been aimed at his shoulder suddenly shifting to target his stomach instead, and the first true blow of the battle landed. The Rasengan tore through his flak jacket as if it were paper, his reinforced skin faring no better. The sphere left a bloody furrow several inches long before he could twist enough to get away from it, and he began healing the damage even as he prepared to fend off the follow-up, which never came. Minato's body stopped moving, standing across from him with a wide grin on its face. An earth clone formed from the ground between them, chuckling to itself before suddenly leaving in a shunshin. Kushu tracked the clone, noting that it was heading directly for the other signature that had accompanied Orochimaru earlier. What was the point of that? You are very good, Orochimaru said, sounding like he was genuinely impressed. Not only have you regained full use of the arm I detached earlier, but you managed to keep up with me for a time without calling upon those fascinating chakra limbs. Kushu didn't respond, instead trying to wrap the earth beneath the puppet around it, trapping it. Orochimaru shifted abruptly, briefly blurring before he was standing several meters away, and the earth closed around empty air. You also have an incredible utility dash. A much larger patch of earth attempted the same maneuver with just as little success. With sealless jutsu. It has been a very long time since I've seen the like. Tell me, how did you manage it? Kushu stared at him for several seconds. This fight was not going at all the way he had anticipated, and he found that he didn't care for the experience. He started pushing more Yuki out of the seal, accepting that the abilities that he normally used were not going to be sufficient here. He could utilize nearly double the Yuki he had been using up to this point, with the associated increase in his range to match, and after seeing how easily Orochimaru negated his attacks it seemed he would need it. As he did so, he finally deigned to reply to Orochimaru. Practice, he said, smirking. I imagine you acquired your skill at violating corpses the same way. Orochimaru just chuckled. Yes, he hissed, I suppose you have noticed how much greater my control over this form is. It was a mistake to split my attention, I see that now. Focus, familiarity, those are the keys to unlocking the power of this technique. The clone that had left earlier had reached the second ninja and dispelled itself after a few seconds, whatever message it carried delivered. The other ninja still wasn't moving, though. "I've learned a bit more about you," Kushu noted. "I'm surprised you are willing to admit that other ninja are so superior to you that you would use their forms over your own. Like so many others, you fail to see the true genius of what I have accomplished," Orochimaru retorted. "No techniques can be hidden from me, no style can remain beyond my reach. I can utilize the form best suited for whatever task I desire, for as long as I need, with no risk to myself. My own skill does not dull, but instead grows. Wounds that would destroy lesser ninja are nothing to me." Kushu flexed his body's hands, feeling the body quivering under the strain of containing his Yuki. He lay coiled, ready to spring forth and destroy this body just as he had before. Orochimaru had grown faster, but not so fast that he could not respond at all. He twisted his Yuki, then began filtering it into the ground, spreading it out in all directions. Orochimaru did not react, even when the Yuki flowed directly under his feet and beyond. His next strike would not be so easily avoided. Kushu was distracted from his task when he felt the chakra of the second ninja suddenly shift. It wasn't the sort of shift he would associate with someone reinforcing their body or even preparing a technique, however. Instead, the entire signature suddenly altered, all of the disparate signatures unifying into a single signature, then changing into he didn't know what. It felt both more and less human-like than it had before, simultaneously like how he would expect a human to feel and the exact opposite. The new signature also seemed very odd, like he should know it, and yet he couldn't place who it belonged to. "Still, it doesn't matter," Orochimaru said after a moment when he failed to respond. "Despite your valiant struggles and impressive skill, this is as far as you go. It is your misfortune to be more useful to me dead than alive." Kushu turned his attention back to Orochimaru, grinning at the man's arrogance. "You haven't managed to kill me yet. As I recall, I tore you to pieces the last time, and I dash." He abruptly stumbled as he felt something piercing his leg. He looked down, expecting to find a kunai or some other weapon sticking out of him and wondering how he had missed the attack, only to see nothing. Just a ragged hole nearly an inch across sticking completely through the middle of his thigh. Despite the lack of any physical object, his flesh was behaving like something was there, pushing and twisting against thin air as if it was a solid barrier. Even the blood was held back like something was blocking it, though it leaked out around the edges of the hole. He placed one hand over the wound, encountering no resistance. He even pushed into the wound slightly, his hand finding nothing and yet his leg still acting like something was there. Just as abruptly as it had appeared, the phantom object withdrew, gouging his leg and scraping bone as it moved. Blood started flowing freely now, and Kushu quickly set to work fixing the damage even as his focus returned to Orochimaru. "What sort of technique is this?" he growled. Orochimaru, on the other hand, looked fascinated. "A very unique one," he murmured. "Tell me, what do you feel? Can you describe the sensations? How does it interact with your body?" The phantom object abruptly stabbed into his stomach, pulling and twisting and tearing as the tip moved about drunkenly. "Do you find it more or less painful to be wounded in this fashion?" Orochimaru continued, his eyes glinting. Frowning, Kushu realized that he couldn't feel Orochimaru's chakra doing anything, and that he felt the second ninja's pulsing wildly. "You aren't doing this," Kushu said suddenly, his eyes widening. "How?" The object withdrew again, leaving his stomach to dig into his arm a moment later, starting at the elbow and then dragging downwards. It would be difficult to fight like this, even if he could correct the damage almost as quickly as it was caused. It worried him more that he couldn't sense how this was being accomplished, however. He rapidly withdrew his Yuki from the ground, returning it to his body in preparation. "I don't know yet," Orochimaru admitted candidly, "but I will be finding out, in time. So many things to research still." His eyes grew distant, seeming to dismiss his presence entirely as he became lost in thought. Kushu burst into motion the next moment, using a shunshin to rapidly close the distance between himself and the second ninja. He stumbled and fell before he was even halfway there. His left foot was torn apart, and Orochimaru was upon him a moment later. Cuckoo cuckoo. He laughed. Such vitality. Do you know if this is common among all Jinchuriki? Is your accelerated healing inherent in your condition? The object withdrew from his foot and slammed into his chest, opening a hole in the middle of his heart. Alas! Orochimaru muttered quietly. It seems my questions will have to wait for another time. Kushu slumped back against the ground, his eyes growing glassy as he stared at the sky. Then he was blinded by a bright yellow flash, and the smell of burnt flesh assaulted his senses even as something landed on top of him. 3:00 a.m. 20 kilometers northeast of Iwagakure. Ino remained still as she awoke, trying to determine what had pulled her from her sleep. There were a few other ninja in the barracks, tossing and turning and snoring as they took what rest they could, but she had long ago learned how to filter out those sorts of sounds. There was no one moving around, no one trying to sneak up on her, and the door was still closed. Despite all of that, something was wrong. She pulled herself up, tapping the floor in a quick signal to wake the other ninja. Flaring her chakra might draw notice, and shaking them directly would almost certainly get her a kunai or two for her trouble, so noise would have to do. The others woke quickly as the rhythmic sound filtered through their dreams, all of them as still and silent as she had been. She found a jounin standing beside her a moment later, a long scar on one side of her face pulling the side of her mouth into a permanent frown. "What is it, Yamanaka?" the woman asked quietly, scanning the room. "Something's wrong." The woman's frown deepened, but she nodded. She knew all too well that you ignored a ninja's instincts at your own peril. "You're with me, then rest of you pair off and get ready. We can get back to sleep once we've confirmed that the outpost is secure." The woman stalked towards the door, moving low, her footsteps completely silent. She paused at the door for a moment, then slowly pulled it open. The night was quiet and still, their outpost, meant to serve as reinforcements for the reinforcements, far enough away from the fighting that they couldn't even detect the massive surges of chakra that marked the battle for IWA. Ino paused, shaking her head. There was a slight buzzing in her head, an odd sensation that she'd never felt before. "What? You hear something?" the jounin asked. "No, but—" She paused, noting that the buzzing was getting stronger and starting to pick up definition. It wasn't a sound at all, actually, but a bundle of sensations. When she focused on it, tried to really understand what she was sensing, it suddenly became understandable. It was oddly muted, but she could practically see it in her mind, a smoking mountain shaking with barely restrained fury, its molten rage spilling forth from cracks up and down its height, advancing across the torn and twisted landscape. It covered hills and valleys, rivers and forests alike in a slow, inevitable march, its approach as unstoppable as the tides of the ocean or a storm covering the sky. And underlying it all was a sense of bottomless depths, of a great well of power without limit. She'd never felt something like this before, and yet she had, something within her telling her that she should know what this was. And she thought she did, it reminded her of. "Oh Kami," she breathed. "It's a Jinchuriki. A Jinchuriki is coming." The woman stared at her for a moment, then her eyes widened and she started flaring her chakra and shouting at the top of her lungs as she moved away to alert everyone else. The camp exploded into activity, the guards who had been awake already scrambling to locate the source of the attack while those who had been resting threw themselves out of their beds, most of them ready almost as quickly as they had remained fully clothed, most merely needing to attach their pouches and bits of armor before they joined the guards. Then a torrent of lava lanced through the outpost, dividing it in half even as the buildings caught fire and Ninja began screaming in fear and agony. Ino snapped out of her trance and scrambled to reach higher ground, moving away from the heat. She scanned the area to the east, knowing that was where the source of the attack was, even as another arc of lava spewed forth, almost seeming to emerge directly from the ground. It swept towards the outpost, leaving a trail of heat and devastation as it cut through the outpost again. Ninja were moving in that direction now, their chakra flaring in anger as they responded to the attack. The bundle of sensation in her head suddenly pulsed, and she tried to scream at the ninja to fall back, but she was too late. Instead of lava, a towering inferno seemed to spring out of midair, twisting and growing as it grew wider and wider. It towered hundreds of feet in the air and was already easily twice as wide, but still it continued to grow as it advanced across the rocky terrain. Water slammed into the wall, trying to douse it, and earth tried to smother it, but to no effect. The ninja began retreating, abandoning their attack as they fled, taking their injured comrades and what supplies they could salvage as they did so. Ino moved to join them, then stumbled and fell as the sensation suddenly pulsed again, stronger than ever before. A loud roar ripped through the night, and beyond the wall of fire that was still advancing she could see a large form rising up, four tails flailing behind it and two massive arms stretching towards the sky. Then the two hands joined together, the fingers interwoven and the muscles bulging, and she knew what was about to happen, knew as clearly as if someone had whispered it into her ear. Her hands began flashing through hand signs faster than they ever had before, her eyes wide and her breath coming in terrified pants. She wasn't fast enough to escape this on foot, none of them were. Akai's hands swept down, cutting through the air faster than anything that large had a right to, and slammed into the ground with an earth-shaking boom. Ino whimpered even as her hands moved faster, praying desperately that she could make it in time. The ground below erupted, lava spewing in all directions and turning the rocky terrain into a simmering cauldron of molten earth. She felt the building beneath her give way, her leg making contact with something that caused a flash of pain that ended far too quickly, and something else that scraped across her back, leaving a trail of raw agony carved into it. Her body screamed in pain, but she pushed through it, not daring to slow or even stop. Then she completed the last hand sign. She remained in the void for several seconds, her eyes screwed shut and her body trembling. Slowly, she allowed herself to feel out the connections to the Horatian seals. One led her back to her current position, and she shuddered when she saw just how close she was to being swallowed up by a column of lava. The thing that had scraped across her back was another such column, and if she had been a meter further to the left, or if the building hadn't given way, she would have been swallowed by it completely. She tried not to look at her leg, reassuring herself that Naruto could fix that. He'd stuck his own arm back on, so surely that wasn't any worse. Her mind flitted to the other seals, most of the ones in Konoha still in the same place, though the 3 tattooed on people were actually in IWA now as their bearers fought. The 7 that had been in IWA before were moving, actually. They were stuck in a box with a large assortment of other items, already several kilometers north of IWA and almost a full kilometer underground. She could make out several ninja in the immediate area, all of them young and grim-faced and a couple even crying. Then there was Kushina's seal, which showed the woman somewhere along the coast far to the east, dressed in ANBU-style gear in the middle of cutting another ninja in half, this one a Kumo missing nin from his forehead protector. And then she focused on the seal Naruto had inscribed on himself, on his bones, actually, which she still found a little disgusting, and had to stifle a scream. He was lying on his back on the ground, blood covering most of his form and a giant hole in the middle of his chest, sticking straight through his heart. His purple eyes were open and staring vacantly at the moonlit sky above him. A blond man in a white trench coat who looked oddly familiar was standing next to him, smirking. She forced herself to calm. Naruto's body was irrelevant, something like that couldn't kill him. He was faking for some reason, likely to lure the man off guard for an attack of his own. In fact, now that her attention had been drawn to it, she could make out another bundle of sensations in her head, distinct from what she had felt from the Jinchuriki. Curious, and knowing she had the time to really examine it, she focused on it. At first, She couldn't even tell that she was getting anything from it, but then she realized that the empty expanse she was currently floating in was still and silent, while the one she felt in her head was pulsing slowly, like someone's heartbeat. She shifted uncomfortably, shrugging her shoulders. Something had changed, but she couldn't tell what. The image she was getting seemed empty and still, a stark and confusing contrast to the violent energy she had felt from Akai. Was it because she was in the middle of the Horatian technique? Then it pulsed again. She hunched slightly, wondering why she felt so heavy. Then it pulsed again, and something shifted. The black emptiness that surrounded her seemed to ripple. Darkness flowing across darkness, a contrast of nothing that screamed out at her. Then it pulsed again, faster and faster, and she felt herself being drawn towards something. She shouldn't be able to measure movement, as there was nothing to measure against, but she knew was getting closer to something. And as she did, the heaviness became crushing, her body feeling like it was being flattened and stretched out, her every effort meaningless in the face of the force that now had control of her. And she knew, just like she had known that Akai's lava would spread to cover everything in time, that the something she was being drawn towards would never stop until it had consumed everything in its path. She pulled back from the image, swallowing thickly. She knew what Naruto had meant by the burning sky is a lie, now. His real power, the part of him that was unique from the other Bijou, had nothing to do with fire at all. Ino drew in a deep breath and let it out, bringing her focus back to the here and now. She needed healing if she was going to do anything, and that meant Naruto. With a thought, she pulled on that thread and vanished. 3:15 a.m. 2 kilometers east of Iwagakure. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed as he took in the girl who had just appeared out of nowhere in a yellow flash. He knew what she must have done, but for her to have access to the technique that had so long eluded his grasp, that could not be allowed to stand. The girl whimpered, one hand reaching out to clutch at the Jinchuriki shirt. She had been badly burned, and every movement twisted and pulled at her injuries. She let out a sudden gasp, and then his hand was around her throat, lifting her into the air. "How do you know that technique?" he snarled, focusing his killing intent. Her eyes, surprisingly clear and cogent considering the pain she must be in, stared defiantly back at him. Then, before he could even say another word, the life faded from them abruptly, her body going slack. He stared at her for a few more seconds, unable to believe that the moment he found a potential source for the Horatian she died on him. With a disgusted sneer he tossed the body aside, refocusing on. Kushu stood, eyeing the dissolving remains of the construct Orochimaru had been using for a moment, then moving towards Ino's body. He felt rage coursing through his body as he saw how injured she had been, and in that moment made his decision. He knelt, pulling out a sealing scroll and placing her body within it. He pulled out a small capsule, sealed the scroll and the pouches he wore within that, then swallowed it. Unless his entire body was destroyed, the capsule and everything in it would survive what was to come. His head swiveled to the east for a moment, noting the location of the signature that had accompanied Orochimaru and was the likely source of the phantom weapon that was even now stuck inside his chest. Then he looked to the north, where he could see the distant glowing flames created by Akai's Jinchuriki. Yuki poured from his body, swirling chaotically around his frame, and snaps and cracks filled the air as his form twisted and bent. His arms writhed as bones shifted and muscles grew, and his legs bent unnaturally as new joints took shape. He shed his sandals as his feet outgrew them, his new claws digging deep into the earth. The transformation continued for nearly a minute, and when it was done, what stood in the clearing bore little resemblance to his former shape. He was covered in blood-red fur, his thickly muscled legs bent as he crouched. His hands ended in razor-sharp claws, and his arms were every bit as muscled as his legs. His head had also changed, it was covered in fur, his blonde hair nowhere in sight. Long pointed ears swept back from his skull, and his face had shifted to form a long snout. His mouth parted for a moment, revealing dozens of sharp, gleaming teeth. 9 tails of Yuki emerged from the base of his spine, sweeping through the air in agitation. His eyes, fully red except for black, slit-like pupils, seemed to be burning with some inner fire as his gaze turned to the east once again. One clawed hand brushed across his chest, sliding across the hole that still remained, though the wound had stopped leaking blood. He exhaled, the air leaving his chest with a low rumble, and tensed. He paused for a moment, his head cocked to the side, and breathed out another gust of air in a sharp snort. "Would you stop about the fur already?" he said to the empty clearing. Then he leapt, his clawed feet leaving deep furrows in the ground as he vanished from the clearing in a swirl of dust and Yuki. Chapter 50, Snake Eyes, Part 3. April 21st, 348 NE. -3:20 AM. -3 kilometers east of Iwagakure. Kushu honed in on the strange chakra signature, his form blurring as he raced over the rocky ground. His claws left gouges in the stone as he ran, and he left a trail of shattered stone behind him as the force of his movement proved to be more than the terrain could handle. When he was close enough, he leapt to the top of a rock outcropping and paused for a moment, his legs coiling and his muscles tensing. Drawn on the ground in blood was a large circle, and on the inside of the circle was a triangle, also drawn in blood. It wasn't a Fuinjutsu circle, but he could sense the ninja's chakra flowing through it all the same. His target was stretched out on the ground within the circle, a spear of some kind sticking out of his chest. As far as he could tell, the wound matched up with the hole that still remained in his own body, providing some insight into just how this strange technique functioned. The ninja himself was liberally painted, most of his body pitch black except for thick white lines that gave the impression of bones. His face was painted to resemble a skull, though his gray hair remained visible. And, despite the fact that the ninja's heart must have been destroyed as surely as his own, he was still alive. "Fuck!" the ninja suddenly shouted, sitting up and pulling the spear out of his chest. Kushu felt the phantom weapon withdraw from his own chest at the same time, confirming that this ninja was indeed responsible for what had been happening, somehow. "Jashin-sama," the man called out, his voice piteous. "How have I failed you? Why do you withhold your blessing from me?" Kushu blinked as the man continued to cry out to the heavens, then shook his head. Whatever the ninja was talking about was going to be irrelevant in a moment. He crouched lower, his claws digging in for extra purchase, then launched himself forward. The ninja barely had time to turn before Kushu rocketed into him, carrying him out of the circle. Even as he made contact, he could feel something slamming into his own gut, his ribs snapping despite the fact that his body should have been able to withstand much more than that. The moment the ninja lost contact with the circle, however, the man's signature abruptly returned to the chaotic combination of hundreds of different signatures, and the paint covering his body vanished. Kushu noted that the phantom pressure working against his own form disappeared at the same time. "The fuck is this bullshit?" the ninja shouted as he rolled to his feet. He reached behind himself and pulled a weapon off of his back, revealing a triple-bladed scythe. "First Jashin-sama doesn't accept my sacrifice, and now fucking animals are interrupting me?" Then the ninja paused, his eyes strained to the 9 tails whipping through the air behind Kushu. "Oh fu dash!" The tails lanced forward, piercing through the ninja's torso, legs, and arms before they wrapped around him and started slowly pulling. Sure." The man wheezed, before with one final heave Kushu separated his tails, spreading the ninja across the clearing in a burst of blood and gore. Kushu let out a low growl as he stretched out his senses. The ninja's twisted signature was slowly dissipating, but there were 2 other signatures in the area, one high above and another approaching from the southeast along the ground. Both were exceptionally powerful, but he didn't recognize either of them. The one above began to withdraw, heading north, while the one on the ground was stopped as it began fighting 4 other signatures that he didn't recognize. It didn't matter to him, though, he had business elsewhere. He turned to the north and left with another burst of speed. Haydn groaned to himself after the Kyubi Jinchuriki had left. It had been a long time since he'd been hurt to this extent. It was going to take hours to pull himself back together. Hopefully that Conan bitch or that fucker Orochimaru would show up and hurry things along. He was still using his jaw to move his head closer to his nearest body part when he heard someone else approaching. "Hey! Conan! Orochimaru! Whoever the fuck you are! Quit fucking around and put me back together, you asshole." He rolled his head over to find that the person who had arrived was not one of the members of his so-called team, but a tall, thin ninja dressed entirely in black. Most of his face was covered by a mask, but he had a forehead protector that marked him as a missing nin from Taki. "The fuck are you looking at, asshole?" Hayden shouted. The ninja didn't say anything, instead walking over to one of his body parts and picking it up. "Hey! The shit are you doing with my leg, dickwad?" The ninja didn't say anything as he continued to collect pieces and began sealing them into scrolls. "I'm fucking talking to your stupid ass, jack off." Finally, the man was standing over his head, staring down at him with expressionless, pale green eyes. His hand reached down and picked up his head by his hair. "Put me down, asshole. As soon as I get put back together, I am going to dash." "My bounties usually have the courtesy to shut up when they are torn apart," the man growled as he sealed Hayden's head inside another scroll. He put the various scrolls away, then pulled out a small list and a brush, marking through one of the names on the scroll. Then he turned and began making his way south. Kushu allowed his focus to drift inward slightly as his body continued streaking across the terrain. "Who the fuck was that?" Ino asked. "And what did he do to piss you off that bad?" He grinned, his fox-like Yuki form revealing long, sharp teeth as he turned to answer Ino. And blinked. "What?" he heard Ino ask. Heard, but couldn't see. Or clearly sense, for that matter. Every time he tried to focus on her signature he could feel his senses sliding past her, only picking up just enough to know that something was there. He could feel her presence in the seal as clearly as he had every other time she used a Yamanaka technique on him, but for some reason her exact location eluded him. "What are you doing?" he asked curiously. "Doing?" "I'm asking a question," she responded, a bit of annoyance filtering into her tone. Kushu spread out his Yuki, letting it drift around the seal and noting where it encountered resistance. He eventually found a space where his Yuki seemed to flow around nothing, his senses telling him the area was empty even as it became clear something was there. "Hey! What are you doing? You really aren't doing anything?" "No!" Ino snapped. "Why?" "Because I'm having trouble sensing you, for some reason." Ino was silent for a moment. "Really?" she asked curiously. Her signature lessened to the point where she almost vanished completely, then returned to its previous state. "Why? Were you thinking of hiding just then?" Kushu asked, understanding beginning to dawn. "Well, yeah. You just said you couldn't sense me, of course I was." Even as she said it her signature almost vanished again. "Try thinking of becoming visible." Her signature spiked even as she asked, "What's the point of that?" "Just focus on it," he replied. "Fine." She muttered, and her signature grew and stabilized. As it did, her form became visible, partly, at least. She was standing on his back, as she normally did when she was here, her arms crossed over her chest and a look of concentration on her face. Even though he could see some of her now, her form was still partially invisible, the edges between visible and not shimmering and shifting randomly. Unlike every other time she'd been inside the seal, however, her eyes were a deep, glowing purple, looking exactly like they did when she was calling on her own nascent Yuki. With that, he realized that this was actually the first time she had used one of the Yamanaka jutsu on him since he had made his changes. "Well, isn't that interesting?" he muttered, trying to focus on her signature to see if he could glean any further details. It kept slipping away from him, but there was enough to further his understanding of what was happening. In the meantime, Ino looked down at herself, then back up at him, her brow furrowed. Isn't what interesting? What do you look like, to yourself? Like normal, she said slowly. Why? Rather than answering directly, he formed an image of what she looked like to him, showing it to her. Her jaw dropped open and her signature nearly vanished as she lost focus. Holy shit! That's badass, she shouted, laughing. Is that really what I look like? He watched as her form rapidly shifted, parts fading in and out of view while her eyes seemed to glow brighter and brighter. He shifted the image he was displaying to match, and she finally settled on a state where her body was completely hidden except for her eyes, two glowing points of purple hanging in midair that flickered and coiled as if burning with some inner fire. A shimmering outline of her body slowly faded into view as well, providing some sense of her posture and stance. Oh hell yes, she muttered, her wide grin clearly audible in her voice. After a few more seconds spent admiring the image, the eyes shifted to him, narrowing and sharpening as they focused. An outline of her body flickered in and out of view, taking on a purple tinge to match her eyes. He could feel her signature shifting already. There was the sense of an invisible predator ghosting through empty terrain, watching his every movement and seeing straight through every ruse and attempt to evade them. So what's going on? She asked. Does this have something to do with my Yuki? It does indeed, he answered, pleased that she already had a decent grasp of the situation. I think your power is starting to show itself. The eyes flared, and her form flickered into full view for a moment to reveal the pleased grin on her face before it faded again. Speaking of powers, she said, I felt something from Akai earlier, and from you, for that matter. Kushu nodded, smiling widely. What you are sensing is what Bija feel like to each other. What did you sense? Akai was like a volcano, a really, really angry volcano. And you? I'm still not sure what that was. Akai always did have something of a temper, Kushu said, snorting at the understatement. It sounds like you got a pretty good read on him. What about me? I thought it was the void, at first, she admitted. Close, Kushu said, nodding for her to continue. It wasn't empty like the void, though. There was something there that I couldn't see, then I was getting drawn towards something, then something was squeezing me. Anything else? At the end, like with Akai, where I got the impression that the lava was going to cover everything, I got the distinct impression that whatever it was would consume everything. It's possible, certainly, though highly unlikely, he noted, smirking. I figured. It's not like a volcano is going to spew out enough lava to cover the entire world, either. What I don't get, though, is why Akai's image felt so washed out. Washed out? Kushu asked slowly, remembering the traces he had felt back in Taki. Yeah. I could sense everything pretty clearly, but at the same time it was like it half wasn't there. Even as she spoke, his attention began to return to the outside world, where his body was closing in on the Jinchuriki. He could feel Akai's power being slung about, feel the magma shifting under the earth as it responded to his call. He could sense the same washed-out impression that Ino had mentioned. Unlike her, he knew what was missing. Inside the seal, his form lost cohesion as his Yuki surged. It slammed against the walls of the seal, cracks spreading like spiderwebs along the formerly pristine white walls as the seal strained against him. Ino yelped as she was dropped to the floor, the sound lost in the low rumble that was rapidly building to a crescendo. Yuki poured from his body, surrounding him in a cocoon of energy. His tails whipped back and forth in a frenzy, stretching and growing along with his rage. After a moment, his entire body tensed and he roared, his Yuki unconsciously fueling the sound as it spread like a shockwave across the battlefield. All movement ceased for a moment, ninja from every side pausing as they felt something washing over them. The ninja from Konoha who had been present in the village 12 years ago shivered, recognizing the feeling for what it was and wondering just what had happened. The next moment he flung himself forward, streaking through the air like a fiery comet. The Jinchuriki had manifested a mockery of Akai's form and was slinging its thick, heavily muscled arms about, streams of lava bursting out of the ground at every movement. The tails were whipping through the air behind him, but seemed to be moving without any sort of purpose. There were ninjas scrambling desperately before it, evading its attacks and trying to launch their own counters even as they fell back. With one last bound he leapt into the air behind the Jinchuriki and slammed into the gigantic form. The ape-like construct staggered sideways and began roaring in pain as his claws and tails began ripping through the chakra that made up its body. Chakra, not Yuki. It was unmistakably Akai's power, but there was nothing of Akai himself left within it. Akatsuki had finally succeeded in creating their perfect weapon, somehow crafting a seal that stripped the power from a bijou without leaving anything of the bijou itself behind. He could feel Akai buried within the seal, his presence greatly diminished after all of the power that had been ripped away from him over the years. The Jinchuriki began clawing at him, the hands of the ape-like form trying to pull him off or smash him to the ground, but he was already beneath the skin and was rapidly digging deeper and deeper into the construct, aiming for where he could feel the Jinchuriki hiding deep within the heart of it. The Jinchuriki began panicking, lashing out wildly and causing rifts to form in the earth around him that spewed lava in every direction. Still Kushu struck deeper, his Yuki ripping and tearing as he closed in. Finally, in desperation, the Jinchuriki released the construct completely, leading them both to fall through the air as the energy keeping them suspended dispersed. The boy began gathering chakra to lash out directly, but found himself wrapped up in tails of chakra and drawn towards his attacker. Kushu paid no mind to the ninja's screams as his Yuki burned through his flesh like acid. He swiftly found the seal that was tattooed on the ninja's stomach and physically slammed his claws into it, digging into it and surrounding it with his Yuki. He found the edges of the seal that kept his brother bound and began pouring all the power he could into shattering it. It only lasted a few moments before it buckled under the pressure. With the seal broken, all of the power stored within was released in a massive shockwave that completed the destruction of the Jinchuriki and threw Kushu backwards to plow into the earth nearly a kilometer away. 3:30 a.m. 10 kilometers south of Awagakure. What is that? Fu asked. Not our problem, Kisame grunted after a moment, turning to the red-haired teenager who was their target. Are you going to come quietly, or do I need to kick you around some more? He asked with a menacing leer. Gaara picked himself up off the ground, his movements slowly and unsteady. His face was twisted in anger as he stared at the three Akatsuki members who had surrounded him. Kisame hefted his sword, holding it out in front of him meaningfully. Well? You should listen to Kisame-dana, Deidara added with a grin. He's got this thing about cutting off people's legs, Gaara said slowly in a deep, rumbling voice that sent shivers down Fu's spine, am going to kill you. Then he collapsed into a pile of dirt and sand. All of them stared at the dirt for a moment, not quite comprehending what they were seeing. Then Kisame sprang forward, his sword whipping through the air over the remains of the clone. Fuck! He shouted angrily. How the fuck did that bastard get away? Deidara took off running in another direction, his own curses filling the air a moment later. The bitch is gone too, he called out. Kisame spent a few more seconds seething before he pulled himself together. We're done here, he ground out. He slammed his sword back into its holster on his back and began stalking away from the devastation left by the battle. Let's go. Kankuro swallowed thickly as he crouched next to Temari. Despite his roiling emotions, his hands were rock steady as they placed bandages over Temari's wounds. Gaara was standing nearby, his face completely blank and his eyes focused ahead. Only the slight grinding sound of the rocks sliding by and the barely felt vibration under his knees let him know that they were moving at all. According to Gaara, they were going to get help. He hoped so, he really did. Temari was still alive, still breathing, but she looked so fragile, lying there. She'd always seemed like a rock before, the anchor that somehow kept their family from drifting apart. It wasn't right to see her laid out on the ground so still, only the slight rise and fall of her chest showing that she still had life in her at all. Both of her arms were clearly broken, and her entire right side was bruising badly. He hadn't seen her legs move at all. Her breathing had also picked up an odd wheeze that scared him more than he thought possible. He wasn't a menin, but he knew that couldn't be good. "Hurry," he said hoarsely, looking up at Gaara. Gaara didn't say anything, but his face tightened and the vibrations from underneath him grew in intensity. 3:30 a.m. 15 kilometers northeast of Iwagakure. Kushu pulled himself out of the ground, letting out a low growl as he shook off the dirt and looked to where the Jinchuriki had been. A swirling mass of dark red energy hung suspended in midair, pulsing slowly as it twisted on itself. Kushu could feel his brother clearly now, and a furious snarl tore its way out of his throat. His brother was still reeling from the sustained drain, weakened and disoriented as he tried to get his bearings. Kushu moved closer even as Akai began to drift towards him, his brother turning towards the familiar signature. Halfway there he stopped. There was someone closing in rapidly from the northeast, flying through the air far faster than any bird could hope to accomplish. It seemed to be heading for Akai, and Kushu moved to cut off the approaching ninja even as his brother drifted closer to the ground, the mass of Yuki slowly taking his usual shape of a four-tailed gorilla. There was a surge of chakra and a massive weight slammed onto his back, pinning him to the ground and trying to crush his body. He pushed himself to his feet, his body groaning in protest under the strain, only for the pressure to double in intensity. Even as that happened, Akai's Yuki was being drawn through the air against his will, swirling towards the ninja and then into a strange cube at the ninja's side. Kushu let out another roar and flared his Yuki, dispelling some of the pressure and gaining his feet once again. He was still struggling to move, however, and the ninja had managed to completely seal away Akai before he had managed 10 steps. He was not going to allow this to happen. Not now. Not after he'd finally come so close to truly freeing one of his brethren. Especially not when Akatsuki had found a way to greatly weaken them. It would take years for Akai to recover the power that had been stolen from him already, and no doubt this ninja was planning to place Akai within another container at the first opportunity. "Bancho Tenin," a voice called out, ringing through the air. Kushu felt the chakra surrounding him more clearly now, and found himself rising into the air towards the ninja. His eyes narrowed as he studied the man who was doing this to him. He was wearing a black cloak adorned with stylized red clouds, the signature of Akatsuki. He had dark red hair and lightly tanned skin, but it was the eyes that jumped out at him. Even from this distance he could make out their purple color and ringed pupils. This was clearly a Dojutsu, though not one he had ever heard of. He came to a stop 30 meters away from the ninja, well outside of his known range. The implications of that were not lost on him. "Naruto Yamanaka," the man called out, "has your mind survived this transformation of yours?" Kushu remained silent. His eyes shifted to the large metal cube floating at the man's side. He could make out numerous seals covering its surface, no doubt an array meant to contain a bijou. "No matter," the man said after a moment. "Even if you have survived, your life was forfeit the moment you killed June." Yuki began flowing out of Kushu's body, filtering forward and gathering into a ball in front of him. "I am well aware of the limitations your seal imposes upon you," the man said calmly. "Seeking to frighten me is useless." The ball seemed to shrink in on itself, dropping to half of its original size before growing once again as more Yuki flowed into it. They began moving through the air, flying to the east at a quick pace. The ball compressed once more, the color darkening. "Even if this is some sort of suicide technique, you will not be able to harm me. Accept your death gracefully." The ball compressed again, and Kushu opened his mouth wide, stretching forward to enclose the ball within his jaws. Out of sight, the ball compressed even further, his Yuki pressing in on it from all sides. The man increased the distance between them to 50 meters, though his expression did not waver. With a sharp twist, Kushu detonated the hyper-compressed ball of Yuki, using the rest of his energy to channel the explosion in the direction he desired. He usually preferred not to use the Amari. It was far and away the most expensive use of their Yuki they had yet found, and it lacked any semblance of control or finesse. However, when it came to destroying anything and everything in his path, there was nothing better. The beam of annihilation lanced forward, the unique nature of the attack allowing it to maintain cohesion far beyond the limits imposed by his seal, and washed over the ninja, or where the ninja had been. Kushu noted in annoyance. Even as the technique that kept him suspended in the air failed, he could sense the ninja dropping towards the ground. In the last moments before Kushu unleashed the Amari, the ninja had abruptly released all of his techniques and flung himself towards the ground. He was annoyed that he had missed the ninja, but he was furious that he had also missed his true target, the cube that contained a Kai. The ninja landed on the ground lightly, his hands rising with one palm pointing towards the metal cube and the other towards himself. Then Kushu landed as well, and his claws dug into the ground as he flung himself towards the ninja. "Shinra Tensei," the man barked. Kushu could feel the wave of force sweeping towards him, and his tails lanced forward even as his body was flung backwards. The ninja dodged, narrowly avoiding the streams of Yuki that threatened to impale him. Kushu slammed against a rock outcropping, but shook off the blow with ease as he charged forward once again, his tails spreading to attack the ninja from multiple directions at once. "Fujitsu Kyuin," the man chanted as the tails closed in on him. Kushu's tails stabbed into his body, and were absorbed. He could feel the Yuki being stripped away from him, circulating inside the ninja's body and slowly converting into chakra. Even the Yuki around his body was being pulled him, the technique the ninja was using somehow preventing the damage that would normally occur. "Your struggles are meaningless," the man said calmly as he stepped forward and made a sweeping motion with his free hand. This gathered the various tails into a single stream that fed into that arm, actually increasing the rate that he was pulling Yuki into his body. "Even the Yuki of a Bija cannot harm me. Surrendering your body to the beast within you has made you weaker, not stronger." Kushu paused, his eyes narrowed. Then he spoke for the first time since the man had shown up, his voice mocking. "You really shouldn't have done that." He leapt backwards, covering dozens of meters in a matter of moments, and the seal kicked in. The Yuki still within the ninja's body was torn free, spraying blood across the clearing. The arm he had been using as the focal point for the technique was ripped apart, but there were still trace amounts of Yuki in other areas of his body that did their own damage. The ninja's shocked scream of pain and anger filled the air before he released a massive surge of power. Kushu's eyes widened as a shockwave that made the ninja's previous attacks seem like the playful taps of a child slammed into him, sending him rocketing backwards. His bones, strengthened though they were reduced to powder as his organs were pulped. He plowed through several rock outcroppings, the protruding rocks ripping into his hide and spilling his blood across the rocky plains. He eventually rolled to a stop nearly a kilometer away, his body unrecognizable as anything other than a pile of flesh and blood. He lay there for several seconds, stunned by the power of the assault, before he slowly began drawing himself together, blood flowing back into his body and bones were forming with cracks and snaps. He looked back to where the ninja had been, but could see nothing but a giant column of dust and smoke. He could feel one of the signatures he had sensed before, the one that had been flying, closing in rapidly towards the ninja's position. A deep growl left his throat. This ninja, whoever he was far too dangerous to let live. His powers were vastly different from that of any other ninja he'd seen, and the ability to absorb Yuki alone marked him for death. The flying ninja was near his attacker now, and they were slowly rising into the air once more, heading to the northeast. The cube that contained a Kai was moving with them. His claws scrabbled for purchase as he pursued the fleeing ninja. He didn't have time to prepare another menacing ball, so he would have to get physically close enough to bring his other techniques to bear. He finally caught sight of them. His attacker was being carried by a woman in an Akatsuki cloak with large white wings. The wings weren't natural, from what he could tell, and there was a great deal of chakra running through whatever substance the wings were made of. That same substance was wrapped around the cube and the ninja, supporting both of them with ease. The ninja Kushu had been fighting was bleeding profusely and one arm was hanging at his side limply, testament to the damage his Yuki had caused. He was still awake, however, and Kushu could see his head turning to follow his approach. Rocks tore themselves free of the ground and were flung into the sky as he closed in, but the woman with the wings dodged them easily, even gracefully, and the few that might have made it through were batted aside by white strands of something. The woman was gaining altitude rapidly, but she was still low enough to the ground that a powerful leap could bring him within range. He bounded to the top of the tallest outcropping nearby and launched himself forward, his Yuki flaring as he boosted his muscles and manipulated the rock to essentially fling him into the sky towards the retreating pair. 80 meters. His eyes gleamed and his jaw dropped open to reveal his sharp fangs. 60 meters. The woman began flapping her wings even harder, her chakra flaring wildly as she reinforced them. She attempted to bank as well, but she wasn't going to be fast enough. 50 meters. The man raised his good arm, the movement lacking his previous grace. 40 meters. Kushu's tails were already lancing forward, crossing the remaining distance in the blink of an eye. The woman had no possible way to evade him. No. Shinra Tensei, the man coughed, his chakra flaring wildly again. Kushu let out another roar of frustration as he was flung away once again, his tails whipping through the air mere inches shy of impaling both of the infuriating ninja. The power behind this attack wasn't nearly as damaging as the last one, but it was more than enough to thwart his efforts, sending him sailing through the air far away from them. He controlled his descent this time, landing on his feet and already preparing to pursue them once again. They may be out of his reach now, but they would have to come back to the ground eventually. Another set of signatures intruded on his senses, moving underground and heading in his direction quickly: Ryuto, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari. Temari's signature was disturbed, pulsing oddly and very faint, however, it didn't take much to understand what that likely meant. He stared after the retreating Akatsuki members, his muscles tensing, before he finally let out another low growl and turned to intercept the Suna team. 4:00 AM. 10 kilometers northeast of Iwagakure. Kankuro drew in a deep breath as Gaara finally returned them to the surface. It hadn't been difficult to breathe while in his underground bubble, exactly, but it had been a little stuffy all the same. His attention still remained focused on Temari, however, whose breathing was definitely starting to grow labored. Her skin was also very pale, despite the deep tan she had acquired over the last few months. He looked around, looking for the medical tent or at least the medicine Gaara had brought them to. He didn't see anything, though, just more of the rocky terrain, although this piece did seem a little more broken and blasted than the rest. "Gaara, where are we? Why did you bring us here?" he asked, his voice rising. "We need to get help for Temari. She's dash." "Help is here," Gaara said calmly, his gaze focused into the distance. His eyes suddenly widened and he took a half a step back before he could stop himself. His arms nearly left their position across his chest before he slowly relaxed and resumed his previous posture. Kankuro turned to look at what he was reacting to just in time for the large thing to land less than a meter away with an audible thump, its large, razor-sharp claws digging through solid rock as it brought itself to a halt. It looked like someone had taken a fox, made it the size of a tiger and dyed its fur blood red. He felt his entire body tensing as his instincts screamed at him to run, but he found himself unable to move as its presence washed over him. It was the heaviest, most dangerous sensation he had ever encountered in his life, feeling simultaneously like the largest chakra technique he had ever witnessed being unleashed all around him and the focused killing intent of 100 ninja boring into his soul. Worst of all, the thing wasn't even looking at him. All of its attention was focused on Temari, and even as he watched 2 of its 9 tails whip forward and into her body. Her back arched upwards and her eyes flew open as her mouth opened in a soundless scream. He found himself moving before his mind even finished processing the fact that he was about to die horribly. 2 kunai flew through the air towards the thing's head, followed by his puppet. The kunai were batted aside with the flick of a 3rd tail, and his puppet was tossed aside just as easily. The chakra strings he had connected to it snapped completely by a 4th. A 5th lanced towards him, and he felt himself tumbling through the air to land with several meters away, the air pushed out of his lungs. Sit, came the rumbling sound from the fox-like creature, though its mouth didn't seem to move. His mind finally started catching up with what was going on, and he saw Gaara standing next to the thing, watching sharply as Temari fell back on the ground, her eyes still wide open and staring up at the head of the creature looming over her. Her jaw continued to work, but no sound emerged. The tableau remained the same for nearly a minute before the tails abruptly withdrew from Temari and the creature backed off a few steps before settling onto its haunches, the tails fanning out behind it and idly curling through the air. Temari's eyes remained locked on the animal as she slowly sat up, her hands reaching up to feel her face and head. She swallowed thickly and her eyes darted at Gaara for a moment before she spoke. "Hine. Naruto?" she asked, her voice quavering. The beast turned to look at Gaara for a moment, then back to Temari. "How much has Gaara told you?" Temari flinched at the sound of the beast's voice, but managed to respond. That he could talk to the tail be the bija sealed inside of him, and that they weren't the mindless beasts everyone said. And that you could do the same. The creature let out a sharp snort and shook its head. "If I wished to talk to myself, I suppose I could." Kankuro felt his heart pounding. "Why, you mean that Naruto is?" "Naruto never was, really. Unlike Gaara, that child did not survive the sealing. I have been forced to make do ever since that day." Kankuro and Temari both turned to look at Gaara, who just gave a small shrug and a nod. "I knew," he said quietly. They both nodded dumbly as they looked between their brother and the Kyuubi made flesh. Temari sucked in a deep breath, her eyes widening. "What about Ino?" she asked suddenly. "Does she dash?" She cut off as the Kyuubi began laughing to itself, the sound sending a shudder down their spines. "Ino knows," it said, "more than anyone." Its head turned back to Gaara. "How did this happen, anyway? I would have thought you would never have allowed things to come to this point." "It was Akatsuki," Gaara said, his face darkening. "3 of them, though I only fought one directly." "There was a blonde man riding a bird of some kind," Temari volunteered. "He could create smaller birds and spiders that would explode." "Deidara, missing Nin from IWA," the Kyuubi said, nodding. "I had not known he had joined Akatsuki, however." "I was winning against him," Temari continued, a scowl growing on her face. "I would have killed him myself if I hadn't been attacked from behind. I didn't get a good look at who it was, but I think it was a female, and I definitely saw the 6 green wings she was using to fly. She dash." Temari was interrupted again as the Kyuubi's presence flared and a menacing growl escaped its throat. "Fu," it snarled, its lips bared to reveal a mouthful of sharp fangs, "Jinchuriki of Siyu. To think that I was going to allow her to live." Temari nodded uncertainly. "She hit me from behind, throwing me off of my fan and leaving me to fall. I barely managed to slow down enough to survive." She looked uncomfortable for a moment. "Thank you for healing me," she said finally. How bad was it?" "Several of your ribs had shattered and punctured your left lung," the Kyuubi stated, its tone even. "Even assuming you had managed to serve that, your spine was broken in 3 places. Without prompt and extensive surgery you likely would have remained paralyzed." "Oh," Temari said faintly, her face pale. She fell silent after that, her eyes slightly wild as she processed just how close she had come to dying. The other was a tall, blue man, a missing nin from Kiri, Gaara said after a moment. Kankuro didn't know if it was intentional or not, but he was grateful for the change in topic. That would be Kisame Hashigaki, one of the few members of Akatsuki we have managed to confirm. Kankuro startled slightly at that, though he didn't say anything. He didn't know who the Kyuubi was referring to with that, but he got the distinct impression that it wasn't Konoha, or Gaara for that matter. "He is strong," Gaara said flatly. "His sword has the ability to absorb both chakra and yuki, and he can use that to fuel his own techniques. He was also able to cleave through Ryudo's form with that same blade." The Kyuubi's eyes narrowed, though it didn't growl again. "Another one," it said. It didn't explain what it meant, however. "Next time," Gaara said, a sadistic grin spreading across his face, "I will crush him." Further discussion was halted when the ground began rumbling under their feet. The Kyuubi looked to Gaara, its head cocked to the side, but Gaara's gaze was focused to the southwest. "That is not us," the redhead said after a moment. "It is happening far away, in IWA. 3:50 a.m. Iwabikure, Tsuchikage's tower. I wondered how long it would take you to get here, Sarutobi," the Tsuchikage said calmly. He was standing on the roof of the tallest building in Iwabikure, his back slightly hunched as he gazed out over his village. Onoki, the former Hokage, growled softly as he landed on the roof. "Your pride has brought us to war for the last time." He was covered head to toe in black and wore an old-fashioned helm on his head. He had a large staff clutched in his hands, both ends of which were already stained with blood. Onoki just chuckled, turning to face his fellow Kage on the roof of the tower they were standing on. "My pride, Sarutobi? I have done what I must to protect my village and its people, as I always have." The old man straightened, a tightly controlled grimace crossing his face for a moment as he drew himself up to his full height. "Let us instead speak of your pride, which led your village to delude itself into thinking that it could not possibly be deceived or misled, assuming this entire situation wasn't Konoha's plan to begin with. Even now you persist?" Sarutobi asked, his eyes narrowed. "We gave you every chance to prove your Inuk-dash. You gave us every chance to destroy ourselves." Onoki snarled, one hand slashing through the air angrily. "Allow the other villages to scout every nook and cranny of our territory? Allow a Hyuga inside our very village to ferret out our greatest secrets? Do you take me for a fool, Sarutobi? Whatever secrets you might have lost would be better than this." Sarutobi countered, gesturing around to the village. The sounds of fighting were growing closer, the screams of dying ninja and the echoes of hundreds of ninjutsu underscoring their conversation. "Your refusal to compromise has cost the lives of more ninja than losing your damn secrets ever could. That is why Konoha will never achieve true greatness, Sarutobi. You lose a few leaves and you fear the tree will wither and die, pathetic. That is why the will of stone will triumph in the end. Leaves fall to the ground and rot, useless and meaningless, and are gone in the blink of an eye, the stone endures." Onoki's feet left the ground as he slowly rose into the air. His arms were held at his sides, his hands clenched into fists. Their eyes met, and neither moved for several long seconds. "You can still surrender," Sarutobi said quietly, even as he raised his staff before him and crouched low. "The stone never yields, Hiruzen." The silence held for several seconds, then Onoki raised his hands before him, holding them roughly a foot apart as his face narrowed in concentration. Sarutobi exploded into motion, his staff spinning and dancing from one hand to another as he launched several kunai towards the floating Onoki. The Tsuchikage dodged to the side, his movements flowing and graceful as he shifted through the air. His eyes widened slightly when the kunai suddenly multiplied in midair, and he was forced to drop his hands and focus on evading the weapons as quickly as he could. He ended up using the tower itself as a shield, dropping below the roofline as more projectiles were launched in his direction and were rapidly duplicated. "You're too slow, Onoki," Sarutobi called out mockingly. He launched himself off the side of the tower towards Onoki, his staff blurring as it jabbed and swiped. Onoki twisted in midair, narrowly avoiding the strikes as he used his maneuverability to his advantage. He grinned and raised his hands again, taking the time while Sarutobi was still in the air between the tower and the closest building to prepare his attack. His eyes widened as a massive surge of chakra appeared behind him. He attempted to flee upwards even as he turned and saw some sort of combination wind-fire technique blasting out of the side of his tower and threatening to engulf him. Another wind technique cut him off and forced him downwards, the blades of air leaving shallow cuts along his arm and back. That wind technique hit the brewing firestorm as well, feeding the flames until it seemed the sky itself was burning. Deciding that his current approach was not going to work, he abruptly changed directions and slammed into the side of the tower, smashing through the stone walls even as he avoided another of Sarutobi's attacks. The former Hokage's eyes narrowed as he saw the Tsuchikage vanish into the tower. He remained in motion, darting from building to building and sending blades of wind and plumes of fire into the tower even as he watched for the next attack. It came just as he leapt the narrow gap between buildings. The side of the tower seemed to rip itself free and lance through the air towards him. He met the attack with his staff, using the weapon to absorb the blow and using the momentum to change his course in midair. His staff seemed to sink into the rock slightly, and his eyes narrowed as the projectile was revealed to be a golem. One rocky hand already wrapped around the other end of his staff, and the other was swinging towards him to deliver a powerful blow even as the golem itself slammed into the roof of the building. He spun himself around the staff, his agile body slipping between the golem's arms and avoiding the attack completely. One hand slapped the construct near where it was holding the end of his staff, and the golem began to collapse, its body shedding layers and revealing it to be an amalgamation of numerous smaller slabs of stone likely drawn from the tower itself. He looked up to see Onoki hovering nearby, both hands raised in front of him about a foot apart. His hands were cradling a brightly glowing white ball that was surrounded by a thin, translucent cube. At the same time Onoki pushed his hands outward as if shoving something forward, Sarutobi launched his staff through the air like a spear. The cube rapidly expanded as it rushed towards Sarutobi, and the staff passed through the translucent walls without any effect. A moment later, the cube had completely surrounded Sarutobi, leaving him staring at the white ball. Onoki shifted slightly to the side to avoid the spear, the last-ditch attack passing him by harmlessly. He allowed himself a grim smile as he activated the technique and the white ball suddenly exploded, filling the cube and completely obliterating everything inside of it. He felt the hammer blow at the base of his spine before he even registered the slight pop from behind him or saw the thin stream of smoke wafting through the air. His eyes widened in shock and his mouth opened in a silent scream of pain as the blow launched him forward to slam into a nearby roof. He rolled to a stop on his back, and he instinctively sought out his attacker. His eyes widened in disbelief when he saw Sarutobi clinging to the side of the building. The Tsuchikage raised his hands in front of him, shoving aside the agony and the growing numbness to focus on his dust release once more. The former Hokage was at his side a moment later, batting his arms aside and breaking the technique once again. Onoki's face twisted into a ghastly grin. God of Shinobi, indeed, he wheezed. To lose, to the Kawarimi, of all things. Rest in peace, Onoki, Sarutobi said quietly as he pulled out a kunai. I never wanted things to end this way. Sarutobi, Onoki said lowly, his grin widening. Wither, and die. He maintained his grin even as the kunai flashed through the air and ended his life. Sarutobi remained wary, his eyes narrowed as he scanned his surroundings and watched for any signs of traps or ambushes. There was no buildup of chakra to reveal some sort of dead man switch technique, nor did he sense any ninja in the immediate vicinity. He sealed Onoki's body away, then knelt and rapidly flashed through hand signs as he performed the summoning technique. With a puff of smoke, Enma appeared before him once again. "That is a most unpleasant way to die, Hiruzen," Enma said, his fur-covered face twisted into a sour expression. "My apologies, old friend, but you withered it much better than I would have." "Indeed," Enma agreed, his lips quirking. With a nod, he transformed into a staff once again, and Sarutobi picked it up and prepared to rejoin the battle. He paused, his eyes narrowing as he sensed a rapidly growing concentration of chakra from all around him. He couldn't identify a single source. In fact, it felt like the entire village was being flooded. The concentration peaked after a few seconds, then seemed to drain out and away without any visible effect. He wasn't foolish enough to believe that nothing had happened or would happen, though, and he quickly doubled his pace as he moved to meet up with the nearest group of Konoha ninja. Then the mountains that loomed over Iwagakure exploded. Chapter 51, Snake Eyes, Part 4. April 21st, 348 NE. -4:10 a.m. Iwagakure. She sucked in a deep breath as consciousness returned, then immediately began coughing and hacking as dust filled her lungs. She tried to move, but found that her leg was pinned, something laying awkwardly across her limb. The weight was heavy, not quite crushing, but she could feel the odd tingle of not quite numbness spreading through her leg as the circulation was restricted. She opened her eyes, immediately shutting one again as a warm fluid filled it, and looked around. Or tried to, anyway. It was pitch black, not even the dim moonlight visible from her current position. She tested her arms, noting the dull aches of scrapes and bruises, but nothing more than that. Her legs were the same, though one was still pinned by something. A careful inspection with her hands revealed it to be stone, one side polished to a fine smoothness while the other side and the edges were rough and coarse. A sudden flare of chakra from nearby startled her. Someone was using ninjutsu, a powerful one at that, and they were close. A sudden grinding sound diverted her attention, and small rocks began pelting her form. Her hands were forming seals before she consciously made her decision. Attempting to use the mole imitation technique to travel through loose rock was tricky, moving rock even more so. The risk of losing pieces of herself against the certainty of getting crushed into a fine paste was no contest, however. She popped out of the ground roughly 10 feet away, falling to her knees and gasping for breath. She did her best to ignore the small patches of skin she'd left behind and the blood that was welling from her new wounds. Behind her, the rubble of what had been a 5-story building groaned and settled, kicking up another small cloud of dust. A quick glance around was all she needed to confirm that the situation was even worse than she had initially thought. The building she had been clearing out was completely collapsed, as were the majority of its neighbors. She couldn't see a single building standing more than 2 stories high anywhere in sight, and massive clouds of dust obscured her vision, preventing her from seeing more than a block or two away. A distant rumble filled the air in the distance, sharp cracks and booms punctuating the sound. Then she was rolling to the side, narrowly evading a small hail of kunai and almost breaking her own foot as she lashed out and kicked what felt like solid rock. She huffed in annoyance when she saw the Iwanin shrug off the blow like it was nothing, the thick layer of stone he was using as armor completely absorbing the blow. "Time to die, leaf bitch," the man snarled as he charged forward, managing to move at a decent speed despite the weight he must be under. A small pellet struck the rock covering his face, bursting open and releasing a fine yellow mist. He missed his next step, his hands rising towards his throat as he fell to the ground with a soft gurgle. Anko didn't even spare the dead man a glance as she darted into the concealment of a nearby building, crouching beside a relatively undamaged wall. She twitched when she felt another chakra flare from nearby. Whoever that was didn't care about who they alerted at all. "Ah, fuck," she groaned, leaving her concealment and heading towards the source of the chakra. She could only think of a few reasons why someone would be trying to draw attention, and chief among them was an Iwanin trying to tag a high-priority target. Sure enough, she found the Sandaime Hokage fending off several IWA Nin, the old man darting about with a speed that she'd be hard-pressed to match on her best days. He'd clearly already taken out several of his attackers, but he hadn't done so unscathed. She could tell he was favoring his right leg, and his left arm was hanging uselessly at his side. His good arm was alternately diverting attacks and sending jutsu ripping through the air that she knew she couldn't match, no matter how good a day she was having. Despite the Hokage's prowess, however, he was slowly losing. 2 more IWA Nin joined the fray for everyone he killed, and more were attacking from a distance, using the nearby rubble as a ready source of fuel for their earth-based ninjutsu. They didn't seem to care about their own losses either, as they stepped around the bodies of their fallen allies without so much as a glance, their faces set in grim, determined expressions. She'd bet anything that they all considered themselves to be dead already, and were simply trying to take the Sandaime down with them. At the current rate, she was worried they might actually succeed. She began circling around the battle, hefting a kunai in each hand as she watched for her chance to assist. She ruled out attempting to join the whirling melee. The Hokage was relying on mobility and speed, and she would only get in his way if she did that. Instead she would start whittling down their numbers from the outside, preventing any more from joining the fight as best she could. She started with the one standing on top of the pile of rubble, a kunai piercing his neck as he focused on the jutsu he had been about to use. He toppled forward with a small thud, but she was already moving away, another kunai at the ready. A flare of fire from the Hokage served to conceal her next strike, but her third was spotted and 3 of the IWA Nin peeled away to confront her even as 2 more emerged from somewhere to join the attack. Suddenly she was dodging and weaving herself, and she had no illusions that she would fare any better than the Hokage. Abruptly, every IWA Nin froze in place, their bodies straining and their eyes wild. She didn't question her good fortune, instead darting out of the circle of ninjas surrounding her, slicing open arteries and veins as she did so. It wasn't until she saw the man strolling down the road, his shoulders slouching forward slightly and his hands stuffed in his pockets, that she understood what had happened. He had 2 other ninja with him, one large man wearing thick red armor, another with long blonde hair tied back in a ponytail. "Pick one and start diving," Shikaku told his companions, who immediately peeled off and moved towards one of the IWA Nin. Shikaku himself walked towards the Sandaime. "It's good to see you alive, Hiruzen," Shikaku said, his eyes sharp as he studied his predecessor's form. "Not as good as it is to see you," Sarutobi panted, struggling to recover his breath. Anko could make out the blood dripping from his left arm, now, and he was holding his ribs awkwardly while most of his weight resting on his left leg. "The Tsuchikage is dead, but it seems they were not ready to just surrender." Shikaku just nodded. "The situation is mostly under control at this point," he said. "Your mission is successful, and you are hereby directed to report to the nearest medical station for treatment." "Mitarashi," he snapped suddenly, startling Anko. "Escort the Sandaime to Station Alpha." "Yes, Hokage-sama," she replied quickly. The Sandaime just chuckled, though his breath hitched slightly at the movement. "As you order, Hokage-sama." Shikaku watched as Anko and Sarutobi left, moving somewhat slowly so as not to aggravate the older ninja's injuries any further. He then turned to Inoichi as his friend sat up, grimacing as he rubbed his head. "Anything?" "Nothing we didn't already know." "Ordered to stay behind, prepared for the explosion, trying to kill or injure as many of us as possible," he rattled off. "Are any of these worth taking in?" Inoichi scanned the ninja around them quickly, then nodded. "Those 3. He's former ANBU, that one is a Chunin commander, and that one is a senior jounin. The rest we can do without." Shikaku nodded, and the shadows connecting him to the other IWA Nin thickened. They didn't even get a chance to scream. 4:10 a.m. Northeast of Iwagakure. It is happening far away, in IWA. "What is it?" Kankuro asked hesitantly. He glanced over at Gaara, but kept the so-called bijou within his field of vision. Gaara didn't seem worried about it. It had helped Temari, and now it was just sitting there with its tails waving lazily through the air, but he'd seen what the tailed beast Gaara contained could do, and this one didn't have a proper Jinchuriki to keep it under control. He wasn't crazy enough to try to attack it again, but he also wasn't crazy enough to trust it either. Gaara didn't answer immediately, his eyes going distant and his head cocking to the side. After several seconds, he said, "Ryudo seems to think that the mountains are collapsing, most likely on top of the village." Kankuro sucked in a breath, his mind now focused completely on the tactical situation. "You think IWA did that deliberately?" He turned to see if Temari agreed with his assessment, only to see the fox-like thing suddenly wince, its ears lying flat against its skull and its head dropping. As Kankuro watched, the thing stilled, its eyes going unfocused just like Gaara's did when he was talking to his bijou. But if Naruto had died long ago, who was it talking to? "Gaara," the thing said suddenly, "you should head to IWA and assist. Ryudo will be very valuable in that situation." Gaara nodded slowly. "And you?" "I will accompany you part of the way, but after that, I have other business to attend to." 4:20 a.m. Station Alpha, east of Iwabikure. "Shizen-sama! Shizen-sama!" a ninja yelled as he burst into the main medical tent. "Shizen-sama is in surgery at the moment. I am the senior mednin present. What do you need?" "ANBU are escorting the Sandame and Mitarashi Jounin here as we speak. Mitarashi seems stable, but the Sandame has sustained multiple severe injuries." "I see. I will begin prepping for his arrival immediately. Please direct the Sandame to Medical Tent 3 and Mitarashi to Medical Tent 4 when they arrive. You too, prep in Tent 4 for Mitarashi. You, and you, with me, now. At once, Yakushi-san." Kabuto nodded sharply, then spun on his heel and sped off to begin his preparations. His master would be most displeased if he allowed this chance to slip by. He would not be able to do anything overt in the middle of the camp, but in the midst of surgery there were several things he could do to smooth the way for a later time. 4:20 a.m. Inside the seal. They're inside the village, moving slowly and assisting the injured. None of them seemed particularly tired, even, Kushu announced calmly, turning his attention back to Ino. The pressure of Ino's Yuki slowly faded as she relaxed. He doubted she had been flaring it like that intentionally, but that actually pleased him even more. Her control was growing in leaps and bounds now, and as far as he could tell she was no longer consciously trying to create or direct her Yuki, instead it was reacting to her subconscious will. "And you're sure Hinata and the others are safe too?" she asked next. "I can only confirm some of them directly, but there is no indication that there were other attacks outside of the village." Ino nodded slowly, the hazy outline of her form rippling with the motion. "So, what now?" "Now we leave." Her form tensed again, then her shoulders dropped as she let out a long sigh. "I still don't like this," she said after a moment. "I know. However, you've reached the point where your Yuki is self-sustaining, but you lack the experience to keep it under control. As you are now, it wouldn't even take a Hyuga or an Uchiha to realize that something has changed," he reminded her. She nodded absently as she settled down into her usual position on his back, wiggling her body slightly as she dug deeper into his fur. "It's funny, you know," she said quietly, her voice wistful. "After all the things I've kept from them, all the secrets that would probably get me executed for treason, it's only now that we're actually physically leaving that I feel like I'm betraying them." Kushu remained silent, sensing that Ino was talking to herself more than to him. "Hinata's going to lose both her teammates, but the others will have her back. Sakura's finally found her specialty, so she'll be fine. Most of the village won't be affected much one way or the other, but Tusan and Ka-san, they'll probably think I'm dead, maybe that we're both dead. They should know that we're okay, better than okay. Even if we can't go home anymore, they shouldn't have to mourn us on top of that." She trailed off, finally looking up at him. He considered pointing out the potential advantages of allowing Konoha, and by extension the rest of the world, to think that she had died. There were quite a few, and the complete anonymity that would afford along with her stealth and the potential mobility afforded by the Hiraishin could be powerful indeed. There were also potential problems informing them could cause, especially if they decided that she needed to be rescued from him. All it took was one look at her strained, pleading expression for him to set aside that argument. It was times like this that he remembered that, for all her potential and skill, she was still young. She was leaving behind nearly everything she had ever known and hurting a lot of the people she cared about in the process. If this was what she needed to allow her to go through with it, then so be it. He nodded solemnly and watched the smile bloom on her face before he turned his attention outside of his body once again. "Gaara," he said, interrupting the quiet conversation between the redhead and his siblings. "This is as far as I go, but before I leave I have a request. When you see Inoichi Yamanaka, give him a message for me. 4:30 a.m. Iwagakure." Gaara walked through the ruins of the village, marveling in the novelty of no one paying him any attention as he did so. He was used to looks of fear, mistrust, wariness, suspicion, hostility, being completely and totally ignored as a non-threat was new. He wasn't sure he liked it all that much. Still, he was here for a reason, and with Ryudo directing him he set about his work. He paused in front of a seemingly random pile of rubble and concentrated, his eyes narrowed and small beads of sweat forming on his brow as he turned his power towards a far more delicate task than he was used to. His chakra flared and rocks shifted and clattered to the ground, sections of the rubble collapsing as their precarious balance was disrupted. That certainly got attention, and he had several ninja from both Suna and Konoha surrounding him within seconds, one stepping forward and demanding that he explain what he was doing. Temari headed off that question, talking quickly, and he remained focused on his task. It was several more seconds before the rubble cleared away to reveal a wounded Konoha ninja impaled on a small spike of rock, the stone jutting through the left side of his stomach. He maneuvered the ninja until he was fully clear of the rubble, levitating a small section of rock and making sure to disturb the spike as little as possible. He placed the improvised stretcher in the middle of the street, nodded once to the surrounding ninja, then turned and walked off in the direction Ryudo indicated. None of the ninja tried to stop him. 4:40 a.m. Iwagakure. Chusa let out a grunt as he slowly raised the large stone slab, even his powerful muscles beginning to tire under the strain of his repeated efforts. Inoichi quickly crawled into the opening created, trusting in his friend to keep the massive weight suspended mere inches over his head from falling. His hand reached out, searching for a pulse, though he already knew what he would find from the thick scent of blood. He sealed the remains in a scroll and crawled back out, his expression growing more grim with every passing moment. Once he was clear, Chusa let the slab drop back into place with a bone-shaking thump. "Not here either?" Chusa asked grimly. Inoichi shook his head. "Kami, what a mess," he grunted. "At least the kids weren't caught up in all of this." Inoichi nodded slowly at that. However poorly the assault on the village had turned out in the end, everything up to then had gone as smoothly as could be expected. Last he'd heard, only Sasuke and Hinata's teams had even met any hostile forces at all, and that had been with support. Then there was Nara-Dash. Kushu. He still wasn't sure what he thought about that, but one way or another he didn't need to worry for his safety. Right now, he'd take what he could get. He felt a flare of chakra off to his right and turned to see Gaara and his siblings recovering a badly wounded Sunanin from the rubble of a nearby building. As a team of Chunin carefully carried the ninja towards the nearest medical station, Gaara looked around and caught sight of him. The red-headed boy turned and walked directly toward him, maintaining the same steady, even pace as always. Inoichi Yamanaka, Gaara intoned as he stopped a few feet away. Naruto asked me to deliver a message to you. Naruto did? Inoichi asked, confused. Why is he using you as a messenger, and when did you see him, anyway? After Akatsuki's attack, Temari was gravely injured and I sought him out for assistance. Wait, what? Inoichi asked, startled. Akatsuki attacked? When? Where are they now? He turned and signaled Shikaku to come join them. He would need to hear about this as well. Gaara frowned slightly. It was my understanding that such news had already been delivered. I believe they have retreated for now. Is that what Naruto's message was about? Did they attack him too? No, Gaara replied shortly, then paused. No, that is not what the message is about. Yes, they did attack him. Inoichi felt a chill run down his spine. What is the message, then? The flower grows ever stronger in the light of a distant Sunday. Inoichi froze, the blood slowly draining from his face. Where are they? He asked hoarsely. Ichi, what's wrong? Shikaku asked as he joined them. Where are they? Inoichi repeated, focusing on the Jinchuriki in front of him. He saw Temari and Kankuro exchange an uneasy glance, and shifted his focus to them. Where are they? He growled, beginning to leak killing intent. Shikaku stepped in front of him before the situation could escalate, and Inoichi dimly noted the stream of sand retreating into the gourd on Gaara's back. Easy, Ichi, Shikaku said, glancing towards Chuza. Chuza clapped one of his hands on Inoichi's shoulder, both reassuring him and preparing to restrain him should it prove necessary. With that, the Hokage turned back to the Suna team. Start from the beginning. 4:45 a.m. Somewhere northeast of Iwagakure. Konan struggled to remain calm as she wound bandages tightly around Nagato's arm. It was impossible to tell where skin ended and muscle began, and the entire mass of flesh was covered in blood. She already had to cut off his circulation to prevent him from bleeding out, and she worried that the arm may not be fixable at all. She had been forced to continue moving until she was certain they had shaken off the bijou pursuing them, every moment yet another delay that complicated Nagato's treatment. It had been nearly 20 minutes before she landed and broke into a small, abandoned farmhouse to begin her work. Nagato remained still as she worked, but she could see the anger and frustration burning in his eyes. In the moments where she managed to think of something other than his injuries, she found that she shared his feelings. June's loss was still a distant fact, but she knew it wouldn't be long before she began to mourn the loss of the boy she had all but raised as her own. Kyoko's reaction was going to be even worse, since the two had practically been inseparable since birth. Kukuku. She stiffened as she heard the dark chuckle, then looked up to find Orochimaru, or one of his clones, more likely, casually leaning against the doorframe. I never thought I would see the great leader Sama injured to such an extent, the man mocked, not even attempting to hide his contemptuous sneer. Konan didn't slow in her work, knowing that a mere clone would not be able to threaten them. What do you want? She asked over her shoulder, her own disdain for the loathsome ninja plain. I have come to collect my payment, he announced. She paused, turning to stare at him incredulously. Your payment? You were assigned to the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, and I know that you completely and utterly failed in your task since we had our own run-in with him. What could you have possibly done to deserve any sort of payment? Kukuku, such a feisty one. I can see why little Nagato-chan here favors you. He laughed at her expression. Oh, you didn't think I knew? That I didn't remember the poor trio of orphans my teammate took pity on and trained all those years ago? What was the other one's name? Oh yes, Yahiko. I suppose he didn't make it, seeing as you named your son after him. Konan stared at the mocking sneer on the bastard's face, a knot of fear forming in her gut. His next words did nothing to calm her. It would be such a shame if history were to repeat itself. Nagato finally entered the conversation, turning to level a harsh glare at the Sannin. What have you done? Done? Oh, I haven't done anything, yet. And as long as you surrender that fascinating cube and the bijou it contains to me, that will remain true. And if we refuse? One way or another, Orochimaru declared, his voice low and threatening, I will acquire a bijou this very day. The most convenient would be one that has already been extracted for me, but I'm not squeamish about getting my hands dirty, as you well know. The room fell silent, and Konan found herself wavering between raw terror at what this monster could do to her son and a blinding rage that would see her tearing the clone apart limb from limb. Only the knowledge that the real Orochimaru was likely nowhere near the location kept her in check. Given his words, he could be in Amigakure at this very moment. We surrender the Yonbi, you leave Yahiko and Kyoko alone, and Akatsuki will ignore your transgressions for the time being, Nagato said slowly. Oh, so very generous, Orochimaru mocked. Or, if you harm Kyoko or Yahiko in any way, I will focus all of Akatsuki's might on your complete and utter destruction until I have personally ripped your soul out of whatever body you have burrowed into and ended your dreams of immortality with my own hands. Nagato spoke calmly, making the words less of a threat and more of a promise. His Rinnegan eyes were faintly glowing as he poured chakra into them, underscoring his point. Orochimaru's expression soured, and he stared at them for several seconds. You should be careful who you threaten, boy, Orochimaru replied at length, but as long as I get the cube I couldn't care less about the other brats. Then take it and leave. Konan watched as 3 more clones appeared, lifting the cube and carrying it out of the farmhouse. The first Orochimaru remained until they had disappeared into the distance, then turned and left without another word. Are we really going to let him get away with that? Konan hissed angrily, whirling on her lover. Nagato's face was mottled red as he finally let his emotions out, his good hand clenched so tightly that his fingernails were drawing blood. Until we have made sure that Yahiko and Kyoko are safe, we will do nothing. After that, he growled, the snake's days are numbered. 7:00 a.m. Far north of Iwagakure. Kuratsuchi walked in silence. All around her she could hear the shuffling of feet, the small clanking noises of kunai rubbing against one another in pouches, the rustle of clothing as arms swung back and forth. She imagined she could hear the grinding of teeth as ninja young and old bid back their rage and sorrow and turned their backs on their village, leaving behind scores of ninja to cover their retreat. 3 days. In the end, that was all it had taken. 3 days from the moment the combined forces of Suna and Konoha crossed the border to the complete destruction of the village of Iwa. Her village. She wondered if the Tsuchikage had known that his village was doomed, known that Iwa's fall would be so sudden and swift. She wondered if he had seen it written in the loops and curves of the seal that bastard Jiraiya had crafted, the seal that had been copied endlessly until she couldn't even look through the barrier without seeing them stretching into the distance. Always the same, always brushing against the barrier itself. Someone choked back a sob behind her and to the left, and she could hear them clapping a hand over their mouth as they tried to contain it. She didn't say anything, didn't look, didn't own face could have been carved from stone, a hard expression that would have made her grand. She swallowed thickly, feeling her throat burning with suppressed emotion. Her expression didn't waver, though. Not that anyone would have said anything if it did. Kuratsuchi-sama, a ninja said as he appeared before her. She recognized him, Daikuji, one of the oldest ninjas still in the village. He was long since retired and no longer capable of taking missions, but his knowledge and experience would be invaluable in the days to come. What is it? She asked, her voice flat. There is, you need to come with me. Now. There was something in his voice, in his direct stare, that told her he considered this to be very important indeed. And if he didn't want to reveal anything of what it was where others could hear. She frowned slightly, then nodded. They traveled for nearly 20 minutes, moving quickly and passing several other groups of refugees. Refugees, the word burned in her mind, every syllable proclaiming their failure and their shame, and she swore yet again that their situation would only be temporary, that this was not the true end of IWA. Eventually they broke off from the stream of refugees, taking a side passage that led to the surface. There she found 4 ninja, 3 of them from IWA and 1 of them not. For a moment she wondered if she had been betrayed, but quickly dismissed it. Her compatriots were tense and wary, arrayed so that they guarded the entrance to the tunnel. The other ninja was unarmed, holding his arms spread wide and making every effort to appear as non-threatening as possible. "What do you want?" she asked, addressing the other ninja. If she had been called here, then clearly this was a situation that required her authority as the closest thing IWA had to a leader at the moment. Time would tell if she would manage to become Suchikage in truth, but for now no one was challenging her. She took a moment to study the young man before her, trying to place his village. He wore no insignia that she could see, and even to her eyes appeared completely unarmed. That only made her more wary. As a ninja, there was never the possibility that he would be truly unarmed. All that meant is that she didn't know what his weapons were. "I bring an offer from my Kage. An offer of alliance." Kuratsuchi stilled, her mind whirling. "Alliance?" she asked, allowing a measure of disbelief into her voice. "Just so. My Kage knows of IWA, knows of your tenacity and dedication. He does not believe for a moment that your village has been truly defeated. As such, he wishes to offer aid and protection for the immediate future in exchange for Iwa's friendship and assistance in future endeavors." Given the situation and the fact that he indicated his Kage was male, the ninja before her could be from only one village. "And what does the Raikage expect of us, exactly?" Kuratsuchi pressed suspiciously. "You misunderstand. My Kage expects nothing. He will, however, offer the possibility of revenge." An electric thrill shot through her. She had been solely focused on survival, not daring to think of what could come after that. She knew better than to take this at face value, but she also couldn't deny the allure of those words. "Tell me more." April 22nd, 348 NE. Daikai, the Outer Realm, Myobokuzan, Exquisite Tree Mountain. "Why is this suddenly so urgent?" Jiraiya asked as he followed the Toad Elder. He had been summoned to Mount Myoboku merely a day after the disastrous assault on Iwabikure, only to be informed that the final stages of his sage training had to be completed immediately. "I'm still trying to help sort out that mess in IWA, not to mention figure out where half their damn ninja disappeared to." "We received word from the other tribes," Fukusaku said grimly. "There is a situation that you are required for, but first you must complete your sage training and fully become one of us." "Why couldn't I help out as I am now?" "I mean, it's not like the change is going to make that much of a difference. There is information you must have first." "Then just tell me." "We can't." "Why not?" he asked, starting to get a little frustrated. "I can't answer that question." Jiraiya's mouth snapped closed as soon as those words registered. Sensei had told him about his attempts to glean information from the monkeys, and how they would answer some of his questions with those words and nothing else. Sensei had insisted that he shut up and pay attention whenever any summons said that, though he would never explain why. He followed after the elder, deep in thought. The short toad scurried along the winding path, his pace forcing Jiraiya to hurry himself, despite his much longer stride. Up ahead he could see a large cave opening, one that he had never seen before. For toads he recognized it as. Some of the strongest the tribe had available stood guard at the mouth of the cave, and they each nodded respectfully as he passed. Once inside, Fukusaku led him deeper and deeper underground, the walls smoothing and becoming more ornately decorated as they continued. Intricate murals covered the walls, depicting the various tribes interacting with each other and humans. At certain points, the murals had been defaced, large sections stricken from the walls completely, and yet despite the immaculate care shown in every other part of this complex there was no sign that any attempt had been made to repair or replace the damaged areas. I didn't know the toads had art like this, Jiraiya mused. It is not art, Fukusaku corrected him, it is history. Then what happened to the damaged sections? I can't answer that question. A detail jumped out at Jiraiya, causing him to stop in his tracks and stare. Up to this point he had seen many different types of summons depicted, with the toads by far the most prominent, but with the monkeys, snakes, slugs, weasels, and other tribes he was familiar with represented as well. But this... is that a dragon? And a kappa? He asked, stunned. Yes. I thought those were just legends. No, they were real. Jiraiya winced, hearing the mournful tone and noting the past tense. What happened? He asked softly. I can't answer that question. There was no mistaking the bitter tone in his words. Jiraiya didn't say anything further as Fukusaku resumed walking, but he noted that there were quite a few tribes depicted in this area that were not present in the murals he had seen earlier. Some were every bit as fantastical as the dragons, but others, like the badgers, seemed just as mundane as the toads or slugs. At length, Fukusaku halted before a large door and raised his cane, rapping on the metal sharply 3 times. With a low, ponderous groan the doors swung open, Jiraiya's jaw dropping as he caught sight of what lay within. It was a cavern, easily 100 meters from floor to ceiling and easily twice that from one side to the other. It appeared as though half of the toads were crammed into the room, and he was stunned to see Enma the Monkey King and Katsuyu of the Slugs present as well, along with what he assumed were the leaders of the Weasels and Hawks. This was the first time he had ever seen a member of a different tribe inside the toad's territory, but even that paled before what lay in the middle of the room. It appeared to be a fountain of some kind, but there was no water or even physical substance. Instead, pure energy, the same energy that laced every inch of Mount Myaboku and the territory the toads claimed as their own, coiled and bubbled and flowed through the air in the middle of the cavern. The energy extended downward into the floor of the cave, and he couldn't even begin to guess just how far it went. Before you lies the wellspring, Fukusaku said softly. It is from here that all toads come forth, and it is here that all toads return when they pass. And it is here that you shall be reborn. Jiraiya nodded mutely, only half hearing the words as he stared at the wellspring. There was an incredible amount of power there, but it wasn't overwhelming or suffocating. Instead it felt welcoming, even soothing. The next few minutes passed in a blur as he followed Fukusaku's directions, stripping off his clothing and tools and assuming a meditative position at the foot of the wellspring. Under the elder's watchful eye he began to gather natural energy, and this time he could clearly feel the energy of the wellspring flowing into him, filling every inch of his body with power. Even with Fukusaku's assistance, he still struggled to keep a hold on himself, to not let the power consume him or wash him away. You must maintain this state, Jiraiya, Fukusaku said suddenly, jarringly. Jiraiya spoke slowly and carefully. For how long? You will know when. He frowned. When Fukusaku had explained the process to him before, there had been no mention of a pause at this point. I don't know how long I can do this, he admitted. Fukusaku didn't reply. Instead, he began speaking as if he was reciting a rehearsed speech. O ye of the tribe, listen well. For what was done in the name of survival, for battles lost in other worlds, hear of our punishment. Heed these words, lest doom you bring upon us all. Jiraiya's frown deepened, and for a moment he thought he would be lost in the torrent of power flowing through him as his focus wavered. Before he could be swept away, however, he felt several hands laid upon his back and energy pushed into his body, assisting him and preventing him from losing himself. Travel not the realms or the ways, lest doom you bring upon us all. Teach not of the realms or of the ways, lest doom you bring upon us all. Seek not battle with the enemy or their kin, lest doom you bring upon us all. Reveal not the secrets of the enemy or their kin, lest doom you bring upon us all. We have not traveled the realms, Fukusaku called out, his tone shifting again. Now he sounded determined, his words measured and forceful. We have been called forth. We have not taught of the realms, we have kept such knowledge hidden. We have not sought battle, we have defended ourselves and others. With each sentence there was a loud thrum in the room as every toad in attendance vocalized their agreement. Fukusaku practically shouted his next words, the proclamation echoing throughout the cavern. We have not revealed their secrets, we have remembered. There was no answer this time. Instead, the tension became almost palpable, affecting him even through the haze of his concentration. He felt someone place their small hand upon his forehead, and heard Fukusaku speaking from directly in front of him. The hands on his back withdrew, leaving him floundering as the power of the wellspring began to overflow. Remember, Jiraiya. Remember, and let go. He remembered. He remembered the first toad, the one who first harnessed the power within him and spread the knowledge to others, laying the foundations of the tribe. He remembered war, when the tribes struggled amongst themselves, seeking power and land. He remembered the dragons, the first to discover the ways and travel the realms, and how they had brought peace to the tribes at last. He remembered the moment he first heard hushed whispers of a dark and dangerous realm, a realm filled with blood and violence where the air weighed heavily upon your lungs and the land was filled with deadly, bloodthirsty creatures. He remembered the alliance, led by the dragons, which sought to pacify the realm and make it safe for all the tribes. He remembered the enemy, gigantic, foul beings marked above all by their tails, whose every thought was hate and whose very touch was poison. He remembered the victory, when the one-tailed enemy was destroyed, the foul beast crawling along the ground as the dragons assaulted it from the sky and the badgers died in droves to keep it from retreating. He remembered fear, when word came that the enemy had been discovered in the human realm, having traveled out east of their own realm for the first time in the knowledge of the tribes. He remembered the mistake, when the tribes immediately banded together in fear to drive the enemy back to their own realm. If only they had not struck the first blow. He remembered the struggle, when the enemy invaded their world, all 9 of them, even the one-tailed enemy somehow resurrected from its death. He remembered despair, fighting alongside his fellow toads in the losing battle against the 6-tailed enemy, its every movement a lie and its every strike unseen. He remembered death, when the 9-tailed enemy corrupted the dragon's wellspring, shattering their floating island and causing the sky to burn for days on end. He remembered sacrifice, as broken and defeated tribes offered their very essence to Kami that the others might be spared. He remembered the laws, the enemy binding them, seeking to destroy them through restriction what Kami had prevented them from completing in action. He remembered the price for breaking the laws, and shuddered at the thought of surrendering the wellspring to such monsters. He remembered the contracts, Kami's agreement to allow the tribes to survive and perhaps even thrive once more. He remembered hope, as a possible loophole in the laws was discovered and a plan was born to exploit it. He remembered the opportunity, when the snakes brought word that their contractor had one of the enemy at his mercy, and knowledge of those who knew how to render the enemy powerless forever. He remembered the secret, the 9-tailed enemy's location and its actions since its return to the human realm. He remembered the prophecy, and knew now who it meant. He remembered what he must do. He remembered how to survive. He remembered, and he let go. Jiraiya came awake with a gasp, then clutched at his head in agony. The pounding in his skull was several times worse than any hangover he had ever encountered, and he could feel every muscle in his body quivering as if he had just trained himself into the ground. Once he finally got a hold of himself, he looked around and found that he was no longer in the cave with the wellspring, nor was he anywhere near Mount Myaboku that he could tell. He wasn't in Iwa either, given the terrain. At a guess, he'd place himself somewhere in the western half of the Land of Fire. He drew in a deep breath, then turned and punched the nearest tree as hard as he could. The trunk shattered as his chakra-enhanced fist tore through the wood like it was paper. He wanted to hate the Toads for what they'd just done to him. He knew every lie and half-truth they told him, every clever evasion and misleading phrase designed to guide his thinking down a specific path. He knew that they had never intended to truly make him one of them, at least not yet. All of this had been for that one step during the ceremony where he was fully a Toad and yet not permanently a Toad, where they could pass the accumulated memories on to him and then send him back unchanged, still human. They hadn't even been sure he would survive the process, or retain his sanity. They hadn't been sure they would either. That was why the leaders of the other tribes had been present, to witness the success of their damned plan or report its failure and the loss of the Toad tribe to the others, in the hope that some part of it could be salvaged. He knew all of that, and worse, he understood why they had done it. And because he did, he couldn't bring himself to hate them. He had done worse in his time as a ninja, and for far less powerful reasons than the safety of an entire world. He didn't hate Sarutobi and Shikaku either, though Furious wouldn't be far off the mark. They had known for nearly a year that his godson had died the night of the sealing, and neither one had said so much as a word to him about it. He was sure they had managed to invent excuses to themselves to justify it, but in the end it all boiled down to the fact that they didn't trust him to handle the news. He supposed he was partly at fault for that, though. He certainly hadn't given them reason to think otherwise after Minato sacrificed himself. He still hadn't been within 3 blocks of the Namikaze estate since that day. Worse than that, though, was the fact that they had continued to work with the nine-tailed enemy. He had seen what those things was really like, and he knew there could be no true peace while they remained in the human realm. They would conquer or destroy everything in their path, and any who opposed them would be mercilessly crushed in the process. Sarutobi and Shikaku should have been able to see that, should have known that from the moment the enemy began slaughtering Konoha ninja by the dozens with no more care than one might swat a fly. That they couldn't meant that he couldn't rely on them to do what needed to be done. With what he remembered, however, he knew there was someone who could. His course was clear. He turned to make his way west, towards AIM. Chapter 52, The Waiting Game. April 28, 348 NE. Amigakure. Do you understand your orders, Kisame? Nagato said coldly, barely keeping a rein on his temper as he stared across the desk at his subordinate. Loud and clear, Leader-sama, Kisame replied easily, a grin stretching across his face and revealing a mouthful of sharp, pointed teeth. This one will be a pleasure. As long as you get the job done, you may be as inventive as you like, Nagato added as he allowed a matching smile to grow on his face. And while you are out, keep an ear to the ground for any news about Haiden. The man was far from stable and his loyalty was only to his so-called god, but it's not like him to just disappear. I hear that, Kisame grunted. He paused, a slightly plaintive note entering his voice. Can I be inventive with him too? Nagato paused for a moment, considering, then shrugged. Depending on what you find. He still has his uses, if he can be brought back into the fold. Kisame nodded, then turned and flowed out of the room, his body tense with anticipation. Nagato watched him go, then raised one eyebrow curiously as Konan entered the room in Kisame's wake. It was unusual for her to be away from Kyoko. The girl had taken Jun's death hard and had clung to either Konan or, surprisingly, Foot ever since. Konan wasn't handling it that much better, and had barely let Yahiko out of her sight since they returned. Orochimaru's betrayal had been well-timed, a serious blow to Akatsuki that they were still trying to recover from, but his threat against Yahiko had crossed a line even beyond that. It was almost a shame he wouldn't be there to see Kisame correct that. What is it, Konan? He asked, observing the pensive expression on her face. Wordlessly, she handed him a small note. The teacher calls his student for a talk. Gee. P.S. Nice job. I told you she'd be a hottie when she grew up. Nagato didn't bother to ask if it was real. Despite the many years that had passed, he could still recognize Jiraiya's handwriting and his mannerisms. Where? He asked simply. Same day. Near Ames border. Nagato stared down at the man leaning against the tree, looking for all the world like he was watching the river flow past and paying no attention to his surroundings. Conan hovered in the distance, ready to raise the alarm or come to his assistance should this meeting turn out to be a trap. As far as either of them could determine, Jiraiya was alone and had made no preparations, but that meant very little with a ninja of his caliber. Nagato's right arm twinged as he flexed his muscles, a reminder that the seals keeping his arm from being a complete loss were slowly losing their effectiveness. The visible damage was hidden by his cloak at the moment, but he had no doubt that Jiraiya would pick up on it immediately. "You gonna keep staring all day?" Jiraiya called out, his eyes still fixed on the river. Nagato considered for a moment, then slowly descended through the air, coming to rest a short distance away from Jiraiya. It wouldn't do to get too close before he was certain of the man's intentions, after all. "That's more like it," Jiraiya said, finally looking up. Nagato had to force himself not to take a step back as he caught sight of his teacher's expression. It was cold, colder than he'd ever seen on the normally animated pervert. His movements were still the same grandiose gestures and graceful, if strange, mannerisms, but his face told a different story. "You've stirred up a shitstorm, brat. No, Nagato, and I don't think you have a clue just how bad it's going to get." "So Konoha has sent you to threaten us, then?" Nagato asked. Jiraiya chuckled darkly. "Konoha has even less of a clue than you do, and right now they're in no position to threaten anyone. No, it's the Biji you have to worry about. They didn't like you before, but now you're an honest Akami threat. I am well aware of the danger those beings can pose. Akatsuki's records are far more detailed and accurate than any of the villages, even Konoha." "The villages, sure," Jiraiya said, shrugging. "Tell me, what did you make of your encounter with the Kyuubi Jinchuriki? Are you here to brag about your newest stew dash?" "That thing," Jiraiya snarled, rage flashing in his eyes and his killing intent flaring wildly, "is no student of mine." He stopped himself with a jerk, breathing deeply and slowly relaxing his clenched fists. Nagato eyed him warily, gathering his power for a Shinra Tensei and keeping it coiled and ready. That was another expression he'd never seen on his teacher before, and it wasn't any more welcome than the coldness he was displaying now. The Jinchuriki had transformed himself into a large fox-like creature, Nagato finally answered, though it appeared physical rather than a shell like the other Jinchuriki I have observed. He also appeared highly constrained by the Death God's seal, though he was able to perform one attack that greatly exceeded the range he had displayed before. Did he gather energy into a large ball and compress it multiple times? Jiraiya asked. Yes, Nagato replied simply. The Amari, then. It's very slow on the build-up, as I'm sure you noticed. It was, Nagato conceded, nodding his head while continuing to study his former teacher. What if I told you, Jiraiya said slowly, his expression growing even more intense, that what you faced was not the Jinchuriki at all, but the beast that was supposed to be contained within? I am aware that some Jinchuriki can manifest their Bijou to an extent. In some ways his transformation was even less impressive than others I have seen. Jiraiya just shook his head. Not like that. I've recently become aware that, in his case, the Jinchuriki and the Bijou are one and the same. Nagato stilled as his mind processed that. How? Naruto Yamanaka was a well-known figure in Konoha, and there was never any indication of that. Oh, there were plenty of indications. At first, Jiraiya chuckled darkly. Nobody saw them for what they were, though, and eventually he learned how to pretend well enough to fool everyone. Well, almost everyone. How did you learn of this? Nagato asked, still studying Jiraiya for any sign of deceit. His former teacher sighed and shook his head. The Toads went through a lot of trouble to arrange matters so that they could let me know what was going on. Up until that point, I didn't have the first clue, even if a few people in Konoha already knew. Konoha is aware of this? Nagato asked, surprised. Have they struck some form of bargain with it? Jiraiya barked a short, humorless laugh. Konoha was used from start to finish, and now the bijou is running free doing Kami knows what. Konoha has proven that they can't do what needs to be done, and the rest of the villages would be no better. Which is why I've come to you. And just what is it you want from us? Nagato asked, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. He was prepared for his teacher to plead with him to set aside their differences and assist the villages in controlling this danger, or for Akatsuki to provide information to assist in their tasks. What I want, Jiraiya said intently, is for Akatsuki to capture every bijou and create Jinchuriki using your newest seals. Nagato blinked, trying to hide his surprise at that declaration. Did you know, Jiraiya continued, that Akatsuki has created a seal even more effective than that of the death gods? That your seals completely eliminate any chance of a bijou escaping under their own power? Perhaps, Nagato hedged. He knew that their seal was highly effective, but not to that extent. I intend to see every bijou locked away behind one of your seals, controlled and powerless for the rest of their existence, and I intend to help you do that by any means necessary. Nagato felt a small burst of hope blooming inside of his chest. Akatsuki had suffered several major setbacks recently, not least of which was the loss of Jun and Haiden. Gaining another S-Class ninja would go a long way toward replacing those losses, and even among S-Class ninja Jiraiya was at the very top of the heap. And a small part of him that he thought long buried still remembered the funny man who had taken in 3 orphans and taught them how to survive in the middle of hell. He'd learned long ago that trust was easily abused, however, and those days had long since passed. I'll need more than just your word for that, Sensei, he said finally. Jiraiya nodded, not looking at all put out. I've got 2 presents for you, he said, pulling out a scroll. First is the latest information on all Jinchuriki, including a full profile on the Kyuubi's known abilities that I compiled personally. Nagato nodded slowly. If the information was accurate, that would undoubtedly be very useful. The second might take a little more time to arrange, but how'd you like to get your arm fixed? May 8th, 348 NE. Outside of Kirigakure. May approached the designated meeting location with her escort of ANBU, her senses working full-time to ferret out the slightest hint of a trap. Her village stood to gain much from this, if all went well, but she normally preferred to have far more control over the situation than she currently did. The first person she cited was the young man who called himself Watanabe, among many other aliases. He was tall, just shy of 6 feet, and carried himself with an easy confidence. His current persona had close-cropped black hair and soft brown eyes that matched the relaxed smile on his face. She was, so far as she knew, the only person in Kiri who was aware of his true identity, Itachi Uchiha. The second was roughly a foot shorter than Itachi and swathed in a thick cloak that obscured his entire form. As she stared at the being, trying to make out any details under the cloak, she wondered again why she had agreed to this meeting. Itachi could be very convincing and his reasons seemed to make a great deal of sense, but at the same time she'd never been so certain that she was courting disaster. Thank you for seeing us, Mizuki-sama, Itachi said, bowing deeply. We are honored that you would grant us an audience on such short notice. May tensed slightly, honored was the keyword to signal that everything had gone smoothly on Itachi's end, but the lack of truly also indicated that Itachi had encountered an abnormality of some kind. Of course, Watanabe-san, May said regally, easily hiding her tension. She glanced at the ANBU lurking in the shadows around her and motioned towards them. Make sure that our conversation is not disturbed. Her ANBU dutifully moved out to take up positions a short distance away, leaving her in relative privacy with the 2 others. Once they were clear, she turned back to her 2 guests, making sure to remain poised and ready to react at a moment's notice. She trusted Itachi more than most, but she trusted his guest not at all. The cloaked figure threw back his hood, revealing his young, almost childish features and bright blonde hair. Her eyes locked onto his for a moment, fascinated in spite of herself at the strange color and oddly shaped pupils, then trailed over his face, taking note of the deep lines that swept across his cheeks. 5 million Rio, she said casually, a small smirk on her lips. Her guest blinked, eyeing her oddly for a moment before he shook his head. 5 million Rio? That's how much you're worth to Konoha. 5 million for information that leads to your safe return. That's all? The young man asked, his lips curling into a grin. I'm almost insulted. I was also surprised at how cheaply they valued you, May agreed, nodding in agreement. Then again, they seem to be under the illusion that your status as a Jinchuriki is still a secret. But you aren't really a Jinchuriki, are you, Kushu-san? That's a matter of perspective, I suppose, he demurred, his grin widening. May's eyes narrowed as her smile vanished. I may have agreed to meet with you, Kushu-san, but I am far from convinced that you have anything to offer that Kiri would be willing to accept. Why are you really here? Kushu dropped his grin, leaving a cold and calculating look behind. I am here, he began, because we are each in a position to help one another. With the fall of IWA and the losses incurred by Konoha and Suna, Kiri and Kumo are currently sitting at the top of the heap, so to speak. Unlike Kumo, however, you do not currently have any Jinchuriki and are thus at a distinct disadvantage. And I suppose you are offering to join Kiri to give us a Jinchuriki? May asked shrilly, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Hardly appealing given that you abandoned Konoha in the middle of a war less than a month ago. Of course not, he scoffed, sweeping one hand through the air as if to brush aside the very idea. I have had my fill of following orders. What then? May pressed. An alliance. She chuckled, amused. Given what you are, I am not so foolish as to dismiss your personal power outright. Nonetheless, a single being seeking to work with us for his own convenience is hardly an appealing alliance. You could leave us just as abruptly as you left Konoha. Ah, Kushu responded, grinning once more. I'm afraid you are mistaken on 2 counts. First, I think you will find that I have much more to offer than mere power. And second, whatever gave you the idea that the alliance was only with me? She caught Itachi shifting out of the corner of her eye and noted that he was studying Kushu intently. What do you mean? She asked slowly. To my knowledge, Kumo has 2 of your brethren held captive, Suna 1, and Akatsuki has managed to capture or subvert the rest of the Jinchuriki, including the previous Mizukage. Kushu shook his head. How disappointing, to think you would have so little faith in your predecessor. May stiffened, her eyes widening in shock before she managed to control herself. Yagura? He's been presumed dead for years. Yagura has been fighting Akatsuki longer than anyone. Indeed, much of what I know of them came from him. May kept her expression neutral, but inside her mind was racing. This changed a great deal, but also raised many questions. If Yagura truly was still alive, then why had he never contacted his village? If Kushu was to be believed, the former Mizukage had been working against Akatsuki ever since he first disappeared, but to what end? And, most of all, just what was his relationship with Kushu? And just what are you expecting to get out of this? She asked carefully. For the immediate future, I merely require a place to work with complete privacy. There are certain tasks that I need to take care of quickly, before they become any more annoying. May noted that Kushu was smirking slightly. Alf. Oof, if there was a joke somewhere in that she certainly didn't see it. Once that is dealt with, I think you will find that Kiri, out of all the ninja villages, is uniquely suited to benefit from my plans. After all, you are the only major village without a Jinchuriki and thus the only major village which is not directly opposed to my goals. The same could be said of Konoha, given that until recently you were their sole Jinchuriki. The situation within Konoha was complicated, and recent events have made my presence there no longer viable. Where is Ino-chan? Itachi asked suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Officially she was listed as killed in action, but I do not believe you would have left so quietly were that truly the case. There are quiet rumors that she was with you or, barring that you went missing to find her. I would have expected one of her demands to be for assistance in that matter. Mei observed Kushu's reaction carefully. Itachi had explained his suspicions about Ino's relationship with Kushu, but they had both agreed that it was a subject best left alone until they had more information. Hopefully Itachi's sudden interruption would reveal some of that information. Rather than looking upset or angry, Kushu appeared distinctly amused. Oh, she's perfectly fine, and I know exactly where she is. It goes without saying that any deals made with me must include her as well. Do we need to send a team to escort her to Kiri, then? Assuming we come to an agreement, of course, Mei offered. It was a simple gesture that would give her ninja time to study and interact with the girl while she was away from Kushu, possibly gaining some insight into the situation. That will not be necessary, Kushu said, that same half-smirk still on his face. I'm sure she'll find her own way here eventually. Mei continued studying him for a moment, then shrugged. So you want a place to hide for yourself and Ino Yamanaka and our assistance in your efforts against the other Jinchuriki, including, I'm sure, acting against the S-rank ninja that make up Akatsuki. Kushu nodded. Summed up nicely. Mei hummed thoughtfully, absently playing with a strand of hair that fell over the front of her shoulder. I'm afraid that I'll need something a little more substantial than that, she said at length. You don't see the benefits of working with us? Kushu asked, his eyes narrowing and seeming to darken slightly as he met her gaze. I don't see the benefits of working for you, she corrected. I haven't heard the first mention of working with you yet. I see, Kushu said slowly, his head tilting slightly and his eyes slowly drifting around the area. What, then, would satisfy you? I require something up front, something of immediate, tangible benefit to my village before I can even consider any long-term alliance between my village and your group. As it stands, I have little reason to trust you and many reasons to be wary of you. I do not seek to make an enemy of you, but taking you into my village and committing resources to assisting you is an entirely different matter. I gather you have something specific in mind. Several things, actually, she said, shifting her weight and leaning forward slightly. Kiri has gathered a great deal of information on you over the years, especially after you began to train under Jiraiya of the Sannin. You are known to have quite a few skills and jutsu that are both powerful and versatile. Those could benefit Kiri greatly. Kushu eyed her for a moment. You'll have to be a little more specific than that. I want a full accounting of your medical training, everything you know about medical jutsu and especially everything you learned from Shizunkatu. I want a list of all the seals Konoha has access to and everything Jiraiya has taught you about Fuinjutsu. I want information about the Toad summoning contract. I want the Rasengan. Give me all of that and you will have a place in Kiri. Kushu began pacing back and forth, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. He made several circuits before turning back to her. Writing all of that out would take a considerable amount of time, and I have no doubt that you would insist that I train your ninja in the skills and techniques as well. That could take months, years even, which would hardly allow me to pursue my own goals. You wouldn't be required to spend all of your time training my ninja, but I must have some way to verify that what you are providing actually works as stated. He paced back and forth twice more before he turned to her again. A compromise, then. I will spend 3 days a week training one ninja in healing techniques, another in ninjutsu, and a third in fuinjutsu. They may then spend as much time as they like training whoever you wish. That could take months before the village sees results, Mei countered. Which is why I will make a trip to your hospital and heal whoever you wish today, as a gesture of good faith. I will also provide 2 B-rank seals of whatever type you wish for your ninja to study. In exchange for that, he continued, his voice firm, "you will show me to whichever house or compound I will be staying in and give me 3 uninterrupted days to take care of my own tasks. After that, I will begin training whatever ninja you have selected." Mei kept her gaze focused on Kushu as she pondered his offer. There were several ninja currently in the hospital who were teetering on the brink of death, and quite a few others who were beyond the skills of Kiri's Mednin to restore to full health. If the Bijou was true to his word and was capable of healing them, Kiri would regain nearly a dozen veteran ninja far sooner than they had dreamed possible. That alone would be a significant boon. The seals might or might not prove useful in the long run. She would need to consult with Kiri's sealing experts to determine what they should ask for, but the 3 days he was asking for could also provide enough time for Kushu to complete whatever his task was and flee Kiri, reneging on the rest of their agreement. She knew better than to think they would be able to stop or delay him without significant loss of life, even if they could eventually manage to contain him using Fuinjutsu. If he did choose to flee Kiri rather than outright attacking, the wisest course would likely be to allow him to do so and deal with him at a later time, away from the village. "What are these tasks you need to accomplish?" she pressed. "A strictly personal matter on my part, I assure you. Kiri is not involved in any fashion. Technically I don't even need to do it there, but having privacy and the assurance that I will not be interrupted is much preferred." Mei frowned slightly at his evasion, but it seemed clear that she was not going to get anything else out of him. She turned to Itachi, silently asking his opinion on the matter. He gave a slight nod in return, his expression impassive. "Very well," she said, turning back to the Bijou. "Let us proceed to the hospital while I call for my sealing experts. Once you've proven you can do what you claim, we'll see about the rest." Same day. Kirigakure no Sato, village hidden in the mist. 4:00 p.m. Mei studied Kushu as they walked towards the hospital. Their small group, comprised of herself, Kushu, Itachi, and an escort of ANBU, was drawing quite a lot of attention as they moved through the streets. Some of the looks were directed towards herself, she was sure, but she spent enough time within the village that she was hardly an unusual sight. Itachi himself was much more unusual, but he played the part of a wandering merchant turned information broker well. No, most of the looks were directed towards Kushu, who had drawn up the hood of his cloak once more, but still allowed tantalizing glimpses of his face and eyes to be seen. His eyes especially would send the rumor mill into overdrive, as Kiri had many bloodlines but lacked a Dijitsu of any kind. Kushu's inhuman eyes bore enough resemblance to the Sharingan that a cursory look might mistake one for the other. Ironic, since the true Sharingan was walking on her right, hidden behind placid brown contact lenses. The Bijou remained silent as they entered the hospital and were approached by a civilian nurse, her frazzled brown hair hanging just short of her shoulders and her blue uniform looking rumpled. "How can I help you, Mizuki-sama?" she asked. "We're here to see Yunochi," Mei replied, her gaze scanning the lobby and noting that most of the waiting patients were civilians, and only 2 looked to be even moderately injured. "Nothing here that would tax an average Mednin, never mind someone of Kushu's claimed skill." "He will be expecting us," she added. "Right this way, Mizuki-sama," the woman replied, moving quickly and leading them down a side corridor. She knocked on the door to an office a minute later, sticking her head in and speaking for a moment before she turned and bowed, motioning them inside. She left as soon as they entered, closing the door behind her. The office was small and cluttered, stacks of paper covering every available surface. "Welcome, Mizuki-sama," Yunochi said easily as he stood from his desk. "I received your requests and believe I have located a suitable patient." His gaze flickered to Kushu's cloaked form. "Is this the one who—" he trailed off. Mei nodded tersely. "Assuming he can do what he claims, yes." The Mednin's gaze sharpened, but he just nodded. "If you'll follow me, then." He left the office, leading them deeper into the hospital, down 2 floors into the underground area and past 3 security checkpoints. The last checkpoint balked at letting so many people in at once, even with her own presence, but finally backed down at her direct order. She might have been more annoyed if that tenacity wasn't exactly why they'd been picked for this duty in the first place. Yunochi finally led them into a circular room that was occupied by a single large bed. The sole occupant was spread out upon it, his arms and legs stretched out wide and wrapped in the thick bandages. Seals were drawn upon the bed and the cloth that was wrapped around his body. Hiro Taguchi, Jounin, Yunochi began, clearly reciting from memory. Brought in 3 weeks ago by his Jinin team after he was severely injured battling a missing knee. He suffered multiple broken bones and a significant abdominal wound, but the largest issue has been the 3 distinct poisons that were introduced into his system. Initial attempts to heal him were only partially successful, and we have been unable to identify one of the substances used against him and thus have not been able to clear it from his system. He has been placed in partial stasis to buy time for the missing knee to be tracked down and the 3rd poison identified so that it can be safely countered, but we are running up against the limits of that technique. We can only maintain the stasis for another 2 days, and we estimate only a 10% chance of even partial recovery without the antidote. In other words, Mei said, he's likely to be dead within the week. Correct, Mizukichi-sama, Yunochi replied, not sounding at all disturbed by her blunt assessment. Mei turned to Kushu, who had thrown back his hood and was studying the seals covering the bed closely. There's your patient, Mei pressed, her tone cold. You've got 2 days to figure something out. Unless, of course, you aren't up to it. It probably wasn't a fair test, but she had specifically asked for something her own Mednin couldn't handle. If he failed, then he would have to provide more in other areas to make up for it. If he succeeded, then she regained an experienced Jounin and the knowledge that allowed him to cure a patient where her own ninja failed. Kushu shrugged, then turned and began walking around the bed until he was standing next to the ninja's head. He reached out one hand and laid it on the ninja's forehead while he placed the other on one of the seals that covered the bed. Every ninja in the room was a veteran, so they weathered the abrupt flare of chakra that filled the room with an oppressive aura stoically. Only Yunochi showed any outward reaction, and even he seemed more interested in what Kushu was doing than taken off guard. The seals glowed brightly for a moment before burning away, the careful black script and elegant loops of finely crafted seals fading into splotches of ink. The sound of Hiro's breathing immediately filled the room, labored and heavy. The muffled groans and clenched teeth spoke of the pain he was enduring, and Mei's sharp eyes noted that his muscles stood taut against his skin even as he held his body almost unnaturally still. And then red chakra poured out of Kushu's form and into the wounded ninja, completely covering his body in a matter of moments and raising the oppressive aura in the room even higher. Mei endured it without a twitch, her eyes studying the bijou rather than the ninja he was working on. Not for the first time she wondered just what it was that he planned to gain from all of this, and why he was being so open about powers that he had carefully hidden for over a decade prior to this. Placing himself in the middle of a ninja village would make it easier to hide in some respects, but then he wasn't actually hiding all that much at the moment. There had to be something more than simply a place to rest for a while. Though only other factor she knew of was Ino Yamanaka, and she failed to see how the girl would be safer in Kiri than in her own village. Unless... The red chakra abruptly withdrew and the oppressive feeling vanished, drawing her out of her thoughts. Kushu turned to look at her once again, a wide smirk on his face. Next. Mizuki's office. -6:00 p.m. Completely healed, according to Yunochi, Mei said with a small frown on her face. They're keeping him for observation to make sure this isn't some sort of trick, but every indication is that the bijou was true to his word. Partially, Sabuza grunted, his arms crossed over his chest. I don't see Yunochi pumping out those chakra limbs or whatever anytime soon, do you? Definitely not, Ao said, shooting Zabuza a glare before turning to face Mei. Those limbs contain more chakra than most ninja have in their entire bodies, and the aura that surrounds him did not dim noticeably while he was using them. In other words, he still hasn't demonstrated a technique which we can actually use ourselves, May concluded. Still, we have regained a jounin thought lost and stand to gain several more. She turned towards Ao. Have you seen anything in the house we provided? Ao shook his head. He did a quick walkthrough, then immediately went to the basement and began placing privacy seals over the entire area, including the floor and ceiling. He already finished one full layer before I left, and seemed to be adding more. Depending on how many he adds, even I may not be able to see through it. Does he know you have a Byakugan? May asked sharply. Ao shrugged. There's no indication that he does, but I can't really say for sure. Don't take any chances, May ordered. He might give away something we can use if he lets his guard down on that front. Konoha is supposed to have a monopoly on that particular bloodline, after all. Kushu's residence. -7:00 p.m. Kushu finished applying the third layer of privacy seals and activated them by shoving some of his body's chakra into them. They lit up immediately, dyeing the basement workshop with an even brighter blue tinge. I'm starting to think you're paranoid, Ino muttered inside his head. It's not like there are any Hyuga around. Which is why I'm only bothering with 3 layers, he replied easily. He turned and moved back to the center of the basement where a large table stood, the smooth, flat surface covered by a simple white sheet of cloth. You might not want to pay attention to this part, he added as he pulled out a small scroll. I've already seen it, remember? I lived it. Up to you. With that, Kushu activated the sealing scroll. When the last traces of smoke cleared, Ino's physical form lay spread out on the table, the smell of charred flesh and blood already beginning to assault his senses. He smirked to himself, as despite Ino's words he could feel her unease at the sight. She didn't say anything, however. He poured his Yuki into the body a moment later and focused. He started with the burns first, the blackened skin and seared tissue regenerating as he worked, leaving not a single sign that there had been any damage at all. Once the outer layers were restored and smooth, pale flesh had replaced the devastation the upstart Jinchuriki's attack had wrought. He set to work on her bones and tendons, and then from there to her muscles and nerves. The room was eerily silent as he worked, his pulsing Yuki the only movement as it swept back and forth over Ino's form. He lost track of time, blocking out everything to focus on his task as he adjusted her body to mimic all of the improvements he had made to his own over the years. He would have to repeat this process several times over the coming weeks to fully incorporate everything, but it was a start. What's taking so long? I'm nearly finished, Kushu said distractedly. He paused for a moment, contemplating whether he should adjust her vision or not, but decided to leave it be for now. She would have enough to adjust to already, and she might even have her own ideas for how to proceed there. And done, he declared as he pulled his Yuki back into his body. Other than the damaged clothing and stains on the cloth covering the table, there was no sign that Ino's body had suffered any injuries at all. About time, Ino complained. I can only stare at myself for so long before I get bored, even if I'm hot. Kushu chuckled for a moment, shaking his head. You can transfer back in whenever you... He trailed off, suddenly feeling the loss of the second presence within the seal, one that he had grown accustomed to over the last few weeks. Ino didn't waste any time. The moment Kushu gave her the all-clear she was moving, eager to return to her own body at long last. Not that she'd minded staying in the seal, exactly. She'd been in there before, many times, but it was different when she couldn't return to her own body whenever she wanted. The knowledge that it wasn't simply for a matter of hours or even minutes, but was instead going to last for days, weeks, possibly even months had been difficult to adjust to. She had struggled with it for some time, and if she hadn't had Kushu with her for company she wasn't certain how well she would have managed. It had certainly given her a new perspective on the situation with Kushu and the other Bijou, though. A small taste of the complete isolation they must have experienced constantly, an echo of the helplessness and frustration that defined their situation. She shuddered to think what Ryudo must have gone through, with constant torture piled on top of that. She shoved those thoughts aside as her spirit flowed back into her body, filling it and settling in like she was putting on her favorite shirt. There was a disorienting moment where she felt like she was both in and out of her body, an odd doubling of sensations that she had never experienced before, but it slowly smoothed out and then vanished entirely. She drew in a deep breath, reveling in the feeling of air in her lungs and the slightly scratchy quality of the sheet she was laying on. Even the slowly dissipating scent of burned flesh was oddly welcome, if also a little nauseating. She was still aware of that sixth sense or seventh, or eighth that had slowly become more acute ever since Kushu had done whatever he had done to change her. Kushu's presence filled her mind, his almost overwhelming power centered so close to her, fighting with the strange quality of the mental image that identified him but that she couldn't quite figure out. She was still annoyed that he had refused to explain just what it meant. Akai's power had been simple to understand and identify, and even Konori she had been able to puzzle out when they met a few days ago, even if she knew she would never really understand it as Konori herself did. She hadn't encountered any of the others to get a sense of their power yet, but she had a feeling they would still be more understandable than Kushu's. She even tried throwing out random guesses based on what she could figure out, but his amused insistence that when you know, you'll know, had ended that. She pulled herself up into a sitting position, then flailed around for purchase as she found she had nearly flipped herself off of the table. Her hand shot around to grab the edge, but the wooden surface broke off under her grip and she tumbled off completely, landing on the floor in a heap. "Ow," she said after a moment, letting out a small groan. Low laughter was her only answer, and she carefully adjusted her position until she could turn and level a glare at Kushu, which only seemed to increase his amusement. "I did warn you about that," he said after he had stopped laughing, though his grin hadn't wavered in the least. "Just be glad I didn't take it all the way immediately." Ino carefully picked herself up off the floor, testing each motion of her arms and legs as she did so. "This isn't too bad," she declared finally. "I just have to be a little careful is all." She caught the gleam in Kushu's eye and frowned, tensing slightly. "Now wait just a dash." He didn't, blurring forward to launch a punch that would have caught her in the stomach if she hadn't twisted out of the way. She stumbled slightly as she found herself off balance, and began backstepping quickly to gain some distance as she recovered. "Can't you hold on 4-?" Apparently not, as she was forced to hop over a leg sweep and found herself hovering in the air as she leapt nearly a foot higher than she intended. Kushu continued to rotate, his leg lashing out as he rose and impacting forcefully against the crossed arms that she had barely gotten up in time to block. She was tossed several feet through the air and executed a quick backwards roll, popping onto her feet as she finally found herself prepared for the first time since Kushu started their impromptu spar. She caught sight of his hands flashing through a sequence of seals that she recognized, and she reacted instinctively to counter the lightning technique he was about to launch in her direction. Her hand swept through the air in front of her as she created an arc of lightning that would catch and... She squeezed her eyes shut and cut off the technique at the shockingly bright flare of light that filled the room. She heard the sharp crackle of 2 lightning techniques impacting and the snap of shattering wood and winced. After a few moments she cracked one eye open, blinking it rapidly to try and clear the spots that danced across her vision. Through the blurry haze she could see the outline of Kushu's form standing a few feet in front of her. "Physically you're adapting better than I expected," he said. "On the other hand, it looks like your control is shot. Unless you meant to fry half the room and blind yourself, that is?" Ino shook her head ruefully, cracking open the other eye and taking in the shattered remains of the table and the jagged lines of charred stone that covered the floor and walls. "The Hiration's definitely out, then. We'll need to focus on chakra exercises for now." Ino nodded in agreement, then frowned. "What about my official arrival in Kiri?" "We'll go with Plan B. I'll head out in a day or 2 to meet with you and carry your body out in a scroll. And I just got out of the damn seal," she muttered. She winced, then shot him an apologetic look. "Sorry. I didn't mean to dash. Kushu just waved her off. Trust me, I know exactly how you feel. He scanned the room for a moment, then walked over to where the table had previously stood and picked up several chunks of wood. Tossing them to her, he said, start with the leaf exercise, then move up to wall walking. The sooner you're back to the level needed for the duration, the better. Ino nodded quietly and settled onto the floor, holding one of the blocks of wood in her hand. As she focused on the exercise, she immediately noticed that something was off. Her chakra was responding without too much trouble, and she could even feel her small Yuki reserves flowing throughout her body, but when the two met there was the strangest feeling. She'd never experienced anything quite like it, but if she had to put a name to it, it would be little brother? Yeah. I think my chakra is vibrating. Kushu paused and eyed her curiously. That's interesting, he mused after a few moments. I wonder why you didn't feel it before. She knew her brother well, better than anyone, so she caught the moment his contemplative look was briefly broken by a flash of startled realization. Before she could call him on it, however, he had already turned and was walking towards the stairs. Keep working on your control, he said over his shoulder. I'll be back shortly with some more supplies and food. I used up a lot of your body's reserves correcting the damage that little Jinchuriki did to you. Ino was distracted from her thoughts as her stomach reminded her that it was indeed thoroughly empty at the moment with a loud growl. With an annoyed sigh, she plopped down onto the floor and began focusing her chakra. Chapter 53, Shifting Foundations. May 9th, 348 NE. Kirigakure. Mizuki's office. Mei narrowed her eyes at her subordinate. What do you mean, appeared? Just that, Mizuki-sama, Ao replied. At no time did anyone enter or leave the basement. I have confirmed that with multiple teams who were observing the building. Nonetheless, between the time I left to report and when I returned to observe, a second person was there. And it wasn't a clone of some sort? Mei pressed. Definitely not, Mizuki-sama. It's difficult to pick out details through the layers of seals Kushu put up, but the second person remained even when he left the premises, far beyond the known range his seal allows him. Her eyes cut over to Itachi. Is it possible he was lying about the limitations of his seal? It's almost certain that he's lying about it in some capacity, Itachi replied calmly, but there has never been a single indication that aspect has ever varied since the day he was sealed. Not only that, Mizuki-sama, Ao said, cutting back into the conversation with a small frown at Itachi, but the second person is not an elemental clone, and if it were a shadow clone the chakra signature would be the same. This second person has a completely different signature. Mei nodded slowly. Alright, I'll accept, for now, that it really is a second person. The question becomes how they got there. There's only one entrance to the basement, and there's no sign that any ninjutsu was used that would allow them to pass through the walls or floors. The likelihood that they slipped past the teams watching the house are minimal at best, and it would have had to occur during the narrow window of my absence. Ao bowed his head apologetically. For now, we have no explanation. Keep working at it, Mei ordered, scowling. If the bijou has a way to slip people into my village undetected, I need to know about it. I also want to know immediately if a third person shows up. Yes, Mizuki-sama, Ao said, bowing. Moving on, Kushu has informed me that he will be departing the village to meet with Ino Yamanaka in 2 days, and has agreed to let a squad of ninja accompany him. Ao, I want you leading that squad, and you may take whoever you like with you. Yes, Mizuki-sama, Ao said, bowing again. Shinichiro, Mei said next, turning to Itachi, I expect you to keep your ear to the ground about any movements from Konoha and Akatsuki in particular. We're preparing cover identities for Kushu and Ino Yamanaka, but if word gets out that we're playing host to a bijou, I would expect to see some reactions from them. Yes, Mizuki-sama, Itachi said, mimicking Ao's bow. Dismissed, May said, turning her attention back to the pile of papers on her desk. Scene break. May 11th, 348 NE. Kirigakure. Right on time, Hoshi-san, Ao said, nodding to the cloaked and masked ninja who had just appeared near the gate. The other members of his team, only aware that they were escorting one defector to meet with another ninja looking to defect, studied the new arrival curiously. Other than the relatively short height, there were no hints as to the ninja's age or gender. Of course, Ao-san, the distorted voice replied with a nod. If your team is prepared, we can set out immediately. We are, Ao confirmed, turning towards the open gates. Without another word, Hoshi sped out of the gates, setting a fast but reasonable pace for a ninja that quickly ate up the distance. Ao noted that Kushu was heading in a direction that would place him on the coast of the Land of Water's main island within 3 hours at their current speed. The journey passed with little conversation. Ao's team had been instructed to avoid prying into the defector's past or identity, and Ao himself was more interested in studying Kushu's chakra so that he could better understand how his strange aura worked and what its purpose was. Kushu himself seemed perfectly content to travel in silence as well, responding to the few questions he received with terse replies or stony silence. Ao motioned his team to readiness as Kushu began to slow, scanning the area more thoroughly as if searching for something. Another 10 minutes passed before Kushu finally pointed to a building in the distance. There, he said. They should be waiting in the building. I need to approach alone while I establish my identity and theirs. Once I've confirmed that, I'll bring them out and we can head back to the village. Ao frowned slightly. While far from an unusual request when dealing with paranoid, or properly skittish, ninja, he didn't like the idea of letting Kushu so far out of his sight, and especially out of the range of his Byakugan. I'll accompany you part of the way there, Ao countered, motioning for his team to remain in their current position. Kushu didn't reply for a moment, but eventually nodded his assent. Ao finally stopped roughly 100 meters away from the abandoned farmhouse, leaning against the lone tree and motioning Kushu forward calmly. Internally, his mind was racing. The farmhouse was completely empty. Not only that, but there wasn't a single sign that anyone had been near the place in years, let alone someone waiting there for days or weeks. He watched as Kushu strode forward, paused 10 meters away from the house to make a series of signals, then entered and closed the door behind him. He watched as Kushu entered a small cellar, pulled a scroll from underneath his cloak, and unsealed a body. A body that perfectly matched the description of one Ino Yamanaka. He watched as the air between Kushu and the body shimmered for a moment before the body of one Ino Yamanaka abruptly stood, brushed dust off of the cloak that covered her form, and smacked Kushu on the shoulder playfully. He watched as the two strolled out of the farmhouse to meet him. He watched as they rejoined his team and began the trek back to Kirigakure. He watched, and he wondered. Scene break. Same day. Kirigakure. Mizuki's office. Not possible, May said flatly. No living thing can survive being sealed like that. It's been proven hundreds of times in hundreds of different ways. Up until 5 hours ago, Mizuki-sama, I would have agreed with you. However, the fact remains that Ino Yamanaka's body was sealed in a scroll for a minimum of 3 hours and that she has suffered absolutely no ill effects whatsoever from the experience. You spoke with the girl yourself. May didn't have an immediate reply to that, instead slumping back in her chair and rubbing her forehead tiredly. I suppose she's the mysterious second person that showed up 2 days ago? I am certain of it, Mizuki-sama, Ao said, nodding. Not only does she match the physical dimensions, but her signature is quite distinct. Well, we know how she got there, at least, she muttered lowly. Her eyes widened, and she looked over at Ao. She's a Yamanaka. Ao shrugged. That was the only explanation I could come up with as well, Mizuki-sama. We know next to nothing about how their techniques work, but if they can disconnect from their own bodies to that extent, it would explain how she could survive that where no one else could. May nodded distractedly, one hand absently playing with a strand of hair that spilled down her front. We're already warned her about using any mind techniques while she's in the village without our expressed approval, but I'm wondering if we've underestimated just what she can do. As long as she remains within her own body, I don't believe we have anything to worry about. From what you just told me, she wasn't in her body for an unspecified length of time. If she was hiding in Kushu during your trip out to retrieve her, who's to say she couldn't have been hiding out in someone else's? May bit out. Ao paled at the implications, then slowly shook his head. It's possible, he admitted, but I don't think she was. The Byakugan was able to see the transfer when she moved from Kushu to her own body, and I have never noticed that happening before. At the very least, she has never done that where I could see it, and that covers a significant span of time. Besides, he added, if Konoha had that sort of ability at their fingertips, they would have been able to ferret out any secret they wished. Given their recent misfortunes, it's safe to say that they can't. Despite his words, his tone was more than a little smug and amused. May snorted and relaxed. That's true enough, she agreed with a smirk. Scene break. May 20th, 348 NE. Konoha Gakur. -12:30 p.m. AIM Protectorate? What the hell kinda crap is that? Kiba barked angrily, crossing his arms and leaning back in his seat. We're the ones who were trying to make an alliance with Taki, and we're the ones who lost Ninja taking out IWA for what they did to them. Where the fuck does AIM get off just swooping in and doing this crap? Kiba's loud words barely penetrated the din of conversation in the Akimichi-owned restaurant. From what Shikamaru could pick out, most of the ninja at the other tables were having similar conversations and shared Kiba's sentiment more often than not. Troublesome. Shikamaru sighed. AIM is obviously angling to replace IWA as the fifth great village, he muttered. The Land of Rain has been making strong overtures to the Land of Waterfall for months now, ever since Taki was destroyed. In retrospect, we should have seen this coming. Chuji shook his head. Maybe you could, Shika, but I've never heard of a ninja village forming a contract like that. I always thought that it was one village per country, and that was it. The village system has only been around a century or so, and it's changed quite a few times already, Shikamaru said, resting his forehead on his arms and speaking into the table. Besides, there were already unspoken arrangements where certain countries send the bulk of their missions to certain villages, AIM's just making it official. Well, why don't we just, hey, Hinata, Kiba said awkwardly as he cut off his rant. Chuji cleared his throat awkwardly, and Shikamaru lifted his head off the table to examine Hinata. The Hyuga looked better than she had earlier that month. The dark rings around her eyes were mostly gone, and she was no longer wandering around in a daze, barely acknowledging the world around her. On the other hand, she was far from her old self. Chuji, Shikamaru, Hinata greeted them, nodding to each in turn. Her eyes swept over Kiba for a moment before moving on, and she acknowledged neither his words or his presence. Why don't you join us, Hinata? Chuji offered, going so far as to stand and pull out a chair before motioning her to sit. Thank you, Chuji, she replied, bowing slightly, but I do not have time. I must return to my training. Hinata, Kiba started, shifting nervously. Look, about what I said about Ino. I mean, I'm sure she's dash. Hinata finally focused on Kiba, her expression growing cold. You have made your opinion quite clear, Inuzuka-san. If you wish to believe her dead and Naruto a coward, that is your right. Kiba winced. Hinata, I didn't mean it like I said I was sorry. It's just, I lost 2 cousins when that Jinchuriki attacked, and dash. Hinata's expression grew even colder as she interrupted him. That does not mean I wish to hear your opinion again, Inuzuka-san, she said, her posture stiffly formal. The only reason Naruto could have possibly had to abandon his duties was to protect Ino. When they return to the village, I am sure that both of them will be more than happy to listen to your opinion then. With that, she turned on her heel and walked out of the restaurant, not sparing them another glance. Shikamaru sighed as he watched her go. When word had come down that the entire outpost had been obliterated and everyone there lost, they had all assumed that meant Ino as well. The only bit of hope they had come over a week later, when Ino had been officially listed as missing in action, a stark contrast to the killed in action of every other ninja posted there. Then there was the situation with Naruto to consider. Shikamaru was still trying to wrap his head around that one, even if he hoped that Hinata had the right of it and that Naruto and Ino would come strolling into Konoha any day now, some amazing tale of subterfuge and death-defying escapes at the ready. Even the reward for any information regarding Naruto's whereabouts gave him hope, even as he wondered when that would turn into a full-fledged bingo book entry. No, what worried Shikamaru the most was the timing. He couldn't find a single explanation for how Naruto could have possibly known about Ino's situation, nor could he explain how Ino could have managed to escape where so many other, more skilled ninja failed, or why she would hide rather than make contact with allied ninja, or how she found Naruto or Naruto found her, or how no one else had seen them, or how Shikamaru sighed. He had a lot of questions and precious few answers. The circumstances surrounding Naruto's disappearance hadn't looked particularly good in the beginning either. Several ninja posted at his position died from wounds consistent with the Rasengan, while Naruto himself was nowhere to be found. It wasn't until a team of Inuzuka tracked his scent and found a significant amount of his blood that suspicion was shifted away from him and onto enemy action. They'd found some other things at that location as well, but not even his best attempts to pry the information from his dad had revealed just what those things were. All he knew was the end result. Naruto was not yet listed as a missing nin and Ino's state was unknown rather than dead. In some ways, it might have been kinder to let Hinata think they were dead. As it was, she had become obsessed with the idea of finding them herself and was spending almost all of her time training to that end. Her teacher seemed to be helping her every step of the way, though Shikamaru hoped that was simply to guide her and make sure she didn't take it too far while acting as a sympathetic ear. After hearing about the fate of Hataki-san's own Jin and team, he wasn't so sure. And Kiba, being his usual brash and impulsive self, had said just the wrong thing at just the wrong time to just the wrong person. The Inuzuka clan had just finished the funeral rites for 5 of their own, 2 of which were Kiba's cousins, both close to his own age, who had been posted in the same doomed outpost as Ino, when Kiba had overheard Hinata say something about Ino and Naruto coming back. Damn it, Hinata! Kiba scowled as he wiped his tears away. She's gone, just like everyone else who was there with her. If Naruto hadn't run away, he'd be telling you the same thing. The only thing we can do is dash. Whatever he was going to say after that was lost as Hinata attacked him, giving him a broken nose and a black eye and earning herself a sharp reprimand from both her Chunin commander and Hataki-san. She was lucky she hadn't done any more damage, or it would have been much worse for her. Shikamaru sighed, lowering his head back to the table. Troublesome just didn't seem enough anymore. Scene break. May 21st, 348 NE. Hokage's office. -4:00 p.m. The information placing him in the land of lightning was also a false lead, Shikaku sighed. Although with the 2 Jinchuriki there, it would work towards his goal to head in that direction. It also would have made sense for him to pursue Akatsuki or to make contact with Gaara, Sarutobi countered, neither of which have happened. Not entirely, Inoichi disagreed. We know that he was concerned with the type of seals used, that's why he was so focused on helping Gaara and pursuing Fu. Setting aside the more damning explanations for his lack of contact with Gaara, he at least knows that the one-tailed is not coming to further harm. The same could be said for Akatsuki, since there was no indication that Fu's seal was like Gaara's, or that the other Jinchuriki were similarly distressed. Killing the four-tailed Jinchuriki also limits Akatsuki's threat level, since it will be years before the new Jinchuriki is a viable threat. That leaves 4 Jinchuriki that, as far as we know, he has yet to encounter. 2 of them are known to be in Kumo, 1 in Akatsuki's grasp, and the last speculated to also be under their control, but not confirmed, Inoichi summed up. Hence, Kumo, Sarutobi said with a nod. I wasn't arguing against that possibility. We just need to keep in mind that there are multiple directions for his goals to take him. We still don't have a solid plan for when we do locate him either. Shikaku sighed, running a tired hand through his hair. That's the troublesome part. He didn't exactly leave Konoha on the best of terms, but he hasn't been outright hostile either. It's in our best interests to ensure that he remains at least neutral in regards to the village, since he possesses a great deal of information that could be used to hurt us. Not to mention there are certain personal issues that we would like resolved, he added delicately, shooting a glance towards Inoichi. Inoichi's jaw tightened, but he didn't say anything. Sarutobi opened his mouth to say something, but his words were abruptly cut off as he began coughing, the fit lasting for several seconds before he got himself under control. Shikaku and Inoichi exchanged pained glances at the reminder of the former Hokage's deteriorating health. You already know who to send, Sarutobi said carefully, a small grimace on his face as he wiped his mouth with a cloth and rubbed at his chest. Why are you hesitating? I can't send just those 2, even if they'd agree to go in a heartbeat. It needs to be a proper tracking team, one with enough speed and power to make it out of enemy territory if it comes to that. Shikaku hesitated a moment, then added. And because I don't know if it's worth even trying. The odds of the Bijou actually feeling enough attachment to the village or the ninja we send to meet him seem slim. I see, Sarutobi said, nodding thoughtfully. I think you're right, but I also think you're forgetting an important factor. Given our understanding of Kushu, he wouldn't have bothered to send a message to Inoichi either. You're talking about Ino, Inoichi ground out, a guarded expression on his face. I am, the former Hokage said. For all that she had vital information from us to protect Naruto, we must also acknowledge that some of his actions only make sense if he were concerned about Ino's reaction or was even directly influenced by her. The message letting us know she was still alive and in his care is but one example of that. Or he could be holding her hostage, Inoichi growled. To what end? Shikaku asked. Besides, Ichi, you were the first one to point out his obsession with Fami Dash. Don't! Inoichi snarled, his face twisting angrily. He immediately shut his eyes, holding up a hand in apology as he slowly got himself under control. Just, don't. Shikaku sighed, but dropped that line of conversation. We still need to talk about Suna, he said instead. Aim's deal with the Land of Waterfalls puts us in a difficult position, since the direct routes now technically pass through another village's land. It's at least 2 days to go around, both ways, which will cause significant delays with some of our work with Suna. I've sent messengers to Aim to sound them out on rites of passage, but so far there's been no reply. The Land of Waterfalls has been similarly silent on the topic of why they entered into such an agreement with Aim instead of Konoha or Suna or both. The Wind Lord has also been making threatening demands towards the Land of Earth. He isn't taking the loss of his ninja village well. Then again, with recent events he is in no position to back those threats up. Sarutobi snorted. He was doing everything he could to drive Suna out of existence. He can hardly act surprised when they decide to abandon him first, especially when the Earth Lord offered them a king's ransom to do it. He shook his head. That said, Baki still hasn't revealed just how they found proof that the Wind Lord was actively sabotaging his own ninja force. I'd suspected the financial troubles the Land of Wind was experiencing were overstated, of course, but to actually prove that the Wind Lord was intentionally driving large sections of his own country into poverty, and to do it blatantly enough that he couldn't just sweep it aside, was a masterstroke. Shikaku nodded. Baki's being unusually cagey about that. I suspect that he may have intelligence resources still in play within the capital that he wants to protect as much as possible. It makes the most sense, at least. As for the proof itself, even Kiri and Kumo have agreed to blacklist the Land of Wind after that. No village trusts him to respect their ninja after hearing everything he pulled on his own village, and the rapidly brewing civil war just adds all the more reason to stay away. Now that he no longer has ninja to quietly eliminate opposition, we're projecting that he'll be deposed, and likely dead, within the year. How is the reconstruction of a Wabikure coming? Sarutobi asked, shifting the conversation back to the original topic. Much faster than projected. Which in itself is a good thing, but the reason for it concerns me. Inoichi looked up at that. How so? Gaara, Shikaku replied tersely. He's accomplishing tasks by himself in hours that would take whole teams of ninja days or weeks to accomplish, and all reports indicate that he's getting better. And you think it's the bijou, Inoichi guessed. It almost has to be. Prior to the Chunin exams, in fact, in the entire history of Suna's Jinchuriki, none of them ever showed anything beyond the ability to freely manipulate sand. Now, over the course of a couple of years, he's progressed to reshaping mountains? It's far too fast to be accomplished solely on his own. And there's still been no sign of Naruto contacting him? Or even appearing in the area? Sarutobi asked curiously. None. Has Jiraiya-sama checked his seal to make sure it hasn't been tampered with? Inoichi asked. Not within the last few months, Shikaku replied. Jiraiya's been trying to round up information on Akatsuki as quickly as possible, and Gaara's been working on a Wabikure full-time from the moment the ink dried on Suna's new contract. He snorted wryly. They're still arguing about the new name, since Sunagakure no longer applies and nobody wants this to just be the second coming of IWA. Last I heard they were leaning towards Tsushigakure. Has Jiraiya-kun found anything yet? Sarutobi asked. Shikaku shrugged. Yes and no. He's confirmed that Deidara of IWA and Kisame Hashigaki are members, but Kisame recently dropped out of sight after entering the Land of Grass, and Deidara hasn't been seen since he attacked Gaara during the invasion. Jiraiya hasn't been able to come up with anything about the other members, their numbers, or even where they operate from. On the other hand, Shikaku continued, his last report mentioned that he'd come across a stash of information concerning Akatsuki's original group, including their observations of battling the various bijou when they were free. The records are incomplete, but he is going to compile what information he can get and include that in his next report. In theory, that will better prepare us to face any Jinchuriki we encounter. Or Naruto, Inoichi added quietly. Shikaku sighed and nodded. Or him. Scene break. June 1st, 348 NE. Kirigakure, Mizuki's office. -11:00 AM. He wants what? Mei asked flatly, her voice filled with disbelief. He wants to take a mission, Mizuki-sama, the ANBU replied stiffly. And did he say why? Not directly, Mizuki-sama. He strongly implied that he wished to procure additional funds, however. Mei sighed and rubbed her forehead, trying to fight off the impending headache. Kushu's presence had been a great boon to her village in many ways. The hospital was practically empty for the first time she could ever remember, for one thing, and she had 3 ninja who would be mastering the Rasengan within the month, but some of his quirks were starting to wear on her. To start with, the Bijou and the Yamanaka girl were consuming nearly 10 pounds of food every day, an amount that outstripped even the most physically active of her ninja by a considerable margin. There was absolutely no explanation for it, and neither of them showed any signs of gaining the weight or muscle mass they should have. That's the end of part 1 of the finale. Part 2 is coming right after this, so don't worry. Like, comment and subscribe. And I'll see you on the next one. Peace.